you're crazy. In this video, I'm going to easily visually display to you what is going on with the octahedron and the way in which we see the celestial sphere. Remember, I mentioned before that the octahedron acts as a resonant absorptive antenna. If you look at radiation patterns of dipole antennas, it has the same dipole effect, where it is splitting the circle in two, and we see the same type of pattern there with our eyes. Our eyes, wherever we are within the inside of the Earth, whatever latitude we're at. In this case, we're at 45 degrees north. Our eyes are always going to carry it to the center, and it will figuratively split the celestial sphere into two. And so the half that is facing you flips in curvature, and it appears as if that side creates a dome over your head. It's not a real dome, it's a virtual dome. But that is the way that light operates, that energy operates, that electricity operates within the Earth. That resonant absorptive energy that sucks the light up toward the center will always intersect the celestial sphere perpendicularly. That is what creates the sun and the moon inversion. We think the sun is straight across, however it is curled upward and inverted. Light is always bending up toward the center wherever you are within the Earth. Horizontal dipole radio energy will always bend upward from the ground. This is the illusion that the secret of the universe holds. When you look at a nebula, let's use a regular atmospheric cloud for a reference object. Which dimension seems more believable? 50 million light years across? Or about the size of a cloud? Nebula means cloud. The truth is hidden in plain sight. The stars are close. They have to be close. The concept of light year is fiction. They have to conjure up prodigious distances in order for their model to work. But common sense tells you it cannot work. We see the stars. The stars are close, very close. The stars are small, very small. The stars are behind glass. The glass has a bumpy surface to it, damaged after the flood. Glass causes chromatic aberration. The different fringing of the bumpy surface causes different redshift readings. Redshift of galaxies is simply chromatic aberration of the glass encompassing the stars. The spiral pattern of galaxies are simply indications of drainage. The celestial sphere contained water. The water came pouring out when the windows of heaven were opened. Stars are formed by a process of sonoluminescence, extremely hot sound bubbles. Because they are bubbles, there is not much mass detected in stars, but rather mass is detected in the area surrounding the stars, otherwise known as dark matter. Dark matter is simply dark waters or liquids, as recorded in the scriptures and confirmed in recent scientific studies. During the time of the flood, the stars clustered together and they melted holes through the glass firmament. Water and sand came pouring down to earth. Because of the frigid temperatures, the windows of heaven congealed back together, leaving a spiral remnant of the drainage. Hidden in plain sight, the glass is detected by comets. In photography, a glass anomaly is created by the lens called coma aberration, named after a comet. When we view a comet in the sky, it is because the sunlight is hitting the comet at an oblique angle as it is immersed in the plasma field above the glass. There is birefringence to the glass, which splits the tail in two. Sagittal astigmatism, tangential astigmatism, coma aberration are all clear indications that there is glass in the sky, hidden in plain sight. The curvature of the comet's tail is a clear indication that light is bending. It should not be any surprise to anyone that they had found Star Trek-like invisible shields thousands of miles above Earth, where they say it's almost like these electrons are running into a glass wall in space. But there is most likely at least 3 concentric spheres of glass in the Earth, apart from the main celestial sphere. This is detected easily by viewing the 22nd degree halo and the 46th degree halo. and understanding that there is a much lower glass at approximately 100 kilometers. Hidden in plain sight once again, we can understand that there is glass at 100 kilometers based upon upper atmospheric lightning hitting a ceiling at 100 kilometers. We also can understand that auroras bottom out at 100 kilometers. Radio wave propagation propagates, reflects off the ionosphere at 100 kilometers. The height of the Schumann resonance is at 100 kilometers. Scientists say that sporadic meteoroids are bouncing off the atmosphere, the sporadic E layer of the ionosphere, the neutral density layer of the ionosphere, like bugs hitting a windshield at 100 kilometers. Coincidence?
It's plowing up this debris, just like a bug on a windshield effect. Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
But to a child, a simple rainbow will suffice in having them understand that there is glass above. As the sunlight disperses through the glass, it gets projected onto reflective water droplets. The water droplets are not the source of the rainbow, but merely the reflective canvas of the already glass-dispersed light.
Okay, I wanted to show you something that you've never seen before. The only thing that's close to this is my video, and it was incredibly popular. It still gets commented on a lot, but most people don't know what's going on. They'll make descriptions talking about eddy currents and lens laws, but one of the biggest mistakes of human stupidity, and basically in all branches of science, is this, and that is descriptions are not explanations. Okay? So what we have here is a compass. It's actually a precision compass, rather than expensive. And of course we have a huge honking neodymium iron boron magnet here. It is just an enormous $1,000 beast. Here I have magnetic viewing film. Here you can see the dielectric inertial plane of the magnet. So what I'm going to do right now is the only way you'll be able to see this is using an enormous, expensive magnet like this, is that you never will see it in a small one because you don't have enough surface area to see the fact that there's a huge zone difference between the centrifugal and the centripetal edge like this. So let me spin up the brass flywheel on this gyroscope and we'll take a look at something. Dremel tool, and I'm going to place it right at the centripetal convergent center of this magnet. You could hear it spinning, revving up really high. I'm going to try to hold it really stationary, which of course I can't hold it perfectly stationary. Of course I could let go of it for a second too, but I don't want to do that. I want to show you something important. Now, what's happening is I have this flywheel positioned dead center, or mostly dead center, over the the centripetal convergent vortex. And you're able to see this vortex with a ferrule cell. Okay, I explain this in my book, Uncovering the Missing Secrets of Magnetism, which is free, by the way. I'm working on the 4th edition. It's currently in the 3rd edition. This sucker will spin and spin and spin and spin until you're so bored that you wouldn't want to watch this damn video anymore. Okay? Spin and spin. It just spin, 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 spin. So now, let's place it at the centrifugal divergent edge and watch what happens. Not touching it. Boom. Immediate braking. I think I accidentally did tap it right there at the very end. So,
the lift force and the sink force of the electromagnetic flux. There's an inversely proportional relationship between the two. Blue arrows represent the centripetal convergent lift force. It draws objects to the center, where the current is attracted to the moving convex surface of the celestial sphere. The lift force is stronger in the center and weaker at the edge. That is why planets have such an easy time staying aloft toward the center, because there's not that much sink force and plenty of lift force. If it weren't for the magnetic sun attracting the planets, they probably would crash into the celestial sphere. The lift force cohabitates with the centrifugal sink force, which has the inverse proportion effect. The sink force is the ether push force we all experience on the Earth or in the Earth. As it moves, the divergent fluxes put the brakes on the Earth, preventing any rotation. Remember Wheeler's gyroscope on his huge neodymium iron-borne magnet? The centripetal lift force perpetuated the magnet in a viscous free flux near the center. Yet the centrifugal divergent sink force stopped the gyro on the edge. That's what's happening with the Earth. The sink force generates a depression to the west. That's why bullets sink to the west and rise to the east, because there's a greater clamping down effect for projectiles shot into the downstream of the sink force. This is also what causes eastward deflection of flying objects. They seek the least resistance, which will always be found eastward of the meridian. The sink force is so strong at the edge it holds the water at bay. The ether's sink force eliminates the Coriolis or the Atmos effect from being the cause of this phenomenon. Since you should know by now, we are not on a rotating planet. Now we can understand what causes gyroscopes to liberate themselves from the thick sink force happening at the edge. The rotation of the gyro is stripping off its sink force hold and aligning itself with a much weaker lift force at that level to allow it to rise. The vertical axis seeks to magnetically align itself with the central octahedron. That's why the airplane gyro stays pretty much vertical wherever it flies within the Earth. The concave Earth glass sky lunar eclipses. This is how lunar eclipses actually happens. The sunlight, which is in the concave Earth above the glass sky, as well as the moon, are orbiting. The sunlight is emanating its light. It's carrying it around. It's using the glass sky as a catalyst to cause a convergence, a funnel-shaped convergence on the side directly opposite the sun, on the other side of the celestial sphere. Within this funnel-shaped convergence, it creates an area of darkness. So as the moon passes through, it will get eclipsed. The reason why it doesn't always pass through this funnel-shaped area of darkness is because obviously sometimes the moon is orbiting either above the funnel or below the funnel. Back in 1938, Johannes Lang, a German, wrote the book Die Theorie, and he actually was the one who actually came up with this concept, where the sunlight is actually bending around the inside of the Earth. This has been proven, that sunlight actually bends, and it creates this convergence where he actually shows this funnel-shaped void here as well. His version of the celestial sphere is smaller than mine. My version is a little bit different, but it still holds the same concept, where the sun is emanating its light. It's creating the different phases of the moon, and then it causes this funnel-shaped convergence up on top. The concept is kind of replicated with the glass of water and sunlight. You can see how the light is bending around, causing the convergence at the other side of the light source. It's the same concept with the glass sky. So, within the 3D app, I can just show you how it's working. The moon is actually just moving across into the funnel, just like that, as it traverses around the inside of the Earth. My version of the moon actually has a concave side opposite. It's not facing us, so I don't see it as spherical. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's one of the reasons why it doesn't rotate. There's no rotation of the moon on any axis. It's just simply rotating around the inside of the Earth. So there you go. The real way in which lunar eclipses are formed. Within the concave Earth glass sky. Thank you for watching. Seasons within the concave Earth. I animated the sun oscillating around the celestial sphere every 6 months. So when it's in the Tropic of Cancer, you'll notice that you get 24 hours of daylight at the North Pole and 24 hours of darkness on the South Pole. And conversely, when the sun is in the south, you'll see that you will get 24 hours of daylight on the South Pole and 24 hours of darkness on the North Pole. Originally, when I animated the sun, I did it linearly. There was no acceleration or deceleration, so I couldn't get the equinoxes to line up on March 21st or September 21st. However, when I added acceleration and deceleration, so it's decelerating at the extremes like that, the equinoxes lined up perfectly. And so in nature, you can conclude too that if something is orbiting around something magnetically and it's oscillating north and south like that, there's going to be acceleration and deceleration. In a heliocentric model, you have to conclude that the Earth is orbiting around the Sun in an elliptical path. This is very unnatural. You also have to conclude that it's tilting. You have problems with that too as well. And you also have to conclude that it's precessing or wobbling, because it shows that after a year the Sun is in a different location against the stars. But if you understand within the concave Earth, it's all taken care of simply by the fact that there's two different velocities. The velocity of the Sun and the velocity of the celestial sphere, which is slightly faster than the Sun. A sidereal year, or a sidereal day, is 4 minutes faster than the Sun. So after a full year's time, the Sun is simply just going to be 1/70th of a degree in a different location than the year before. The planets are all magnetically affected by the Sun. So when the Sun is inclined like that, the ecliptic of the planets, that magnetic ecliptic imaginary path, is going to be influenced by it as well. There's a real retrograde motion to the planets. It's not just an apparent retrograde motion caused by a supposed spinning Earth. It's simply the fact that when the planets go behind the celestial sphere opposite the Sun, they're going to get confused magnetically. So they're going to go the other way for a little bit until they catch up with the Sun's influence again, and then go the same way that they were going before. Mercury and Venus, they're going to be orbiting the Sun. So when they go behind the Sun, they're going to get confused as well. So that's how retrograde happens within the concave Earth. The Milky Way band, it's a band, it's not a spiral galaxy. It's actually a literal band that separates the celestial sphere into two different hemispheres, two different magnetically influenced hemispheres that actually steer the Sun. So the Milky Way band has a function. So when the Sun crosses that galactic plane every 6 months, it's also exhibited by the Ulysses satellite. They show that every 6 months the Sun is oscillating back and forth. So when it crosses that plane, it steers the Sun in the other direction. Like when it's up north like that, it's going to steer the Sun south, and then conversely the same when it goes down south. When the Sun goes down south, when it crosses that plane, it's going to steer the Sun back up north. So it's all being influenced by that dividing line, that Milky Way dividing line. It has a purpose, it has a function. Everything works within the concave Earth. Sunlight is bending around the inside of the Earth. That's how we get lunar eclipses. There's an opposite funnel-shaped void area opposite the Sun. When the moon goes through that void area, it gets eclipsed. North or south of that void area, it's just simply going to be a full moon. So everything works in the concave Earth. You've seen my animation here, I made it a wide angle, so I wanted to include everything, so that's why it kind of looks kind of funky, but it's Occam's razor. The simplest answer is always the best answer. So.
Hello people, I'm going to show you why the heliocentric convex explanation for atmospheric refraction is a lie. It's not true. And it's a very easy to detect error once you see the diagrams that they present to you and their explanation as to why one can see a further distance into the horizon under more severe atmospheric refraction conditions. So let me just pull up my screen here, and you can just go into Google image and just type in atmospheric refraction horizon, and this particular crude image I picked to alter. So I brought this image into actually Illustrator, and what I did was I added a few corrections to it, because what they'll tell you is that this purple line here is what they will consider the refraction line, and so this green line is in accord with that purple line, with them explaining to you that that's the length or the longer distance to the horizon you will see due to refraction. But their error lies with the initial observer, and there's no justification for this lift of this purple sightline here. Since they say that atmospheric refraction, it will cause the light to bend down, there's no justification whatsoever to lift this purple line initially like that. And so I corrected it with my blue line here. So if the Earth were convex and atmospheric refraction was altering our visibility distance, it would actually shorten our visibility distance, not lengthen it. It would bend down much quicker than if there was no refraction. So, very easy to detect. There's no justification for the initial sight line to be lifted like that. So, in the correct model, LHC concave Earth model, I fixed that for them. And yes, atmospheric refraction will cause the light to bend down. However, the light is intrinsically bending upward toward the center, where we have the octahedron. This is also evident in ham radio horizontal antennas, where the energy will always be bending upward. This is a horizontal ham radio antenna, and you'll see these different lobes of energy, and it's always rising. Even the lowest lobe, it's rising at 7.5 degrees above the horizon. So energy is never going straight, and it's never going down. And that's the same thing with light. Light is going to be doing the same thing. It's always going to be rising upward like that. So going back to Illustrator here, I'll show you what's really happening when at certain conditions in the atmosphere where there's a denser region, or there's a warm pocket, or there's a temperature inversion level, or there's a humidity difference or a pressure difference. This green line here is the normal sight trajectory line. Here's my lighthouse over here. So under these conditions, let's say that there's a warm pocket of air right here, or a different condition where it's just causing the refraction to happen in this region. And so that's what's happening. That's why it's causing the observer to see a farther horizon out into the sea. So if you see this blue line here, this is under just normal atmospheric conditions where there's no detectable amount of refraction. Let's just say it's a negligible amount of refraction. So our horizon would be extended to right here. But under a refractive condition, our horizon will be lengthened because our normal sight trajectory is rising up slower. So it's being lengthened before it rises up, but it always rises up to the center eventually. So that's what's happening. And so going back to some of these videos that I was talking about before, like this video here, I brought up this video before showing how objects in the foreground were indicating concavity, and how the horizon in the background is actually rising above the images, these oil rigs that are closer to us. This one's at 9 miles, that one's at 4 miles, I believe. However, he also filmed it where there's no refraction happening. See, this is a different day where you don't see that happening. You don't see the extension, and also note too that you don't see the distortion of the cranes on the oil rigs. Go back and I'll show you the distortion of the crane on the oil rig here. You see the distortion there? And so that's a good indication that's exactly what's happening here, where different temperature pockets are extending our visibility as the light is, it's taking longer to rise. It's a better way to put it. It's not that it's bending down, it's just that it's taking longer to rise up. So it's being extended like that. And because it's being extended like that, it's getting distorted along the way. The imagery is getting distorted along the way before it rises up again. So that's really how atmospheric refraction works. It doesn't work on the convex model. And also, I mentioned before in this video, this shows right here that it would push the image, it would push the sun downward. They say that the sun rises 2 minutes before it actually does. It gives you an apparent sun versus the actual location of the sun. They'll say that the actual location of the sun is lower than it appears, but that's actually the reversal. Because if we had this atmosphere where we had this concave ceiling, it would be pushing the sun down like that, not raise it up. But then conversely, if we turn our glass around so we have a convex ceiling, it actually raises the imagery. And that's reality. That's really what's happening. That is why we see the sun 2 minutes before it actually rises, because we have a convex ceiling to the atmosphere and light is bending up. So keep that in mind and understand that there's no justification for them to say that this the sight line would have an initial rise to it. There's no reason. It's legal. It's illegal. It's not justified. They can't get away with that. And that's how they have to draw their diagrams like that in order for them to show you that we have an extension of visibility distance. But that's not how it works. If they were honest, they would draw it like this, and they would completely debunk their explanation of why atmospheric refraction is extending our distance. So it doesn't work. So this does bust convexism, whether it's heliocentric or geocentric. And it proves concavity with light bending upward. All right. The top blue curved line is representing a concave Earth, and this height right here, the 1 foot, it's exaggerated, but that's just to show the differentiation between the lines. So we have the purple sight line and the blue water line, and we have my two oil rigs here, one at 6.2 and one at 9.4 miles away, and the red dotted line is indicating the base height at the point in which the rigs touch the water, and at the point at which the sight line touches the water line. That becomes our horizon. And as you can see, it works beautifully within the concavity of the Earth, having the horizon line higher than the baseline of the 9.4 mile distance rig, obviously, as well as the 6.2. So that's what's really going on here. These rigs are lower than the horizon. The base of the rigs, that is, are lower than the horizon line. That works out beautifully, perfectly. And the bottom example here is obviously a flat Earth example where it's not going to be working out, as I showed you in 3D. You have the sight line. Our horizon actually was even closer. I'm being conservative here by putting it way over here. The horizon was even closer than the 6.2 miles. So that's not working. You guys see what I'm talking about? Because if you were to actually simulate it out with straight light, even with bending light, it's still going to indicate a concave surface. And so, yeah, going up at 35 feet, it's going to look a little bit more similar. I did that as well here. I went to 35 feet. And then we begin to see the base of the platforms getting lower than the horizon. But when you're at that 1 foot mark, that's proof positive that it cannot be flat, it cannot be convex, and it has to be concave. And for those of you who are new to my model, and I get this question asked a lot, how does the sunrise and the sunset work? Well, this is a very good animation to help you understand how it's working. If the viewer is here down at the bottom, because of the upward bending of the light, it creates a blind area as the light takes off from the horizon. So this area from here all the way to the celestial sphere gets obscured, and so our sun becomes inverted or upside down as it makes its way across the sky and sets like that. So in actuality, in physical actuality, during the morning the sun is actually descending toward us from the east and then rising up away from us toward the west at sunset. The modeler here, how I created these intermediary sight lines. You notice how they're, whatever angle they're at, they're always hitting the celestial sphere perpendicularly. Okay, so this would be the zenith. There's no bending of light when you're looking straight at the zenith point. But if you angle your eye toward the horizon, obviously the most extreme, that's when you're looking at the horizon. So you're actually looking straight across here, but your eyesight is carrying it up like that, and it's creating the inversion. We see an inverted sun and an inverted moon at the horizon. It's upside down. Proof of that is when you see the moon illusion. If you look upside down between your legs, that illusion is going to go away. That's proof that the moon is upside down at the horizon. So that's what's going on.
This mystery has been going on for millennia. I mean, thousands of years, and they still can't figure it out. I mean, they'll say, oh, well, maybe it's the Ponzo illusion. The Ponzo illusion is like when, like you give the example of the railroad tracks going off into the distance with perspective. But the moon illusion is viewed from like airplane pilots, or like when there's nothing in the foreground, like over an ocean or something like that. That's another effect called the Ebbinghaus illusion. It's the same thing. So that can't explain it. And then there's also talk about, well, maybe it's this convergence microspia. And that has to do with the accommodation lenses in our eyes, where our eyes actually will focus in, or they'll be at rest, dependent upon what our focal length is, basically. So if we're looking at a nearby object, our convergence, or the oculomotor muscles in our eye, are going to converge closer, and they're going to change the shape of the lens. But that effect will not account for a 200% noticeable difference in size, or illusion of difference in size. That would only account for like 10% greater. And so this debate is like, it's inexplicable, because simply they're not understanding that we're living inside the kind. And what they do find out is that when they bend around, anybody can just bend around and look upside down through their legs at the moon, and that effect will go away. And so it has to do with what do you call that when you're with that effect in your inner ear? Come on, you know what I'm talking about. Vertigo. So it's like this vertigo effect that's happening, and that is because the moon is really upside down. If you understand how I describe it in my diagrams, the bending
I understand how your eyeballs flip the image as they converge into your eyeball. I've heard that.
Well, yeah, but that's accommodated for. So we already interpret things right side up, even though we actually do see them upside down. But that's already accounted for. But when we view something that's upside down and it doesn't have the right orientation to it, our inner ear doesn't know how to comprehend that. But there's also another factor as well that's going on with the fact that the moon is inside the Earth, and that is a distance. So along with the vertigo effect, the inversion, it's also a distance. See, heliocentrists will tell you that the moon is, for the most part, it's virtually the same distance away at the horizon as it is when it's in the zenith. Although they will say that when it's at the horizon, it's slightly farther away because of the radius of the Earth. But that's like a negligible difference. But no, that's not the case, because within the Earth, and we have this glass sky that's between the moon and us, and the glass is actually creating this lens effect. And so it's going to magnify objects that are viewed at the horizon, like the sun and the moon. So physically, though, the moon and the sun are quite a bit further away at the horizon than they are when they're at the zenith point. It's like twice as far. Literally, it's physically twice as far, but the glass actually zooms it. It enlarges it. So it's like you're looking through the zoom lens with an inversion of the vertigo effect. And that's the only reasonable understanding why that's happening. That can't be explained any other way. So that's actually what equalizes the angular size of the sun and the moon and the planets as they go from horizon to zenith. If the glass wasn't there, we'd see a noticeable size difference. But it's there. It's a divine ruse. I mean, it's divinely, intelligently encoded to trip up man. There's no other explanation. Nature plays all these tricks on our eye.
Yeah, this is my simulation back in November 2015. I was actually making a video against Mariah Ziller's bullshit explanation, where he was actually talking about this too. He was saying that, well, within a concave Earth model, the sun at the horizon would be much smaller, blah, 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 yada, 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 but without understanding the glass sky actually causing the refraction to equalize the size. Hello?
Is that glass refraction of the sky actually equalizes the size of the sun throughout the day, the size of the moon, the size of the planets throughout the day. Okay, the angular diameter of the sun or the moon or the planets will change if the distance from the center changes. So if this is the celestial sphere, I have a series of balls that are closer to the center and a series of balls that are further away from the center. Okay. And what I did was I rendered them in light wave with refraction and without refraction. Okay, this is with refraction. That's without refraction. You see the difference there? Okay, you are on under the assumption that there is no glass sky, there is no refraction created, there is no curvature of light. Okay, so yeah. And it's also inverting the sun and the moon too. Here, let me stop this and go to my modeler here. And what I did, I just put a little banding to denote the orientation of the sun, which side is up. And all right, so our sun, as you see, this is the actual sun. This is not the refracted sun. And so we see the orientation of that band on the bottom of the sun. If I pan out, we see it's going against the celestial sphere in the center. And of course, if I play it, it's going down toward you. The camera is situated below, along the equator. So if we go back to our camera view and we see what is happening with the orientation, oops, and we turn on the refraction, and let me find the frame where the sun appears. Somewhere around here. There it is. The orientation is up. It's inverted, just as I told you it would be. So there you go. This is like total confirmation. Okay, there's so many reasons why there is a glass artifice, a glass firmament above us. The glass grating that I'm fabricating here in 3D with the camera is mimicking the atmospheric refraction that actually lifts up the foreground, which creates the horizon, the crease. It's not an actual literal edge, but it's a crease created within the concavity of the Earth, as I showed you before. Let me turn back off the refraction so you can see what's really going on here. Okay, the boat is ascending up. It's going up. If there were no refraction at play, you wouldn't get a horizon and you wouldn't get the sky to do an opposition and curvature. But since we have refraction, it flips it all around. It flips the central celestial sphere and it creates a virtual sky dome. Put on the reflection as well. So, and obviously that's how the sun works too. You know, when it rises like that, it's squished, but it also has this acceleration to it. I believe, anyway, that's the way I recall it. But this is working out perfectly. So this is like total. What else can I say?
Hi guys, I just wanted to point out radar and how it works on a concave Earth. The only way it works. The lower the frequency of the radar allows the greater range, the greater distance. So you see this wave is a lower frequency, okay? And this is a higher frequency. Higher frequency, greater refraction. Lower frequency, less refraction. That is the reason why, as Wild Heretic points out, you can see a greater distance at 2 megahertz as opposed to 8 megahertz. 2 megahertz you can see 500 nautical miles, or not see, but detect range. And 8 megahertz only 150 nautical miles. So if you understand the amount of refraction that is going on, you can see this number here, 1.000268, is lower than this number here, 1.000286. Okay, so this number is for a longer wavelength. Okay, a lower number for a longer wavelength as opposed to this number, which is slightly higher for a shorter wavelength. So this means that this is refracting more. The shorter wavelength is refracting more than the longer wavelength. Okay, going back to my illustration, that is why with radar we can pick up a greater distance with a lower frequency. The higher frequency is going to refract more. It's going to bend up more like that. That is the reason why we are living in a concave Earth. That's one of the reasons why. See, if you had it going the other way, see, this doesn't make sense. This is on a convex ball Earth. Why would the longer wavelength refract more than the shorter wavelength? It doesn't make sense. So that alone rules out convex Earth and flat Earth for that matter, because light is bending like that. So kudos to Wild Heretic for this excellent observation. I'll give you the link to this.
Yeah. So what I did was I turned that prism upside down because it's easier for, I think, people to understand. If you're living on the inside, the concavity of the Earth, you have the red on the bottom here. The red is bending less than the violet. 750 nanometers versus 380 nanometers. So the shorter wavelength is going to bend up more away from the Earth as opposed to the longer wavelength. And especially when you get into the longer wavelengths like the microwaves and the radio waves. That's why you can see more with infrared waves, which are, they're longer than the reds here. You can see more with an infrared camera than you can with a normal light camera because it's a longer wavelength.
The very instrument that heliocentrists will use to tell you that the Earth is rotating has actually turned to damning evidence that it is not rotating. The Foucault pendulum. Maurice Elias showed that during solar eclipses, the rotation of the pendulum would shift. The pendulum cannot possibly be determining a rotating Earth. It has to do with the duration of one complete cycle of rotation at the North and South poles. It's 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. The sidereal day. This shows without a doubt that the pendulum is being affected by the celestial sphere. And within the correct form of the Earth and universe, we have a literal, tangible celestial sphere above our heads inside the Earth that is rotating at this exact speed. At the South Pole, the pendulum will turn counterclockwise, the opposite of looking up at the stars from that vantage point. So instead, you're looking down at the dial. It will perfectly sync up with the celestial sphere, making one complete cycle every sidereal day. South of the equator, say at 30 degrees south, it will rotate counterclockwise, slower than the sidereal day. The rate will be the sine of the latitude times one sidereal day. At the equator, the pendulum will not rotate whatsoever. This is because behind the celestial sphere there is a magnetically levitating octahedron with 4 base corners that project into the oceans at 90 degrees to each other to form the equatorial equilibrium points. Going north, say at 30 degrees, we have the exact velocity of the southern conjugate of 30 degrees, only it will spin clockwise, as will all pendulums north of the equator. Then at the North Pole, the pendulum will again match its southern conjugate velocity with a perfect synchronization of the 23-hour, 56-minute, 4-second sidereal day. Mystery as to what is the pendulum rotating around, and the reason why this velocity is that of the stars and not the Earth is now solved.
philosophical and physics problem, and impossibility of the pendulum knowing something about the entire universe is easily solved with the correct model of the universe.
And with the effect of an etheric or electromagnetic force affecting the pendulum within the stationary concave Earth.
Look at all this evidence that there's a glass sky. 22 pieces of evidence. Number 1, rainbows, halos, glories, circumzenith arcs, sundogs, and other atmospheric optics, which are created by sunlight passing through glass and being projected onto water vapor. Number 2, Libyan desert glass. The mystery of where it came from is solved if you realize that there's a glass ceiling in the sky.
Far out in a remote part of the Sahara Desert, there's a mystery. Scattered around in the sand are thousands of chunks of strange yellow-green glass.
It is really a mysterious glass, and we scientists are still kind of puzzled how these things formed.
The ancient Egyptians knew of this extraordinary place, but for thousands of years, it's remained unexplained.
Within the Libyan desert glass, there are traces of graphite. Let me find that really quick. Here we go. The silica glass also contains carbonaceous inclusions consisting of 5 to 50 nanometer thick polygonalized graphite ribbons that form closed structures up to 200 nanometers in diameter. So the graphite ribbons. Now, negative refraction, if you go to Wikipedia, you look up negative refraction, it will say negative refraction is a name for an electromagnetic phenomenon where light rays are refracted at an interface in the reverse sense to that normally expected. Such an effect can be obtained using a metamaterial, which has been designed to achieve a negative value for both electric permittivity and magnetic permeability. Now, metamaterial is a man-made material. Metamaterials are artificial materials engineered to have properties that have not yet been found in nature. However, graphite, this study right here says graphite, which is not a man-made material, it's actually a natural material, has been found to produce negative refraction under certain ultraviolet conditions. I'll find that for you right here. Negative refraction at deep ultraviolet frequency is monocrystalline graphite. Monocrystalline graphite. Using ellipsometry, measurement of the equifrequency contour in the deep ultraviolet frequency region, typically 254 nanometers, obvious negative refraction was demonstrated in monocrystalline graphite for incident angles ranging from 20 to 70 degrees. This negative refraction is attributed to extremely strong anisotropy in the crystal structure of graphite, which gives the crystal indefinite permeability. So, you'll have this little graphic here where I show that I explain what I just read to you, okay? There are little ribbons, microscopic graphite ribbons within the glass that are creating a negative refraction in the sky. So it's actually inverting the sky to give you the illusion that the sky is a dome. So I can just go into Illustrator here. I'll show you really quick. I got an observer here, and this yellow line is the glass sky. Now, let me get the right layer here for you. Okay. Now normally, okay, these purple arrows, normally, that's a normal refraction. It would shrink objects from Earth's perspective. So if you're down here, if you're looking up into the sky, it's shrinking the heavenly objects. And it's giving the normal indications of normal refraction. However, because of the graphite ribbons within the glass sky, it is actually inverting the sky, so it's diverging outward toward you. And that's also why I believe we get the sun and moon illusion at the horizon. With this negative refraction, it simply just turns the convex dome inside out, and you get actually a greater refraction at the extremities here. Okay, the greater the incident angle, the greater the squishing and the greater refraction like that. And so this little blue area would be the apparent dome illusion, the dome illusion that you think is the sky. Negative refraction in glass creates the sky dome illusion. Okay, so light is bending within the Earth. If you're new to this phi ratio trajectory of vision is showing how light actually bends. It gives the illusion that you're living on a ball. And with this negative refraction of the glass sky, it inverts the heavens. Okay?
For an instant, a giant red flash appeared. On replay, they can see beautiful shafts of light thrusting upwards towards space. The mysterious Sprite in all its glory. Then, the Sprites keep coming. On board, the team reviews the stunning and unique images. This Sprite was shaped like a mangrove tree. It's been captured in more detail than any Sprite until now.
It talks about sprites and elves, not like little people, but at the top, sprites are upper atmospheric lightning. It's like lightning that happens above the clouds. And so these people, they went up in airplanes and they documented these sprites. They took high shutter speed camera, because they don't happen that, I mean, this happens like almost instantaneously. But you'll notice here, this top of this plume of this upper atmospheric lightning, it hits a barrier, it hits a wall. It's hitting the glass sky. And notice they even say it's at 60 miles high. Well, the glass sky is at 100 kilometers, which is roughly 62 miles. So, play a part of this video. It's pretty wild.
Sprites of many different forms appear, one after another. Seen up close, they have a variety of shapes. Eventually, a Sprite appears that demands special attention.
This is spectacular.
The umbrella-like top of this Sprite reaches an altitude of around 60 miles.
60 miles.
That's
Look at that. It's hitting a wall. It's hitting the glass sky.
It's the altitude of the air.
They call those elves. ELVES.
That's the altitude of the air glow layer that appeared in Furukawa's footage from the International Space Station. The image confirms that sprites interact with the ionosphere.
Well, yeah, the ionosphere is actually just glass. It's an insulator. Okay, the Earth is one big capacitor. Concave Earth capacitor. There's a gap between the electromagnetic forces from above the glass versus the ground. And the glass is the insulator. And so the lightning bridges that gap, just like in a plasma ball. That's what's going on. So the top of this light, it's like you're touching your finger on the glass of a plasma ball. That's what's happening with the top of this Sprite. It's the same concept. It's hitting the barrier. It's hitting the glass barrier. That's why the bottom end of auroras are at that same level, 100 kilometers.
There's glass in the sky, folks. You're looking at me through my polarized sunglasses. I'm doing this to show you that the sky is actually polarized because of the glass. See, they'll say that the sky is polarized, but they won't admit there's glass. The glass sky is causing the polarization of the sky, and then we understand why nacreous clouds or iridescent clouds, you know, those clouds that have all those really cool mother of pearl-like colors in them, it's happening because there's two different polarization filters passing through, or actually sandwiched between the clouds. That's why we see the polarization. And that can only happen within the concave spherical Earth where the light is bending around. I'll show you that later, but you can just watch some of these interesting videos about photoelasticity, where this guy takes plastic spoons and forks and he has them on a computer monitor which has linear polarization, which is being backlit, and then he's filming it through a polarizing filter mounted to the camera lens. And so what he gets is these same type of colorization stress values that the nacreous or iridescent clouds have. Same thing. It's the same thing, guys. He calls it photoelasticity. And that's exactly what's happening. Now, why would that be happening if I were to take, I'm going to show you a video in a second here, if I were to take a camera mounted with a polarizing filter and hold up something plastic, if I held this up to the sky, on a blue sky, with a polarizing filter mounted in my camera, I would get that same effect. So where's the other polarizing filter coming from? Where's the backlit polarization coming from? Well, obviously the glass sky, right? Let me see if I can find that one. Here we go. Look at that. This guy's holding up a plastic hanger against the sky with a polarizing filter mounted to his camera lens. Why is the photoelasticity happening? It can only be happening if there's a backlit polarization happening, and that's because there's a glass sky that's creating the polarization. The glass sky, the polarization of the sky has been proven. It's been studied. Okay, even bees orientate themselves because of the polarization of the glass sky. So when the sun is at different angles, especially when it goes down low, when it sets or when it rises, that's when we get these nacreous clouds. Find that one. That's when we get these, even after the sun sets. So I'm going to draw this little diagram for you. I'm going to show you how it really works. So we need, in order for us to see these nacreous clouds, these mother of pearl clouds, these iridescent clouds, we need to have the cloud sandwiched between two polarizers, okay? And so since we're not, when normally we're not viewing these clouds through a polarizing filter, when we see them in the sky, there's got to be another source of the polarization, and that's because the sunlight is bending. This is the concave Earth, remember, guys. And so at 90 degrees, like say, the sunset would be about here, but once it starts going past, I'm saying it's going this way, but just reverse everything. If this were the west and this was the east, and it's setting as it goes this way, so it's more than 90 degrees, the sunlight bends around, and once it passes through the glass sky, this would be the glass sky, the light gets polarized. So the redness is showing the polarization of the light, and then it curves around back, and then it hits through the bottom of the cloud and then rises back up again. So that's why we get photoelasticity, or the mother of pearl, or the rainbow effect of the nacreous clouds, because we have the polarized light coming from the bottom and it's being projected against the top of the sky, which is already, as you know, glass. So we have polarizer from below and polarizer from above. The same thing as this guy's doing here with his camera. Same effect.
Okay, guys? They call it Rayleigh scattering, whatever you want to call it, but the main reason why light is being polarized in the sky is because there is glass. There's a polarizing glass in the sky. Raman studied the glass sky, understood that the glass sky has the Libyan desert glass. See, the Libyan desert glass in Egypt are pieces of the glass sky that fell down long ago. Tektites are pieces of the glass sky too. There's so much proof that there's a glass sky within the concave Earth. So when he studied this glass sky, he found out that there's linear polarization happening within the Libya desert glass samples. And so that's right there, guys. Thanks for watching.
Okay, a lot of people have been asking me about this ice halo that's captured above the Red River in New Mexico. It's very simple, guys. Simply the glass in the sky, because of the cold weather, the ice crystals are more numerous, more abundant, and they're creating the caustics. Go to Google, type in glass, caustic, sunlight, and you will get the same exactamundo effect. Because there's glass in the sky in the concave Earth, that's why it's happening. So, you know, we got the U.S. National Weather. They all will not admit the simplicity of the glass sky causing the caustics in the atmosphere. Okay? You got this Dabu 7. Whoa, look at a pretty picture. Glass.
The sundog. What is the sundog? What causes the sundog? Well, in this video, I will attempt to explain to you why there is actually a sundog in the sky. Let's first go to Wikipedia, and let's see what Wiki says about the sundog. Sundogs or sundogs, mock suns or phantom suns, scientific name parhelia, are an atmospheric phenomenon that consists of a pair of bright spots on either side of the sun, often co-occurring with a luminous ring, known as a 22-degree halo. Just interesting that they would call it a phenomenon. In other words, a mystery. I don't know really how it forms. Sundogs are a member of a large family of halos created by light interacting with ice crystals. In the atmosphere, sundogs typically appear as two subtly colored patches of light to the left and right of the sun, approximately 22 degrees distant, and at the same elevation above the horizon as the sun. They can be seen anywhere in the world during any season, but they are not always obvious or bright. Sundogs are best seen and are most conspicuous when the sun is close to the horizon. Okay, guys. Sundogs are commonly caused by the refraction of light from plate-shaped hexagonal ice crystals. So they're saying the cause of the sundogs are from plate-shaped hexagonal ice crystals. Well, if that were truly the case, if there was no other material causing the sundogs, just ice crystals and the sun, you wouldn't have this perfectly round circular ring around it for one thing. And the ice crystals are dumb. In other words, they don't have intellect, so they cannot choreograph themselves to form this circle. It's the same thing with rainbow. The problem with their explanation of rainbows.
So what is really happening here is there is a glass sphere. There's a glass sphere up in the sky, and it's reflective, and it uses the ice crystals as a surface of projection. Let's go back to my 3D program, and I'll show you how I have this set up. We have a light source in the center, and we have two sunducks. Alright. You rotate that light a little bit. As you can see, if I move it around, it creates a ring, doesn't it? It creates a ring. Okay, let's go to my wireframe mode to show you how I have this set up. Zoom out a little bit. This black circle sphere is the glass transparent reflective sphere. And where's my camera? My camera is actually inside the sphere. And the light is outside the sphere. There's a lot of ways in which you can adjust this. Let's move the camera outside of the sphere and see what happens. Go back to VPR. And, okay, I have a lens flare attached to this light source. Let's turn that lens flare off just so we can have some more clarity here. Okay. Alright, so we still have the same effect with the camera outside the sphere. So, rotate that light a little bit, same effect. There's our sundogs. There's our light source and our sundogs. Isn't that interesting, guys? Just another piece of evidence that there's glass in the sky. There's a glass ball in the sky within the concave Earth.
Look at this. Hey, everybody, let us know your article. Look at this article. It's a recent article, too. It says a simple optical phenomenon that no one's figured out yet. Nobody has figured this out. Not the brightest geniuses in cosmology have figured out. What a Bottlinger rings. The article goes on to say most of us have seen halos around the sun. We know why they happen. And then there are Bottlinger's rings. No one has figured out why they exist. Nobody. It's not unusual when traveling by plane to look down and see the sun reflecting off a cloud below you. This little patch of reflected brightness is called a subsun. Sometimes you'll see a circular halo around the subsun, and sometimes, without knowing it, you'll see an atmospheric mystery. Shut up. Circular halos are fairly common, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now listen up, guys. Why? Shut up, phone. Why do they say nobody's figured out Bottlinger rings? Why? I guess they don't understand there's glass in the sky. Duh. Also, that darker part, that circular darker part, that's due to a polarization effect caused by the glass sky, caused by the birefringent glass sky. But I was talking about the dark area within the circle. Because sometimes if you look up in the sky, you see this halo, this 20-degree halo. The area that's within the halo, the sky area, gets darker. The reason why it gets darker is because that's how polarizing filters work in glass lenses. And we know that the sky has a slight polarization to it because it has birefringence that was found in the Libyan desert glass in Egypt. It has a weak birefringence to it. So at certain angles, the way the sun is turned upon the glass sky at certain times, it's going to darken the sky slightly. So that's why that area within the halo is dark. It's a polarizing effect. They'll never tell you that. Now, Bottlinger rings. Let's look at some of these Bottlinger rings. Well, look at that. You know what Bottlinger rings are?
that there's glass in the sky. It's very simple.
Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god! Double rainbow all the way across the sky! Oh my god! What does this mean?
You got the celestial sphere, alright? You got the sun glass sphere, you got the moon glass sphere, and you got the 100-kilometer glass sphere, you got the Earth. Okay, we got the phi ratio curve going. Got the centripetal convergence force. We also have the phi ratio going the other way, the centrifugal divergent force.
When you're outside's in, inside out, and your downside's up.
There's a sweet spot here. That's where phase conjugation is happening. Phase conjugation, or wave coherence, or negative refraction. There are graphite ribbons in the glass. Okay, so what we have here, if you understand how the rainbows actually work, it's not raindrops, it can't be raindrops. If we have a sun, let's say the sun is right over here. Okay, it's coming from the octahedron. It's shining its light. So this light beam that's going to go through this first glass, it's going to refract correctly, positively. So it's going to bend, the refraction is going to bend it slightly. So the red and the violet. You notice that the red is bent less than the violet. That's how it works. So, but since it goes through a negative refraction, a reversal in polarity, I guess, it's going to refract the other way now. So we have the violet going like that, and we have the red going like that. And then they, once again, they resolve again at the end. So this area here, that's where the moon resides. So that's why we get the negative refraction. So it's exhibited in the secondary rainbow. The secondary rainbow, okay, if we have the initial rainbow here, let's say if the initial primary rainbow, the red is going to be on the outside, right? And the violet's going to be on the inside. Terrible rainbow. But the secondary rainbow, it's less bright. This is the moon sphere. It's reversing. There's a reversal in effect. That's why we have a reversal in the secondary rainbow. It's because of the negative refraction, the phase conjugation, the wave coherence. This is where the phi ratio, where the centripetal and the centrifugal forces, they converge, and they have this harmonious play with each other. And with the graphite ribbons in the glass, it reverses everything. That's why the moon, when the moon gets farther away from us, when the moon is over here, as opposed to over here, this is the actual perigee, even though it's farther away. It will enlarge. And it will shrink when it gets closer to us. It's the exact reversal of how we view things. So, secondary rainbow is proof positive that there's glass in the sky and that there is negative refraction at play. Welcome to the inside of Ellis. One little correction. I have to reverse. This is the actual centripetal force. It converges upward, so I had them reversed. So this is the centrifugal divergent force. Fugal. Divergence. So, but they're still going to cross her. There's still going to be a sweet spot where there's wave coherence and a negative refraction. The graphite ribbons in the glass sky cause it to reverse.
I want to talk more about quadruple rainbows. There's actually two sets of double rainbows. The glass sky has been found to have birefringence in it by taking samples of the Libyan desert glass, which are remnants of a shattered glass sky that happened long ago in Egypt, the Libyan desert in Egypt. A guy called Rahman, back in 1950, he found that it has weak birefringence. Now, birefringence, as I mentioned before, is when the light ray goes through a crystal or glass medium and it splits. Okay, it has the ordinary ray, and then it has this extraordinary ray. They call it an ordinary and an extraordinary. The ordinary ray is going parallel. I'm sorry, it's going perpendicular to the axis. And then the extraordinary is going slightly parallel, not quite parallel, but almost. And so that's what causes the shift. You'll notice here in the quadruple rainbow, there are 4 bows, okay? You have the ordinary bow and the other secondary part of the ordinary bow, and then you have the extraordinary bow and the secondary part of the extraordinary bow. And what I believe is that the ordinary bow, the glass sky, because it has a top and a bottom surface to it, it actually casts at certain angles. It casts 2 bows. Normally, you only see the main rainbow. However, sometimes at different angles of sunlight, it's projected onto water vapor in the sky. The water vapor is not the source of the rainbow. It's the actual white light of the sun being dispersed through the glass sky. It's breaking up into the spectrum. That's why it's bowed in the first place. It's actually more correctly called a sun bow, not really a rainbow. It's just like if you hold a flashlight to water vapor, or you hold a flashlight to a white wall. Okay? The wall is not creating the rainbow. It's actually the light, the dispersed light of the lens of the flashlight. So the lens in the sky is dispersing the light. It's casting it onto the reflective water vapor. So that's why we have rainbows. The rainbows were created after the flood. Genesis 9:13 says, when you see the rainbow, it's a promise that the earth won't be flooded again, because the rainbow is a result of the glass sky which compressed the atmosphere and pushed the waters down. It's all scientific. This has been suppressed big time, and now it's finally being out in the open. Now it's so easy to understand. Okay? Birefringence. Okay, why rainbows get clipped? A flat earther was asking me that question. I'll leave him nameless out of dignity. I don't want to shame him too much. Flat earthers don't understand, as well as convex earthers, they don't understand that light bends. Light has been proven to bend. You can go out and do your own tests and realize. I refer back to Wild Heretic's article about the bending of light, where Wilhelm Martin studied the curvature of light. So light is bending within the earth. Okay, I made a previous graphic about rainbows. I didn't explain why they clipped, though. I'm going to do that now. So the sunlight is being bent around, it's being dispersed through the glass sky, and it's being projected, okay? It gets dispersed, it gets polarized. So going in to illustrate it here, I made another graphic showing, okay, so here's the sun here. It's approaching sunset. Let's say it's 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And it projects different, well, let's say, different columns of light from wherever you are, whatever vantage point you are. Let's say, like if you're over here, you're going to see the sun ring, the direct sun right over there. So if you're way over here, more extreme to the sun, you are going to see the rainbow or the sunbow. It's actually called this. It's really a sunbow. When you are in between the clouds and the sunlight, right? So the reason why you're only seeing a partial bow is because the sunlight comes around. It cannot bend enough at ground level, so it gets clipped like that. However, if you rise up higher, let's say in an airplane at that same vertical height, you will see the full sunbow. And I can go back here and I can show you. See, once the light gets past the glass, it's going to be dispersed and it's going to be polarized. So if you're in an airplane, you've seen this before, pictures of this. It projects the shadow of the plane, and there's a rainbow or a glory or a sunbow circling the shadow of the plane. That's because the plane is between the sunlight and the cloud, and obviously it's bathed within the dispersed light. So that's the reason why rainbows get clipped like that. Okay.
Are you a heliocentric gravitational bullshit spinner moron? If you are, you would have to accept the traditional explanation of why a comet is happening, and you'll have to say that it's divided up into a dust tail and a ion tail, because these comets just have a never-ending supply of dust. It just keeps leaking dust wherever it goes, because they're billions of miles away, and they're just splitting up like that because, well, they just like to split up like that. And even though they're completely oblivious to what we observe with natural phenomenon, with lensing aberration and lensing distortion, which has glass as the imaging catalyst, which actually creates the distortion. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Ever since the dawn of time, when man has been trying to figure out why comets are forming, they neglected one very, very, very important element: glass in the sky. Glass. Here's a bullshit documentary, The Comet's Tail. Kind of funny that they call it The Comet's Tail, because it is fiction. It's fiction, guys. It's fiction. It's fiction. What is a comet? Look at this. What is a comet? Facts. Facts about comets. Let me know. I really want to know what comets are. You gonna tell me? Comets are balls of snow, ice, and dust that orbit the sun. Most of them spend all their time at very edges of the solar system. They have long oval orbits that can take hundreds of years to complete. If the comet travels close to the sun, it warms up. The snow and ice turn to gas, which along with loosened dust erupt from the comet's surface and stream out to form two long tails. T-A-L-E-S. These comets can be seen as bright streaks in the night sky if they pass close to the Earth. Dust. Gas. How about no? How about lens aberration? How about coma aberration? You know what coma aberration in photography is, guys? Coma aberration. Let's take a look at coma aberration. This guy is actually shining a light source through a glass lens, and the angle of the incident light source, it's an off-axis angle. It's going to be an oblique angle, so it's going to create an aberration on the screen here.
The image, and it's away from the optical image.
Let's see him tilt it. Oh, look, he's going to tilt it now. What's happening? Look at that. Right there, you see that? That's called coma. It actually has a term in photography. It's called coma. Coma, or chromatic aberration. It creates a tail. Chromatic aberration. It's a real effect. Coma in optics. The chromatic aberration, refers to aberration inherent to certain optical designs due to imperfection in the lens or other components that results in off-axis point sources, such as stars appearing distorted, appearing to have a tail, coma, like comet. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is glass in the sky, and the sunlight wraps around and it shines on these comet objects. It gets filtered through the glass. There's a birefringent quality, I've told you before in my videos, to the glass, which will split up the tail into two different projections, two different tails, and it's creating a coma optical effect due to the glass. That's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it is. It's an off-axis focal point. So it's creating a tail. Look at this, Catalina comet. They didn't want to talk too much about the Catalina comet last year, because normally their comets, the tail is opposite the sun, but this particular comet, had the tails going in almost the exact opposite direction. You know why that's happening? Coma aberration. there's actually another term. It's called tangential astigmatism, or sagittal astigmatism. Let me find that tab. First off, it talks about chromatic aberration. I mentioned that before, why the stars have a red shifting to them or a blue shifting. It's a fringe effect because the stars are behind glass, behind a damaged glass before. As I told you before about that due to the flood. Okay, so we have a damaged glass sky up that's encompassing the celestials, the stars within the celestial sphere. But then we also have, I believe there's actually at least 2 more glass spheres. One that's enveloping the sun and the planets, and then the one at 100 kilometers high. So we have chromatic aberration. I've already explained to you that. Chromatic aberration. Let's see, we get the fringing effect going on. That's what's happening, guys. You're still going to get chromatic aberration with some of these SCT telescopes that claim to not produce chromatic aberration. Like I showed you in a video before, about a year ago, how you will see the shadow of Jupiter's moon on Jupiter, and there's going to be a fringe. That was looking through a telescope that claims to not produce chromatic aberration because there's glass in the sky. Don't tell anybody. They'll think you're crazy. Monochromatic aberration. What I want to get to is chromatic aberration, right there. Just coma is named for its comet-like shape. Occurs when light from a single source entering at the edge of a lens is not projected at the same size as light entering the center of the lens. Okay, so you're going to get an off-axis shifting of the focal point of light, creating a divergence in the light and making a tail. Alright, so we talked about that. So chromatic aberration, coma. You can see this on street lights. I'll pull up some of the images I pulled up in Photoshop. There we go. There's right there. It's chromatic aberration. In photography, looking through this lens, this photographic lens, the edges of the lens are going to actually create this chromatic aberration depending on the f-stop that you use. Some more pictures of chromatic aberration. This is chromatic aberration. There's at least, you got 6 or 7 different classes of aberration here. We got coma, tangential astigmatism. That's what I wanted to talk about as well. Then you got coma plus astigmatism on the right there, or sagittal astigmatism. Some of these comets look like they even have like 3 tails. How's that working for you, Newton, Neil deGrasse? How's your comets working out for you with your gas? Are you running out of gas? Are you running out of dust? So we got tangential and sagittal astigmatism. Astigmatism causes point light sources at the edge of the frame to appear to stretch in line. Astigmatism can occur in 2 directions dependent on the direction that the light is spread. So we got some of these comets exhibiting tangential astigmatism. It's right there, guys. The comet is like a dead giveaway. There's glass in the sky, and the Earth is concave, cellular. Oh, look, here's some tangential astigmatism appearing at the corners here. Comet Catalina. We got 3 tails here. Here's one with 3 tails. So we got some tangential astigmatism with some coma aberration on the glass. Separated by the birefringence, separating it into the different wavelengths of colors. That would make sense too. There's birefringence in Libyan desert glass, so we know it's made out of. It has a birefringent quality to it. Look at this. Comet Catalina is actually exhibiting. The tails are like they're swirling around. It's like a clock. It's like you got the minute hand in the second hand. Or the hour hand in the minute hand. They're just like swirling around there. How is that happening? Oh wait, I know. This is your explanation. It's just perspective. So we get 2 tails pointing in different directions. In the case of Catalina, we see it at an angle that makes it look like they point in opposite directions. Bullshit. You're full of shit. Don't let them bullshit you with their word salad, sophistry, bullshit answers why comets appear in the sky. Unbelievable. See, I made this comet in my shower here with a glass
Curved too.
using chromatic aberration, shining a flashlight through glass, creating the coma. That's right there. Now, but the sun here on the top, and the light, actually, it's going to be radiating around, bending around like that. The sunlight can either be coming through the lower glass and going back up again to create the splitting, the coma aberration effect, or, like I said before, the sun could be in its own glass chamber, tabernacle, as Psalm 19 would say. It's in its own tabernacle, so it's possible that the light is emanating through this glass tabernacle, and it's creating the coma aberration because the incident angle of the light is hitting like that. They also talk about coma aberration being apparent in mirrored reflecting telescopes with a parabolic mirror as opposed to a spherical mirror. A parabolic mirror is not going to be completely circular. It's going to be more like a parabola, and so that coincides with how I told you before how the glass sky is flexing throughout the day. It's not a perfect sphere because of the pressure and the lack thereof, and it's creating the tides that way. And there's magnetite in the glass, and it's being attracted by the moon and the sun. It's all right there, guys. And so we can have nested concentric spheres. It's all right there. Coma aberration. Coma, okay, the orbit of the planets. Now, these comets obviously have a very long cycle, maybe 80, 90 years or whatever. And so most of the time they're going to spend their orbit very close to the sun, where they're not being seen by the sun because of the way the sun emanates out like that, possibly. But they're, for some reason, they're staying up higher, where you're not going to get the incident angle, the obliqueness of the light hitting it. And so, but when they do descend over time and they get closer, I believe that when they get closer to the glass sky at 100 kilometers high, that's when the sunlight, the oblique angle of the sunlight hits them. And that's when it creates the coma aberration. And then it goes back up again via convection. I believe it's convection. So it's like a temperature ascending and descending effect. It's all cyclical, all right there within the Earth, behind the glass. Comets. Can you believe all the shit you guys swallowed? I swallowed too. I mean, we were taught this bullshit in school. Dirty snowballs. Fucking idiots. They know about this, guys. Of course they know about this. The Masons. Come on. Don't be stupid anymore. The easiest answer. Occam's razor is there's glass in the sky and the earth is concave. It's very simple. It's very simple to understand. Everything explained with the glass sky that they couldn't explain before. Remember? Tektites. Remember the mystery of tektites? It's very simple. Pieces of the glass firmament. It's a mystery to them, though. Obviously, Megacryometeors, Bottlinger's rings. That's all right there, guys. And comets. Comets. Okay, look at this one here. Look at curved light. I mean, it's right there. Why is a comet's tail curved? Because light is bending. It's a hard surface. The reason why you're bouncing radio signals off of the ionosphere is because it is a hard surface. If it was just a plasma cloud, it would not bounce. It would not reflect. It would just be absorbed. So many good reasons to understand. It's right there. It's hidden in plain sight. It's hidden. Well, it's not plain sight because it's transparent, but it's right there. Okay? It's the same way we see auroras. Auroras. Think of a plasma ball. Okay? The auroras are happening inside the glass, on the inner edge. Okay? There's plasma above the glass. The ions. The ionosphere. Okay? The light is interacting with the plasma. It's creating a surface, a canvas, to project the light onto, and it's curved. Chromatic aberration. It's right there, guys. It's right. This is it doesn't work in any other model. You need glass in the sky to see a comet. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. And it doesn't work if it's a dome over a flat pizza. That doesn't work. Sorry. We have an equidistant height of the bottom of auroras, the top of Sprites. It's all 100 kilometers. Radio wave propagation, Schumann resonance, all at 100 kilometers. It's our broken record here. Okay. Coma aberration, birefringence, ionized plasma, light, tangential astigmatism, or sagittal astigmatism. These are optical effects due to lens aberration with glass. Period. End of sentence. End of story. It's over. Concave cell Earth, glass sky. End of debate. We win. Thanks for watching.
Did John Lennon really use meaningless lyrics, confuse people who are reading too much into his songs, or is it possible he was gifted with the insight of seeing the universe? Across the universe, your inside is out and your outside is in. The higher you go, the deeper you fly. No longer spinning on the merry-go-round. No longer on the ball, but in the ball. Looking through a glass onion. Interesting lyric there. Let's imagine we are John for a moment here, and we're standing on a cast iron shore, looking up into the sun through a glass onion. Now, a cast iron skillet is both convex and concave depending on which side you're talking about. However, if you're standing on a cast iron shore filled with water, it can only mean you're standing on the concave side. Now, John sees the sun as if the light was being splayed out as it hit a glass sphere enveloping the sun. That's why Eddington and Einstein foolishly thought gravitational lensing displaced stars, having a series of reinforced laminated glass spheres. That's why we see the supernumerary rainbows, increasing the refraction, and the electromagnetism is bending the light to create the menorah effect as it wraps around and then converges out in front of the sun, creating an onion shape, looking through a glass onion. Also, at the top of the onion, it has the shape of a dovetail. Like a dovetail joint, there is a convergence area there that creates a dovetail. Interesting that the Holy Spirit symbol of the dove, a sure indicator that reveals direct sunlight is being pinched toward an area in front of the sun, is by seeing the red on the inner circles of both the 22nd and the 46th degree halos, indicating a negative index of refraction. Normally the red will be on the outer ring of a rainbow projected through glass. Hence, when the sun is behind us, the 22nd degree halo flips from a negative to a positive index of refraction, while the secondary rainbow remains negative. This reversal is indicative of bending light through glass with its direction of curvature and its sign of refraction, influenced by magnetism and phase conjugation. Now let's look at why Lady Madonna is trying to make ends meet. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the answer to the biggest mystery that helioseismologists face, and that is, where do the magnetic flux lines of the sun connect, if at all? Well, looky here, they got two onions in an interplanetary magnetic field. Ha! They say that through some process, as yet not fully understood, the sun's field must keep regenerating itself across 4.5 billion years of time.
Well, now that we know that we're living inside the Earth and the Sun is a magnet, and the circuit completes itself as it wraps around and gets sucked back into the celestial sphere with the octahedron in the center, sucking in the light again, reconnecting it, regenerating it, and then shooting it up to the north apex, where it once again emanates on the high arm of light and hits the back of the Sun, which I know you'll just have to take my word for it, is dark flat, and there are a series of collimated light rays hitting the diameter. Circuit complete. Loop complete. Arc complete. Fixing a hole in the ocean. What does that mean? Well, since Lady Madonna is trying to make ends meet, she can't quite make them meet at the celestial sphere, so there's a little hole in the celestial ocean. And it is the hole that is indicative of the dark region that creates the lunar eclipse, not the shadow of the Earth. This is how the phases of the moon work. This also creates an interesting beetle pattern of light. Libyan desert glass sacred scarab, anyone? The fool on the hill apparently resides there. Well, that's the part that fools you. The fool is not there. Even though John says he's living there still, that was intentional to confuse you. The fool is down here. The Joker. The fool. I'm the fool. What about bent back tulips? Seeing how the other half lives. What other half? What are you talking about, John? Oh, you mean heaven. Seeing how that lives. How the light from the sun hits the celestial sphere, especially when it's behind the sun. Almost as if tulip petals are being bent backwards. It's all there, ladies and gentlemen. The mystery is solved. Now you know the paths of light to the house thereof, where the fool is not there. The fool is here.
From above in Brooklyn, chunks of ice falling from the sky on an 80-degree day. The big question, where did it come from?
Well, this car was going 0 miles an hour when it got into an accident. A chunk of ice fell from out of the blue and crashed through its windshield while it was parked at a central Pennsylvania car dealership.
Okay, what we're looking at here, you can see, hopefully, I'm going to run the light along the beam here. There is what looks to be a 2x12 that is absolutely smashed from the top. You can see up there's a lighter portion on the skip sheathing where the beam has come away, where the joist has come away from the ceiling. This had to be an incredible impact. You can see the brake line.
Brian, this is like what was on the floor.
This is the piece that came.
Yeah.
I have to believe something that big, which we have to assume it's lost some mass in the heat, but
yeah. So there's
there's
another piece in the same.
It had to be going at an incredible rate of speed.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea where it came from. It's made a huge dent in the garden, but there's tufts of grass over there. It could have hit the house just behind us. It could have hit one of the kids at the door.
So I was sitting about 3 feet outside the kitchen door when I heard a huge, what sounded like an explosion. And I thought I was going to get up and look outside and see some horrific thing outside. I kind of turned to my left, which would have been towards the kitchen. And in that instant, the kitchen had been destroyed. I had beams hanging, ceiling had crashed in. Just unbelievable. And I was in shock, just speechless. I was too dumbfounded to be scared at that point.
Ice. But ice is our friend. We skate on it. We put it in our drinks. We use it to help relieve injured muscles. But no. This ice was not nice. It was huge. Just like this one. Weighing about 20 pounds. Imagine this crashing through your ceiling. So where in heaven's name did a piece of ice this size come from? basketball-sized piece of ice. Maybe Shaq O'Neal finally made a free throw.
It fell out of the sky. That's what a Cape Coral couple says this pile of ice, chunks, came from, scattered all over this neighborhood.
The couple says the impact, in fact, was so hard it left an indentation in the ground. 4 in Your Corner's Adam Pinsker trying to get to the bottom of this chilling mystery.
Patrick Amy, 4 in Your Corner weather expert Tony Sudiku says it is not hail since storm conditions that night were not present to create hail. Now, the man who discovered this mysterious ice says he heard it slam into the ground.
You heard it probably 10 seconds before it hit, and it got louder, and it sounded like a drone, just like something pushing past the air.
It was this pile of ice, the Cape Coral family says, crashed down through the darkness into a field near their home.
And it made a boom.
The impact leaving a slight indentation in the ground.
25, 26, 27.
And scattering large chunks of ice several feet from the impact zone.
Imagine if that came through somebody's house.
And we reached out to the National Weather Service, NOAA, and a professor at FGCU to find out where this ice may have come from, but we have yet to hear back from them, so it remains a mystery.
Mystery surrounds what happened to Tiffany Lamons and her husband.
He comes running in the house and tells me that I need to grab my phone and jump in the truck.
A quick drive around the neighborhood to investigate a crash landing.
They hit so hard that the ground is like dented in.
They shine a light to find this, a big chunk of ice in a crater on the ground.
We smelled it, and there was no smell whatsoever to it, so we're like, okay. Then we started Googling about it, trying to figure out what it could be.
Meet meteorologist David Jones. He has a theory that we are dealing with a whole new kind of weather phenomena that puts us all in potential danger.
They're not cosmic, they're not from space. The theory is that these great chunks of ice form very high in the upper atmosphere, above the level where most of normal day-to-day weather occurs.
Okay, this is where we need a good old-fashioned 6th grade science lesson. It's right here in the boundary region between the moist upper troposphere and the cold lower stratosphere where Jones believes the process of ice crystal formation starts. Wind shear, caused by the mixing of warm and cold air, creates powerful turbulence that is strong enough to keep ice bombs aloft as they grow.
And the growth of those ice crystals is supported by the turbulence. And the turbulence in this very moist air allows the crystals to grow, somewhat like hailstones do, until they're so heavy that the strong winds can't support them and they fall to the ground.
Alright, I'm going to refer back to this article written by James Donahue a few years back called Massive Blocks of Ice from Nowhere. And what he does, just briefly, in a little synopsis here, he explains where there has been reported mysterious, huge blocks of ice that fell mysteriously from a clear blue sky in most instances. And, of course, today, the traditional, conventional scientific mind or research or world cannot simply understand the easy answer to the mysterious origin, where these come from. They come from the top of the glass sky, like I've been telling you for the past, 12 years, 13 years now, where there's a mantle of ice, a sheet of ice that's adhered to the glass sky at 100 kilometers high. It's very, very important for people to understand this. Nobody else within the alternative Earth theory movement is even mentioning the Megacryometeors, the large blocks of ice that fell from the sky. Just go ahead and do a little simple YouTube search. Type in Megacryometeors. Type in flat Earth. See how many responses. See how many different videos talk about that. But in this article, I'll just read it for a little bit here. Somewhere along my journalistic career, I got interested in Great Lakes shipwreck lore and spent time combing through old news clippings in industry libraries between Buffalo and Duluth. My research, I started collecting stories about strange and unexplained happenings that I thought of one day condensing into a book. One of the stories was about an event that happened to several vessels just off the coast of Chicago one summer afternoon in the late 19th century. They were all slammed by a storm of giant blocks of ice that fell out of a cloudless sky. While nobody was apparently hurt, the sailors that came into port were anxious to tell their stories, show the damage of the deck and sail, and when they were close enough, bring ashore still unmelted pieces of ice, as proof it really happened. I thought of that old story when I noticed accounts in internet news links about some contemporary falls of large chunks of ice. In January 2002, priests at the Salesian monastery in L'Aquila, Italy, heard a loud noise and found a large chunk of ice weighing over 4 pounds on their patio. The same day, a man was reportedly struck on the head by a 2-pound block of ice from the sky in Ancona, Italy. The report said that within a 10-day period the same month, more than a dozen reports were received about large pieces of ice, some as large as basketballs and weighing up to 9 pounds, fell in various locations in Spain. In Surrey, England, a man said he was walking through a park when he heard a shistling sound overhead. Seconds later, a large chunk of ice fell out of a clear blue sky and crashed into the soft ground, shattering it to pieces over a 50-foot wide area. The man said the ice dug a hole a foot deep into the earth. In Charleston, South Carolina, a chunk of ice half the size of a car, fell out of the sky, ripped through the roof of an automobile dealership, and flattened the roof of a new car parked inside the building. The spokesman for the fire department said the ice put a 3-foot hole in the roof. Like the other falls, this one occurred in January of 2002. Theories as to the origin of the big blocks of ice has ranged from the effects of global warming to discharges of wastewater from aircraft flying high overhead. But an examination of the ice that fell last year in Italy and Spain revealed this was comprised of pure and nearly distilled water. The global warming theory is also ruled out by the stories that have been passed down to us from the past, like my old news clippings from the boat captains of the Great Lakes in the 1880s. There have been some spectacular ice falls in the past, way before the invention of aviation, mind you. In the late 1700s, a chunk of ice as big as an elephant, reportedly fell on Seringapatam, India. It was so large it took 3 days to melt. In 1802, a lump of ice fell in Hungary that had a volume of 18 cubic feet. In 1849, a block of ice that was estimated to weigh half a ton fell on the Balvulich farm in Ord, Scotland. It measured about 20 feet in diameter. Observers said it was crystal clear, although made up of many cubes and diamond-shaped hunks of ice that seemed to be fused together. A carpenter working on a roof in Kempten, West Germany in 1951 was struck and killed by a 6-foot-long rod of solid ice. Edwin Groff of Burnville, Pennsylvania, watched as a 50-pound white globe of ice crashed on his property in 1957. A few seconds later, a second ball of ice, half the size of the first, smashed into his flower bed a few yards from where he was standing. The roof of the Phillips Petroleum Plant in Woods Cross, Utah, was punctured by a 50-pound block of ice in 1965. In October 1991, a 20-pound mass of ice smashed through the roof,
and landed in the kitchen at the home of Mrs. Mavis Anderson in West Yorkshire, England. Then on June 26, 1985, a 1,500-pound sheet of ice dropped into the backyard at a home in Hartford, Connecticut. David Menke of the Copernican Observatory and Planetarium told reporters the ice was about 6 feet long and 8 inches thick. He said a young boy was playing nearby but was not hurt. So is there any point to this story? No more than there seems to be a point to the falling ice. It has remained a mystery for as long as it has been happening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have been following me or following my videos for the past, I don't know, dozens of years or whatever, you will realize that I am the only salient individual who's actually talking about the true origin of where these ice chunks are coming from. I mentioned before that Tunguska was most probably a large chunk of ice that fell down from the glass sky in Siberia in 1908. And they are continuing to fall. And I do believe that what is being reported in the news is only scratching the surface, the tip of the iceberg, if you will, of the amount of ice chunks that do fall where nobody even knows they've fallen, maybe in the middle of the ocean somewhere or in a desert or whatever. They just keep on falling. They just keep on falling. And they're not coming from aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming from the top of the glass sky. The underside of the glass sky, actually. There's no other explainable, rational theory to their origin. Ladies and gentlemen, you are inside the spherical concave Earth. And after the time of the global flood that happened over 4,400 years ago, sand that fell down from heaven along with the water, there's a celestial sphere above in the middle of the Earth. It fused together in the ionosphere, creating this glass bubble in the sky. That is what actually compressed the atmosphere and caused the ocean, the floodwaters, to abate, to lower, because of the compression. That's why humans cannot live as long compared to the time of pre-flood civilization. That's why they cannot live as big either, because there's less oxygen in the atmosphere. It has been diluted with the nitrogen that formerly stayed above the oxygen in pre-flood times.
Where does the Megacryometeor come from? Does it come from airplanes? No, Megacryometeors have been recorded to fall for centuries prior to the invention of aviation. They are not dyed blue as ice from plane lavatories are. They have fallen in some areas where there is no flight path. The aviation industry has developed sophisticated anti-icing equipment so ice does not build up on the plane. Airplanes is ruled out for the origin of Megacryometeors. Does it come from wind shear? Megacryometeors have been reported to weigh over 1,500 pounds. The weak tropopause wind cannot support bobbing ice chunks this size. So there's one meteorologist named David Jones who thinks it's coming from the tropopause wind shear. No, David. You're a shill. Is it coming from star water? Comets, perhaps? The thermosphere heats up to over 2,000 degrees Celsius. Any comet from space would burn up as it entered the atmosphere before it reached the ground. It would have to be over 1 million times the size of an average-sized Megacryometeor and easily detectable by astronomers. No, it's not coming from any comet or star water. That's not where it's coming from. The only explanation is that it is coming from a mantle, a sheet of ice that's connected to a literal glass ceiling to the sky 100 kilometers high. Earth is hollow, stationary, and concave. It contains the tiny sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars. We live inside it.
At 100 kilometers high, there is a convex glass ceiling to the sky with a sheet of ice adhered to it. On clear, hot days, a piece of ice routinely falls down. This falling ice is indicative of world decimation. World decimation because the Earth is stationary and the Sun revolves around inside the Earth, and the Sun is magnetically powered and can't stop. It has stopped before. When it stopped before, large chunks of ice fall to the ground. When it stops again, will be the final day and the final hour, and decimation will happen. Learn what to do. Understand the powers that be are ordained of God, and they have dug out deep underground military bases for people to take refuge in. Follow me, understand what's going on, people. The kingdom of God is at hand. Thank you.
But you know what? I think it's just too little too late, because I'm not getting the views, and it's going to catch virtually everybody by surprise when the sun stops and the ice falls. So I tried. Okay, this guy's in England, Oakley Green, just outside of London. Lucky to be alive. This was on the 16th of February. It's only a little Tupperware bowl filled with ice chunks. There's his roof. Yada, yada, yada. What do they say? Oh, well, it could be a plane, the Civil Aviation Authority, blah, 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 blah. CAA is unable to investigate the potential origin of the icefall, blah, blah, blah. Sure, they are unable to investigate the potential origin of an icefall. It's not coming from the plane. Okay, keep in mind, even though it might be in a flight path, keep in mind it's a more likely scenario that the vibrations of the rumble of the jet engines are simply ascending up to the 100-kilometer level and jarring loose a chunk of ice that is attached to the glass sky. I mean, come on, people. That's why they spray the skies, to prevent the heat from rising. But, yeah, the rumbling of the jet engines is probably going to cause it. Now, I just got this Google alert here from Calgary. Calgary, Canada. A chunk of ice falls from a plane and crashes through the roof. Let's listen to the lady of the house.
Scary. Yeah.
Go back a little bit
Well,
here.
we're sitting in the living room watching the hockey game, and all of a sudden we heard this big bang and all this stuff There falling. was ice all over the There was ground. ice and all kinds of debris, that came.
Let the sky fall.
That's insane.
And how long have you lived in this house?
42 years.
Obviously nothing like this has happened before.
But it's only in the last few years that the flight path has come over the house.
And there's quite a few planes that do fly over it.
Constantly.
Yeah, constant. Okay, well, there you go.
Scary.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it came in as an explosion.
Okay, well, there you go. A constant flow of airlines going over a specific path all the time. Yeah, that's going to cause a lot of rumbling and jarred loose. Yeah, come on, think about it, people. That's probably why they alternate their flight routes, because of jarring a chunk of ice attached to the glass sky 100 kilometers high. That's why they do it. That's why they change them around, because they know it's up there. It's not coming from the airplane, people. Okay? So, yeah, now what are they going to do? I bet you bottom dollar, if you look into this, they are going to change their flight path. It's no longer going to go over this lady's house anymore. I bet you bottom dollar on it. So, there you go. That's why it's happening. We had 2 sightings this month. There's a hole in the ceiling, right there, right there. And we're living in oblivion, people. I mean, I've done my part. Okay, look at this. I got a whole playlist here. 67 videos. 67 videos calling out all these different sightings. There's one in India, but, I don't get the views. 963? Come on. Here's one in, love the song. Chicken Little tells you that the sky is falling. Right? Call me back again, I bet you would, my friend. Okay, this one's in Pennsylvania. Car dealership, remember this one? Bam! Right through the windshield of a Kia Soul. Right through the Soul. I mean, they're all over. All over the place. This one I'm talking about chemtrails and why they're spraying the skies. It's all there, guys. The hail's gonna sweep away the refugee eyes. It's gonna be, I mean, seriously, what else can I do? Nobody's listening. Just a very, very small few. Small percentage of people are listening Talk about ionospheric heaters, the Luxembourg effect, why they're doing that. I believe they're trying to actually seal the cracks of the ice that are attached to the glass sky. What else? There's so much else here. You can connect. Oh, this is a video I made where an actual piece of glass falls down from the sky. Got the Tunguska effect. That's probably what happened there. Megacryometeor hits Chicagoland. Actually contacted this guy.
Bam! This time another Megacryometeor fell. This time in my hometown of Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, 1,500 people. And probably only half of them believe me.
I'm here to shame the lientists. The lientists like Jesus Martinez Frias, like
I'm calling out these scientists who actually study megacryometeors.
David Jones, like A. Delgado, like F. Rull. These are the professionals in the study of megacryometeors.
Calling them out in their hypocrisy. You know, they're trying to tell you that's formulating in the troposphere. No, they're not formulating in the troposphere. They're crystallizing there. Okay, at the mesopause level, at almost 100 kilometers, that's where the ice is amorphous. It's clear and transparent. When a piece of jar is loose, it descends, gets warmer, and crystallizes in the troposphere. That's why they say they're forming in the troposphere. They're not forming in the troposphere. They're just simply crystallizing in the troposphere. I'd call up, remember I initially called up Richard Cohen from NASA. He didn't even know what megacryometeors were. I called up this guy. He was supposedly a scientist from not that. This one over here. This one. He was supposedly a scientist from Langmoir, and he didn't even know what scientists. Scientists. He didn't even know what megacryometeors were either. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Chemtrail people, let me issue a little clarity into your complaining situation. I was watching this video. This is a video that says that a secret chemtrail pilot speaks. Okay, this is a psychological operation. You know what that is? They are leaking out these bullshit stories to you, tinfoil, conspiracy, chemtrail, theorist heads. Here's my response. Okay, what they did is this guy's reading a letter. He's saying it's credible, saying it's from a credible source, and it's somebody who's a pilot. Who's who's spraying chemtrails, and as Jack Nicholson would say, you cannot handle the truth. The majority of the populace does not even understand that there is a glass sky above our heads, let alone that we live inside the concave earth, let alone that there's a mantle of ice connected to that glass, let alone that huge catastrophic events like Tunguska in the past was a result of a large patch of this ice from the top of the glass sky falling down and destroying a good, 100-mile radius or something like that. And because of the advent of modern technology, factories, car emissions, whatever, we have a lot of heat rising up to the sky. A lot of frickin' heat. Anthropogenic heat. So you can't accept that. You can't understand that. You can't handle the truth. So what they do, the military, is they leak out bullshit Psyop informants, whistleblowers that lead you off the trail. Wow, that's fucking incredible when the chem heads believe hearsay that the actual chemtrails, which correlate to fire suppressants, poor conditioned masses, they are spraying to keep the man-made heat from rising to the top of the sky, which has a layer of ice adhered to a sheet of glass. You are in the concave earth. Welcome. They intentionally had this Psyops guy fuck with your mind. Why? Because it's better to have a controlled minority in opposition than a mass panic of people knowing they are in the concave earth and there is a tenuous ice sheet at 100 kilometers attached to the glass ceiling about to collapse and devastate. That is warming up every day. As long as they can control you idiots into thinking some huge, outrageous, nefarious conspiracy. This guy is talking about now they're actually going to be spraying these invisible chemtrails. It's like the king with no robe, or the emperor's new robe. He's wearing a fucking invisible robe. You're going to get, oh my god, it's invisible now. We don't even know where it's coming from. Wake up, people. And let's see. They can continue to protect this country. See, their job is to serve and protect you people. And to shield you from the truth. Because you can't handle, like a parent telling a child in Santa Claus will give them presents. You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. That can continue to protect this country from falling megacryometeors without much resistance, because this story is so fucking outlandish that the general public won't give it a second notice, and it will only continue to sequester you chem heads from being taken seriously by anybody with common sense. Government's top priority is to protect their own countries, not poison them without any good reason of the potential greater harm if they do nothing about it. They also have to treat you as children, lie to you in order to mitigate the public panic. Grow the fuck up, you idiots, and realize what the hell is really going on. Concave Earth, glass sky, ice sky, anthropogenic heat suppression, Tunguska event prevention. Imagine one of these fucking ice shelves fell on Chicago. It would fucking annihilate the whole metropolitan area. They're there to serve and protect. If you only knew, you fucking retards. Poor condition masses, all, I repeat, all the chemicals found in chemtrails are found in apparatus that suppress fire. U.S. patent. Where's that patent? Tenuous. It's all freaking there, guys. Look at this. Strontium, magnesium, calcium, strontium, barium, aluminum, potassium, all in the apparatus to protect, to suppress fires. Same chemicals found in the frickin' rainwater and chemtrails. Same frickin' chemicals. Same. Strontium, aluminum, magnesium. Magnesium is there for the endothermic reaction. Endothermic. Okay, look at this. Look at this. All of them. Magnesium, calcium, hydroxide, strontium hydroxide, barium, aluminum, and potassium, all found in chemtrails. So they're using it to suppress the rising heat, not to reflect it away, not to poison you intentionally without any good reason of the potential dangers, without doing nothing if they do not spray. Come on, people. Come on. Really? Wise up. Come on. Really? Come on, people. They even got their little fucking memes. You don't fucking understand. Of course there's chemicals. Of course they're spraying the skies with chemicals. But since you have a fucking confirmation bias reason of understanding and a hell-bent understanding, oh yeah, our own government, they want to kill off our people. They want to poison our people. Yeah. No, they want to protect. They're there to serve and protect. And also to protect you from the truth, because you can't handle the truth. You'd cause a massive, it would cause a massive hysteria, massive panic. Understand what Megacryometeor, come on. It's very simple. You put two and two together. Okay, if there's a glass sky above us, if there's mysterious chunks of ice falling down from the sky, you gotta realize it's come from somewhere. It's not coming out of thin air. It's not formulating in the troposphere like these fake scientists are telling you. There's a transparent sheet of ice at the top of the glass sky, and because of the rising heat, these ice chunks have been falling down. More so over the past 60 or so years. Come on. Wake up. Well, that's my job. That's my role, is to be the messenger. to bring clarity to the situation, to help you conspiracy theorists realize the greater picture. The greater picture.
This program is a self-destruct sequence that can be remotely activated from any ground, water, underwater-based, or other air-mobile unit. The signal is encrypted through 3 satellites and cannot be jammed or blocked.
Look at all these stupid chemtrail memes. If only you people would understand. It's sad because you studied this like meticulously. You look at all the chemicals. I show where the chemicals come from. But you have no fucking clue that there's a glass sky with ice attached to it above you and you're inside the concave Earth. You have no fucking clue. That heat rises. There's no reason for you not to understand this. If you understand what I tell you, you can't handle the truth though.
Okay guys, I think I pretty much figured out why they use HAARP as an atmospheric heater in other places like IceCat in Europe. There's an effect that they discovered about 80 years ago in radio. They called it the Luxembourg effect. And I'll just describe it briefly for you. The phenomenon was discovered in 1933 by B.D.H. Tellegen in Eindhoven, Netherlands, who was listening to a station in Barrow-Munster, Switzerland on 652 kilohertz. In the background of the Swiss signal, he could hear the audio of Radio Luxembourg. Okay, so like if I just go on this map here, he was in the Netherlands, and he was listening down here to a Switzerland radio station, and he could pick up Luxembourg radio. Now, these two radio stations are at different frequencies, so he was really just tuning into the Swiss frequency, but he was also picking up Luxembourg. Okay, so he couldn't, it was a phenomenon they couldn't understand because Luxembourg radio was on a different frequency. Tellegen noted that the 3 points were in a straight line. When the signal from the Swiss station made its way to the Netherlands, it passed directly over Luxembourg. He correctly theorized that the carrier of the Swiss station signal was being modulated in the ionosphere as it passed through the strong signal of Radio Luxembourg in the ionosphere. The ionosphere had only recently been discovered and was not totally understood. It was previously supported that the ionosphere was a linear medium through which radio waves passively reflected. But the existence of the Luxembourg effect showed that the ionosphere could be artificially heated to produce non-linear effects. Okay. What he picked up was cracks. Okay. If you understand my cosmology, we're in the concave Earth, and there's a glass sky above us at 100 kilometers, and the bottom edge of that glass, or the bottom portion, the underside of the glass, there's a mantle of ice. Okay. So there are cracks, there are fissures in the glass or the ice or both. So when we see auroral activity and we see these hard lines, the auroras, the plasma of the auroras are running along the cracks of the glass or the ice. Okay, some of these images I think are CG, like from NASA and stuff, but most of them are not. So these fissure lines, these cracks, they're showing, it's evidence that this is a hard surface for one, and that there are cracks in it for two. Now, the whole reason I think HAARP and other atmospheric heaters, like IceCat and other places, are used because they are concerned about megacryometeors. They are concerned about this ice mantle breaking off and falling. I believe Tunguska was a huge megacryometeor event. If you watch my previous videos, you understand that megacryometeors are the source. The glass sky is the source for the megacryometeors. There's no other place where they can be coming from. It can't be just formulating in the stratosphere or the troposphere. They're coming from the top of the glass sky at 100 kilometers high, which has fissures in it, which has cracks in it. So, you know, ionospheric heaters, the whole reason I believe they are heating up the ionosphere at certain areas in the ionosphere is to fuse these cracks. Let's say they are made out of ice, okay, on the underside. If they apply heat to that region, that will fuse those cracks together and actually prevent the ice blocks from falling. In addition to how I mentioned before, how they spray the skies to prevent the heat from rising. So you kind of have like a, you know, you're heating the sky and you're also preventing the heat from rising as well. You're heating the sky in certain areas. You're heating the ionosphere in certain areas to fuse the cracks to prevent the ice from falling. And then you're also spraying the skies with the chemicals, the chemtrails, the strontium, the barium, the aluminum, to prevent the heat from rising, the anthropogenic heat from rising. So you have had like a dual effect here. They perform experiments with it. They say, we have built a setup allowing for an instructive experimental demonstration of the acoustic Luxembourg-Gorky effect, scroll down there, in the form of the cross-modulation of two longitudinal modes in a glass rod containing 3 corrugated thermally produced cracks. So they're replicating this whole process right here in this diagram here. They got these little cracks here in this glass rod, and they're finding out that it's getting the same effect as the Luxembourg-Gorky effect. So the glass sky with the ice on the underside has cracks in it. That's why we're seeing those striations in the auroras, because they're just running along those cracks. And they're concerned, I believe, that these cracks, at the edges of these cracks, the ice can crack off and fall down to the ground. And so they're trying to fuse the cracks. You know, they're just kind of apply heat to fuse the cracks to make sure the ice doesn't fall. They're not going to tell you that. It's kind of like the Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth scenario, but that is why. So the Luxembourg-Gorky effect is solid proof that there is a glass sky above us. It cannot happen in just if there's just like a field of plasma above. No, there's a hard, tangible surface, ceiling to the sky. It's transparent. It's glass and ice. Okay, this is something they will keep from you, but this is something that I have revealed to you. You're in the concave spherical Earth. The ionospheric heaters are meant to fuse the cracks to prevent the ice from falling. You understand? So this is something you're not going to hear from any chemtrail activist or any other person who has no understanding that we're living in the concave Earth. There's a glass sky. This proves it, guys. The Luxembourg-Gorky effect. Talk to you later.
Okay, let's talk about the ionosphere and why modern conventional meteorologists have it completely wrong. They don't understand that we're living inside the Earth, the concave Earth, and there's a glass sky, okay? Ionosphere. What they will tell you is that the Earth is convex, and there are several layers to the ionosphere. They will call this the D layer, and then the E layer, or the E sporadic layer, or the F1 layer, or the F2 layer. And during the differences between the daytime and the nighttime, during the daytime this D layer vanishes away. During the nighttime this D layer vanishes away. And then the E layer becomes more reflective of the radio wave propagation. So, like if these were the radio waves, they would be reflecting back down to Earth again, hitting the E layer. Or actually during the nighttime they would hit, they say they would hit the F layer. The F layer. The reason why they say that is because during the daytime, if we have the sun here, it's shooting solar radiation, right? And this radiation is causing interference. It's causing radio wave propagation attenuation, which means dampening. So this D, they say this D layer happens during the daytime, D for day. And so they say that the radio waves reflect at a lower altitude. Okay. This is complete rubbish. Everything that you've learned about the ionosphere from these quacky fakes is completely wrong. What's really going on here is that the concave Earth is the shell in which you live. Okay, we live in the Earth. Okay, at 100 kilometers, like I told you before, there is a layer of glass in the sky. There's also a layer of ice attached to the glass and ice. So in all actuality, there's no D, E, and F layers. There's actually a G layer and an I layer. G for glass, I for ice. Sunlight during the daytime, it's shooting ultraviolet rays down, okay? The main reason why they call it the ionosphere is because they will give you a definition. They will say that the ionosphere, the sunlight is shooting ultraviolet rays and it's colliding with atoms. Well, what are these atoms doing? What are they consisted of? What's their material made? What are they made out of? These atoms in the atmosphere. You can't just say atoms. Okay, well, what they're saying is that the ultraviolet rays, when they collide with these atoms, they are losing valence electrons. Valence means that the molecules have pairs, like a valence pair of electrons. So if you lose one of those electrons, you no longer have a pair, and the material becomes imbalanced and it becomes ionized. That's what determines ionization, when you lose an electron from an atom. It becomes unstable, ionized. Just so happens that when ultraviolet light collides, well, not just atoms, but collides with glass, it loses valence electrons and it becomes ionized. Okay? That's why we have a glass sky. That's why we call it an ionosphere, because the ultraviolet light is colliding with the glass atoms, creating ionized molecules. Okay? And also I told you before that during the daytime, this ice is crystalline. It means it has a lattice structure. It's not transparent, it's opaque. So it's absorbing the radio waves. Also the sunlight, the solar radiation is coming down and it's absorbing the radio waves too. So it's causing this interference during the daytime. So the radio wave propagation is much lower. That's why they say there's this mysterious imaginary D layer that's lower. That's not the case. So during the nighttime, however, when there's no solar radiation hitting the glass and the ice, this ice transforms into transparent ice, amorphous ice. Amorphous ice. It's transparent. And so the radio waves, especially the shorter wavelengths, shortwave radio, less than 5 megahertz, are able to bounce back to Earth and go around to the other side of the Earth. The higher frequencies, above 15 or 30, they're still gonna pass through the glass and the ice. But the shorter waves will bounce. And so, no, there's no F layers. It's just the G layer and the I layer. That's all you have to realize, guys. Don't listen to the liars. Understand. Very simple. Ionosphere. Okay? Glass collides with the ultraviolet light. That's why glass blocks out ultraviolet light. Because it creates an ionization. That's why we call it an ionosphere, because there's glass in the sky. Okay? Don't listen to liars. Thank you for watching.
And as a general rule of thumb, lower frequency wavelengths will reflect better off of smooth, hard surfaces. Higher frequency wavelengths will either get absorbed or actually transmit through. And that's what we have with the ionosphere. That's why lower frequency wavelengths are going to bounce off. Whether it be the skywave or low-RAN signals, they're going to bounce off the glass firmament at the top of the sky at 100 kilometers high. I drew these diagrams here to help you understand what's really going on as far as like the skywave bounce. Why it makes much more sense. Let me see if you're getting the whole screen here. Why it makes much more sense that we're living inside a concave sphere and there's actually a glass and ice firmament at the top of the sky because it's a smooth surface. It's also a convex surface at the top of the sky, so it's actually going to reflect at a greater distance, and it's going to be a specular reflection, coherent wavelengths, as opposed to incoherent. So you're not going to get much signal loss when it's a smooth, hard surface. It's going to come back down to, whether it's land or ocean, that's going to be more of an irregular surface, even if it is the ocean with the waves or ground. And so it's going to bounce back with a shorter distance of reflection, and it's also going to be diffuse and incoherent. It's going to be more scattering, but it's going to come back again, and it's going to hit the glass again, which is again a convex smooth surface, and it's going to generate a greater distance as well. So that's how we get the skip pattern going across to the other side of the Earth, inside the Earth. And obviously it's going to work better at nighttime when the sunlight is not interfering with the RF frequency. So if you were on a convex ball and there was no hard surface to the atmosphere, it would just be a plasmic, undefined area of electrons. You wouldn't have that surface, that smooth surface, to bounce coherent, specular waves. It would be incoherent. It would scatter. This is also why, like, here, I can pull up this one right here. Plasma stealth. Technology is what can be called active stealth technology in scientific terms. This technology was first developed by the Russians. It's a milestone in the field of stealth technology. Technology behind this, not at all new. Plasma stealth, the aircraft injects a stream of plasma in front of the aircraft. The plasma will cover the entire body of the fighter and will absorb most of the electromagnetic energy of the radar waves, thus making the aircraft difficult to detect. So if you don't have a hard surface to the ionosphere and it's just a field of plasma, those RF frequency, those RF waves are going to just be absorbed.
Absorbs, not only absorbs, but absorbs in a wide range of frequency. So even if you have a radar that keeps changing its frequency, it could still fall within the range of frequencies that plasma can absorb.
In the future, electrodes embedded in the aircraft could be switched on to charge the skin of the craft, causing the gas in the surrounding atmosphere to ionize and make plasma. This coating could, with the help of a computer, rapidly change its density to absorb any potential radar frequency.
You can make it denser or thicker or change density as quickly as possible. This is probably not feasible today, but there is no say where it can go in the future.
That's what we have in your model. It doesn't make sense. You need a hard surface. See, this is your false convex Earth model. If you didn't have a hard surface to the ionosphere, for one thing, it would be, you'd have this undefined concave surface to the sky, so there'd be a shorter distance of reflection. It would be more diffuse and incoherent. It would be more scatter coming back down to the ground. You'd also have an irregular convex surface on a convex Earth. Theoretically, it would bounce a little bit farther than a concave surface, but there would still be more scattering and it would be more diffused. So the signal would be canceled out. It would soon be absorbed. There's no way you'd be able to reflect a radio signal all the way around a convex Earth without a hard surface to the sky, a hard, smooth surface to the sky. And so that's what you fail to realize, heliocentrists. It's just indoctrination. And see what they have. What they'll tell you is that there's different levels to the ionosphere. There's the E layer, the sporadic E layer, the F layer, the D layer, the F1, F2. And that's not the case. There's only one layer at 100 kilometers. Actually, there's higher glasses way up toward the center of the Earth over here. But as far as the RF waves and the ionosphere are concerned, it's really just hitting one hard surface. It's a glass ice firmament, and that's where the Megacryometeors are coming from. That's where the tektites are coming from. That's why meteorites are covered with fusion crust. Fusion crust is burnt glass. And so with these different frequencies of RF signal, this is a little graph they will show you. This is the E layer. They call it the sporadic E layer. It's at 100 kilometers. Remember I talked about where Sigrid, I forget her last name, she's an astrophysicist. I think she works for NASA, but she compared the sporadic meteoroids hitting the sporadic E layer at 100 kilometers like bugs off of a windshield. She's indicating to you that it's a hard surface. And so we have this E layer that they will call it, and then they say there's an F layer, F2 layer, or F3 layer, whatever they want to say. Those are simply hitting the glass sky at higher frequencies, and so they're either being absorbed more or they're actually transmitting through. The higher the frequency, the greater the transmission through a hard surface. So that's what's happening. This is why these lower frequencies are going to reflect back. You know, you're not going to get much signal attenuation when it comes back. But these higher frequencies, they're going to either transmit through the glass or they're going to be absorbed into the glass, and there's not going to be as much of a return signal, if any. And so it's very simple to understand this, ladies and gentlemen. It does not work.
Reflection
of radio waves off the ionosphere will not work unless there is a hard surface, period. This is what Wiki will tell you. Ionograms show the virtual heights and critical frequencies of the ionospheric layers, which are measured by an ionosonde. An ionosonde sweeps a range of frequencies, usually from 0.1 to 30 megahertz, transmitting at vertical incidence to the ionosphere. As the frequency increases, each wave is refracted less by the ionization in the layer, and so each penetrates further before it is reflected. Eventually, a frequency is reached that enables the wave to penetrate the layer without it being reflected. Total transmission. Higher, extremely high frequencies will just transmit right through the glass. But instead of, they're under the faulty presupposition that there is no hard surface to the atmosphere, therefore they have to give you different layers of it. And that's dependent upon the frequency. See, the lower frequency is going to reflect, but this is a false convex Earth model. So that's what they're failing to tell you. It's just a faulty presupposition. Here's another graph. The level of absorbance is greater when the wavelength is shorter. In other words, when it's higher frequency, it's going to be higher absorbent. I mentioned this graph before. This is a ham radio wave, a horizontal ham radio antenna wave, where the energy is always going to be rising upward. You have these different lobes, but it's never going straight across and it's never going downward. Radio frequency, radio energy is always rising up. I made this graph before. A skip wave has a hard, smooth surface. It's a specular reflection as opposed to a diffuse reflection. It only works because there's a hard surface to the ionosphere.
Sigrid Close, Professor, Department of Aeronautics and Astronomics, Stanford University, talking about meteoroids hitting the glass. Well, she doesn't know it's glass, but I'll show you in a minute that it is glass. Atmosphere at 100 kilometers high.
Had this continuous rain down on the Earth. So actually every morning at 6 a.m. as the
Earth is in orbit.
It's plowing up this debris, just like a bug on a windshield effect. Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
Just like a bug on a windshield effect.
Bug?
And you will see, as I mentioned, billions of meteoroids.
Why is that?
Second, if you're using
Why is it hitting a bug on a windshield?
These plasmas are formed between about 70 and 140 kilometers. Just so happens that that's the right altitude. There's enough neutral densities, but it's not too low down that the meteoroids have burned up. So there's the sweet spot in the atmosphere, and that's why we usually...
There it is. Thank you. Thank you, Sigrid.
Still enough energy associated with the meteoroid to actually
100 kilometers. Sweet spot.
We can determine things like what's the neutral densities at 100 kilometers altitude. We can determine things like what's the neutral densities at 100 kilometers altitude.
Neutral density filter. In photography, you know what they're made out of? That's right. They're made out of glass. Neutral density filters are there to actually attenuate or minimize the light and even it out, but they're made out of glass. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Here's another website talking about neutral density filters. Yeah, made out of glass, guys.
If you look at this movie, you'll see that this is actually the meteor. This is the plasma formed when the particle comes in, hits the neutrals.
It's the glass, you mean?
So you're looking at how much energy is released upon each.
Yeah, did you know that?
It turns out it's on the order of about 6 eV or so.
When light hits glass, it gets ionized, especially ultraviolet light.
So if you take it over how many impacts occur each time the meteor is traveling in space as it hits all these neutrals, it's on the order of about 600 EV. Okay, 600 EV per
glass
molecule is released. Huge amount of energy. Most of that energy goes into actually ionizing itself as well as the background.
As well as the background glass.
If you happen to be sitting at Altair, this is what you would see if you would look up at any point and go in the meteor regime again, remember about 100 kilometers. So what you're going to see here is just a movie of a meteor coming through. This is the VHF, very high frequency, and this is VHF, ultra high frequency.
Look at that horizontal band. That is the glass sky.
So as you see, it came
100 kilometer level.
Deposited some plasma there, and you see some spikes going up and down. On the bottom, again, is the UHF, and on the top is the VHF. So just from observing this, you can see that it has a really strong frequency component. Depending on what frequency you're using to radiate it, you'll get a much different response. So this VHF trail goes on forever, the UHF disappears. But the meteors reside in that central part near 100 kilometers. The meteors reside in that central part near 100 kilometers. So a real quick snapshot of that movie that you just saw here. This is what's called an RTI, or range time intensity profile. On the y-axis is altitude or range.
Straight horizontal line.
And it's color-coded.
At 100 kilometers. Okay, maybe it's about 101 kilometers, maybe.
And as you can see here, this
101.1 kilometers
is the head echo. That's the
how the heck can we get a straight line like that, guys?
What's so great about head
unless it's a hard surface,
with the velocity
like
of the meteoroid.
glass,
so right
like a bug on a windshield.
Observable on the meteoroid.
Like a bug on a windshield.
But as you could probably see just from this image, the signal strength is really
like a bug on a windshield.
So you need something like an aerosol. Some of these dusty trails, so this whole area of dusty plasmas, can go on for many minutes, sometimes even hours. So when they linger that long, they create something called a sporadic layer. It's a dense
100 kilometers. Sporadic layer. Here's another graphic. This is from a website that talks about the equatorial electrojet and the atmospheric ionospheric modeling. And just this particular graph caught my attention. Look at that. Look at the bottom line at the 100 kilometer level. It's going straight across. There's definitely a hard barrier at 100 kilometers. It's right there, this range time intensity plot of received power from Jicamarca radar facility in Peru at 12 degrees south latitude. So, it's right there, guys. There's so much proof and evidence that there's a glass sky.
Number 3, tektite origin. You guys know what tektites are? That's another mystery. Scientists, they don't know where the tektites are coming from. They don't know if it's coming from the ground because there's no impact craters where they find them, or if it's coming from space. They don't know.
But we know better. Everything makes sense. All the mysteries fall into place about the Megacryometeors, about the tektites. Tektites. Many of you people don't really know what they are. See, you're not aware of some of these terms because they don't like to talk about them. They're not comfortable talking about them because they can't explain where they're coming from.
I have a tektite necklace, so I thought it came from like a meteor.
Well, yeah. Right. There's two camps of thought from a conventional understanding of where tektites come from. Some people think terrestrial, of the ground or underneath the ground, or some people think extraterrestrial, above. There's a problem in both of those theories. One thing, there's no craters anywhere near the strewn fields where they find these tektites. So they would have to conclude that a meteor fell down, it created this big crater somewhere very far away, up to 500 to 1,000 miles away, and then it had to sink into the ground, and it had to be hot enough to liquefy molten obsidian rock, or glass rock, or volcanic rock, or whatever. And then not only that, not only to melt it, but it would have to squirt that rock and have it project hundreds of miles away. It's impossible. It's literally ridiculous to think like that. The other camp is some people think that tektites came from the moon. The problem with the tektites is that it has no cosmic ray exposure. It means it wasn't exposed to space, where the cosmic ray, where we are protected by cosmic rays within the atmosphere. So there's problems with both camps. They don't understand. But if you understand there's a glass ceiling to the sky, and a meteor simply just, within inner Earth, in inner space, this meteor that happened to skid across this glass, going really hot, really fast, creating a lot of friction, it's going to melt through. And when this meteor melts through this glass, it's going to carry with it, the residual effects of the perimeter of the opening. There are going to be little droplets of glass, molten glass. That's what tektites are. They're molten glass. And also, this glass is going to fall in a completely different location because we have the velocity of the meteor and we have the stationary. Initially, the glass where it hits is stationary. So it's going to fall here, the meteor is going to fall there. Simple. Everything works. That's how the Libyan desert glass, I believe, happened as well. There was no meteor craters where they found the Libyan desert glass. So there was some kind of shattering event that happened up like that.
Number 4, Megacryometeor origin. Large chunks of ice that fall down from the sky randomly, infrequently, but more frequently lately. Now we know where they're coming from. There's actually a whole ice sheet connected to the glass sky. Number 5, birefringence. Birefringence is created through different glasses, different types of material like calcite, where it actually projects a double image, a double refracting image. So sometimes you'll see double suns in the sky. Sometimes you'll see a quadruple rainbow where it's like an offset, like there's another rainbow that's displaced a little bit from the original rainbow.
Have to say about what he observed.
Okay, his YouTube name is Grim Wolf. And he had some naysayers, of course.
Grim Wolf.
And here's what he had to say to them. He said he didn't only see this through the camera, but he saw it with his own eyes. And he says,
of course you saw it with your own eyes. It's a birefringent projection of the glass sky. You're seeing the sun through a birefringent projection. That's all it is, guys. So no more Nibiru, no more conspiracy wackiness. It's just simple optics. That's all it is. Simple optics. The truth. You are living in the earth and there's a glass sky. Libyan desert glass, tektites. have birefringence to them. Tektites are a mystery to scientists. A mystery. They don't accept the fact that there's a glass sky. It's all right there, guys. Moissanites. Moissanites are found in meteorites. They're pieces of glass. They have birefringence to them too. Duh. So there you go. All these double sun wacko conspiracy videos. Look at that. See that right there? That redness shift to it? That's a birefringent projection of the sun. Or you'll see a comet's tail splitting like that. That's all because you're viewing these phenomena through a birefringent glass sky that at certain rotation angles of the sun, because it's polarized in a certain direction, sometimes casts a double image. It's a very weak birefringence. They found it in the Libyan desert glass. They found weak birefringence. But at certain times, at certain angles, it will appear. Fusion crust. Meteorites are covered with fusion crust. Fusion crust is burnt glass. That means that meteors are melting through the glass and getting covered by burnt glass, by fusion crust. Colorizing of clouds. Sometimes you'll see clouds that have like a rainbow pattern to them, or reddening of the clouds at the horizon. That's all due to the glass, which casts different colors through different regions of the sky. Greenhouse effect, number 9. Obviously, a greenhouse has a glass ceiling. Same thing with our sky, has a glass ceiling. It traps air, hot air, infrared heat. Number 10, the Kármán line. That is the line at 100 kilometers is said to be the division line between the atmosphere and space. Interesting. It's the same height as the glass sky.
Kármán line, named after Theodor von Kármán, who was a mathematician back in the middle 1900s, who came up with the term, with the boundary layer of 100 kilometers being the Kármán line, the division line between Earth's atmosphere and space. Now you guys just got to use a little bit of common sense here and realize that some of these individuals, not all of them, within the scientific community are super, super smart. And they're not going to reveal to you the true shape of the Earth. They're going to wait for God to do that, and God is doing that. And so they're going to surreptitiously give you little clues. And Theodore chose to hold up glasses toward his mouth. In all of his prestigious photos, if you just go on Google image search, you'll find, oh, what's this? He's holding a glass on the left there, on the coin that was made for him. He's holding glasses there, with his hand on the book. The Getty image one, he's putting the rim of the glass, or the handle of the glass, is in his mouth. He's holding the glass on the right there. He's holding the glass on the bottom there. And so he knew. Kármán knew, and not only Kármán knew, I'm sure a lot of his associates knew as well, that the Earth, this was after World War II, when they really discovered the facts about the atmosphere and that there is glass in the sky.
Number 11, ultraviolet radiation block, UV block. Did you know our atmosphere blocks out a lot of ultraviolet light. And did you also know that glass blocks out ultraviolet light? Did you know that? Number 12, lightning. If you ever watched an Eric Dollard seminar, you'll realize that lightning is created by dielectric forces moving laterally near glass. Lightning doesn't form from the top down or the bottom up. It actually forms from the sides.
Into the concept of counter space. We've entered the counter space logic right now. We have two spatial conditions. Okay, now if I take and put a piece of glass in between these wires, like I did the iron bar for the magnetism, the glass will absorb up more dielectric lines of force, and the energy storage will be greater. Now, if I keep turning up the voltage to the point where the glass starts to saturate and can't handle anymore, what happens is, instead of pushing the lines of force out, what the glass will do is start to draw even more lines of force in, until the point in which it blasts. That's when you get sparks across power lines, lightning discharges, that type of situation. That's what's going on. Now let's take a lightning discharge as another flux example. Okay, we got the clouds, we got the Earth. Okay, now because we know about these lines of force, we know that there's this volume of space, of ground and thundercloud, that is filled with a quantity of electrostatic lines of force. Okay, which are basically trying to pull the cloud and the Earth together. Okay, now what happens is the cloud evaporates, the water, which is holding 50 times at least the amount of lines of force that air can hold, is releasing this electricity and it has nowhere to go. So what happens is these lines of force start to become tighter and tighter. And what it'll do is it'll start a saturation in some spot of air, just like in this piece of glass. When I kept turning the voltage up, it'll start to spark inside and then it'll blast. And so the atoms start to break apart at the point of saturation, and you get a breakdown zone. And what happens is when that saturates in a counterspatial, yes, there's something you want?
Step maybe a bit away from that board for the camera.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Once the saturation process starts, all the lines of force will come running into that and discharge the complete 1 cubic volume of electrostatic lines of force in one fire column. Saturation is complete and total. There's nothing jumping from the cloud to ground or any of these types of, those are all myths. If you build your lightning protection system on that, you're more than sure to get blasted.
What did you say it was doing?
It's a saturation. It's moving in sideways. It's like if I have a bottle full of water, and the water represents the electrostatic field, okay, and then all of a sudden the water or something starts to break down, like in the middle, and the more water rushes in to make what was gone. It's like the whole jar of water collapses upon itself into nothing. And the energy density is so high at that point that the fire appears. And that's why there's the blast. So lightning is not moving vertically, it's a saturation collapse coming in horizontally, and it produces this what's called impulse current.
It's all a static meant into one line.
Yeah, it's a saturation into counter space.
The dielectric forces in direct perpendicular positioning of the electromagnetic forces.
March 19th, 1963. Eastern Airlines Flight EA-539 from New York to Washington. 5 minutes past midnight, the plane encounters a storm. There's a loud bang and a bright flash. Seconds later, a glowing ball emerges from the pilot's cabin. The blue-white ball hovers above the aisle and floats slowly toward the rear of the plane. It reaches the back of the plane and vanishes. Remarkably, the plane continues unharmed. But this wasn't fantasy. This was fact, and it wasn't the first account of its kind. In World War II, pilots reported strange balls of light that seemed to follow their planes. U.S. pilots named them Foo Fighters. For thousands of years, people have claimed to encounter fiery spheres as ghosts, messages from the gods, or UFOs. But there was something different about the Eastern Airlines account. The eyewitness wasn't an adrenaline-fueled fighter pilot or a medieval mystic. He was a scientist, a professor at a prestigious British university. Suddenly, scientists sat up and took notice. One scientist who's been inspired by his own close encounter is nuclear physicist Dr. Graham Hubler.
I have seen ball lightning myself, so I know that it exists.
The most newest piece of evidence is something of a phenomenon that scientists couldn't figure out why it was forming, and that is called ball lightning. And there was a scientist out of Australia who just came out with an article. It says Australian scientists have unveiled a new theory which explains the mysterious phenomenon known as ball lightning. Sightings of balls of lightning have been made for centuries around the world, usually the size of a grapefruit and lasting up to 20 seconds. But no explanation of how it occurs has been universally accepted by science. Even more mysterious are sightings of balls of lightning forming on glass and appearing in homes and in airplanes. CSIRO scientist John Locke has been studying ball lightning since the 60s. He's never seen it, but has spoken to eyewitnesses, and in a new scientific paper he gives the first mathematical solution explaining the birth of ball lightning and how it can pass through glass. Previous theories have cited microwave radiation from thunderclouds, oxidizing aerosols, nuclear energy, dark matter, antimatter, and even black holes as possible causes. Locke disputes these theories. So do I. He proposes ball lightning is caused when leftover ions, electric energy, which are very dense and swept to the ground following a lightning strike, and how they pass through the glass. He says this is a result of a stream of ions accumulating on the outside of a glass window, and the resulting electric field on the other side excites air molecules to form a ball discharge. Okay, now this doesn't only happen on the other side of windows. This happens up in the middle of the sky, basically, and there's no glass within the vicinity of where some of this ball lightning is forming. So obviously there's glass somewhere. Where's the glass? Well, the glass is up in the ionosphere, 62 miles high. Ball lightning is a result of ions passing through the glass sky. There's a lot of electromagnetic ions going on over here, and that's why it is formed. Glass in the sky. So chalk up another piece of evidence. Number 15, Operation Fishbowl. You guys remember Operation Fishbowl in 1962? Maybe you weren't alive back then. Starfish Prime. Well, I don't believe they have nuclear weapons, but they said they launched a high-altitude nuclear weapon that exploded at 400 kilometers, and there was an auroral display visible from Hawaii and many other places. See, auroras are created because there's glass. So they burst a hole in the glass sky back then. Operation Fishbowl, does that sound a little bit fishy to you? Well, it should. Number 16. Superior mirages, fata morganas. You know that sometimes at the horizon you'll see this horizontal crease at the edge, and it looks like the sun is going down and going up. It has like a double image to it. Well, that's because the glass actually, due to refraction, creates a horizontal crease. and sometimes it's visible at higher latitudes. Okay, what I want to talk about is superior mirages. Sometimes you'll see a double, like a sunset or a sunrise or a sunset when the sun is going down, and then it has this crease in the sky. So like a reflective crease. Actually, it's a refractive crease created by the glass sky. Now, scientists will tell you that is due, that's called a superior mirage, and they'll say it's due to the air that's closer to the ground being colder than the air above, and that makes no sense whatsoever. See, they have to conjure up some kind of explanation because they don't profess to believe that there's actually a glass ceiling to the sky, which creates this. Let me show you what they say. Their explanation: a superior mirage occurs when an image of an object appears above the actual object due to the refraction, well, that's true, or bending of light waves from the object down toward the eye of the observer. Downward refraction occurs because air closer to the ground is colder and therefore more dense than air higher up. Well, that's all backwards. I mean, that's not the way it goes. I mean, if you understand anything about the temperature of the atmosphere, it gets colder when it goes higher, not lower to the ground. The sea level, the temperature is consistently decreasing as you get higher. So it makes no sense. So at the higher latitude regions, the polar regions, you can sometimes see this crease in the sky, and that's created because there's a glass sky. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why you see double suns in the sky sometimes. Or sometimes you'll see with the sun rising at one end of the horizon, and the actual opposite end, you'll see that sun rise as well, because it's actually creating this refraction or this reflection, or both, toward the opposite end of the inside of the Earth. We're living on the concave surface of the Earth. So I made these animations in Lightwave 3D, and the one on the left is with refraction. Basically, and the one on the right is without refraction. You can see basically there is an invisible sphere, a glass sphere that's covering these two objects, the bigger circle and the smaller circle. And that is, when I turn the refraction on, this is what you see on the left. You see the smaller white circle. Actually, it's not a circle, it's a ball, it's a sphere. It retains the same height as it goes across. So when you see the sun rise and sunset, it's going to retain the same size. However, it is squishing vertically, but that's due to the refraction. Now you also see, look there too, you see that crease right there? That's the crease. That's created by the glass sky. That is why we have superior mirages. It's not due to the lower air being colder than the higher air. That makes no sense whatsoever. So that's why you get that that crease in the sky, that double sun crease, sometimes at sunset or sunrise. I made a graphic about this crease. Let me pull that up. I called it the horizontal crease. And what I was telling you is that like this red line would be the actual crease, and it's usually lower than what we see at the horizon. However, at higher latitudes, sometimes we see that crease. And so, and it also, the glass also gives us the illusion that it's actually, the sky is actually a dome, when it's actually the other way around. So, there's just another piece of evidence. There's so much evidence that there's a glass sky. This is just another one. Number 17. Meteor showers, iridium flares. That's all it is, guys. It's the cyclical skidding of inner space debris, particles skidding, creating streaks. There's also a term called triboluminescence. When you rub quartz together, or you rub a rock against quartz, it will light up. So when you see shooting stars, meteor showers, it's because they're skidding across the glass sky. That's all it is, guys.
pick up light. Then I start to rub one of the quartz cobbles towards the other. And you can see light. This is not sparks, it's triboluminescence.
Triboluminescence is the emission of light when something is ground, fractured, or otherwise smashed. This triphenylphosphine bispurine thiocyanate copper
Number 18. Redshift. You've probably heard that you've been told that the universe is expanding because they see the redshift of the stars. Well, nothing can be further from the truth. What they don't understand is that there's actually two layers of glass, one at the 100-kilometer level and the other at the celestial sphere level. So you're viewing the stars through two layers of glass, and it's creating chromatic aberration. It's creating the colors. It's creating the shifting. That's all it is. It does not indicate movement away from you. They say it's like the Doppler effect. There's nothing further from the truth. All stellar spectroscopy is debunked due to scientists ignoring chromatic aberration of stars caused by glass. Number 19, aberration of light, stellar aberration. Sometimes astronomers will see slight movement in this, like a displacement in the sky, in the stars, and that's only because the glass sky, it creates a slight apparent displacement of stars due to the refraction. 21, Crookes dark space. There's a man named Crook in the 1800s who found negative charged ions create dark space around glass tubes. It's the same thing with our glass sky. Where is the way where light dwells? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? Job 38:19. Job 38:19. Glass sky. There's actually an area surrounding the glass sky at 100 kilometers that is immersed in darkness. There's a term called Crookes darkness, or Crookes dark space, with cold cathode tubes, where it actually creates this area of darkness around the inside of a cathode tube.
Glass acts like a vacuum tube, like a vacuum chamber, like a plasma ball that contains plasma, in which solar radiation is hitting the geomagnetic radiation of the Earth. I think the Earth has a metal rind to it. I think that this metal rind is slightly tilted. I believe that the continental and the oceanic plates were formed over the metal rind, over the water. I believe there's a layer of water that's sandwiched in here. And Scripture says in Job 26 that I stretched the north over the empty place. I also believe that it was stretched over the south as well, where this area is just plate. There's no metal there. So the continental plates, the sedimentary rock was created by the water. And so it's stretched over. I don't believe there's really any, I mean, there might be some little pinholes here and there in the north and the south, but I believe it's been covered over like that with water. Now if you, if I grab the little lip here, the metal lip, you can see the auroral zone. Okay. It's also tilted, right? the magnetic North Pole, magnetic South Pole, or the geomagnetic North Pole and South Pole, they're tilted. So they're not going to be exactly in line with the true north, the true geographic north, or the geographic south. They're going to be slightly, it's about 10 to 11 degrees. So it's tilted like that. It's also interesting that the poles are flat, right? Well, that would make sense. If it was stretched over with sedimentary rock that created the plates, there's no metal there, so I mean the poles of the Earth are flat, right? So this auroral zone, okay, it's just mimicking the opening of the metal rind. This is my theory. And this magnetism of the metal Earth, the metal rind of the Earth, and it's coming out from the north, it's going around the outside of the Earth, and it's coming right back up, shooting back up north like that. There's declination within the Earth, magnetic declination. That's like these vertical, semi-vertical lines going throughout the Earth that are caused by a deviation of the vertical magnetic flux. So the continents, you know, there's stuff in the continents, whether it's metal or whether it's changing the direction slightly of the magnetic deviation, which wants to go perfectly vertical. So the sunlight within the Earth, here's the sun's rays. During the auroras, the end of the sun's rays, the auroras happen like in the cold, in the wintertime, or getting close to the wintertime. So let me just tilt that sun a little bit. The end of the rays are going to interfere with the auroral zone, the magnetic activity coming up from the lips, from the metal lips of the rind of the Earth. Okay, it's not the magnetosphere, the glass sky. It's causing the vacuum, creating the plasma, creating the nitrogen and the oxygen. There's still a little bit, it's not a complete vacuum, so there's still some nitrogen and oxygen above the glass, which is creating the striations, this interference, the solar wind, the end of the curved rays of the sun interacting with the magnetic flux of the lips of the metallic rind of the Earth. That's how I believe. So this metal, it's shifting, it's moving, it's the water that's sandwiched between, or the oil that's sandwiched between, is shifting. So you have the inside of the Earth, heaven, it's staying perfectly vertical. Okay, it's not shifting whatsoever. But this outer metal rind is, over the years, okay, the magnetic North Pole is moving every once in a while. So that's what I believe is happening. That's how I believe the auroras are happening. Auroras happen in this state, within a vacuum, with glass acts as the insulation, the insulator. So it blocks all this, all these rays, the solar radiation, and it creates striations like that. Don't let them tell you differently. Talk to you later.
I believe that the magnetic current or field lines are wrapping around the outer edge, going in and out from the north and south. I believe there's actually openings in the north and south of the rind. Okay, I believe those openings are covered over with continental plates. I believe that's also why the poles of the Earth are flattened, because they don't have that outer metal covering. And these openings are offset. The rind is offset slightly. If you'll notice the auroral zone, it's like 10 degrees offset. It's not perfectly aligned with the geographic north and south poles. And I believe that this rind is precessing, slowly shifting, because I believe that there's like layers within the Earth, whether they be water or oil, that's actually lubricating the outer rind to press us back and forth. I believe that's also why the magnetic north and south poles shift, because of this precessing effect. The magnetic north poles are not precisely in unison with the shift. I believe that's because of the different perturbations that are happening within the Earth, but for the most part, I believe that this is like a rocking back and forth mechanism.
Seismic waves within the inverted hollow Earth. Now there's a version by a man named Jan, whatever his name is, Lamprecht, where he gives
he gives his own version of the hollow Earth, how the seismic waves move. Actually, initially they proposed this model. Okay, you're looking at the Earth, you're standing on the Earth, which is convex, which they have it. It's not really convex. But anyway, there's a shadow zone at 105 degrees and 140 degrees that virtually no seismic activity occurs there. However, there is still a little bit of activity that occurs there. Like if you look in this diagram of the solid convex Earth, they have 105 to 140 degrees where there's no seismic activity. You got the black lines and the red lines. The black lines are the P waves, the red lines are the S waves. The S waves are secondary, black lines are primary. Secondary waves don't travel through liquids or gases. They only travel through solids. There's a version of, okay, you got the P waves and the S waves. Problem is, okay, basically going back a little bit, there's a man named Moho Rivicic, seismic discontinuity. Basically, in Croatia, early 1900s, he talked about 35 kilometers below, there was a rapid acceleration in velocity at that level when there was an earthquake here in Croatia, basically. So he concluded that the material has to be denser. It has to be denser than basalt rock, basically, because basalt rock, granite rock has densities of 2.6 to 3.0. Okay, so metals have a higher density. So basically, seismic activity, seismic waves can travel faster through metals, especially obviously fastest through platinum or gold. So going back here, I wanted to talk about a little bit about this discontinuity. They call it the moho, or the mantle. Now he's saying there's actually a line that separates the crust from the mantle, but I'm saying the moho, if you want to call it that, is the actual mantle. Okay, this is my version. The inverted hollow Earth, okay? Okay, right here, I'm going to zoom in over there. Right there is the epicenter. Let's say the epicenter of an earthquake happens right there, okay? You got, this is the continental, the granite plate. This is the basalt, the oceanic plate. I'm saying beneath that is the moho, the mantle. That's made out of metal. And then there's another layer of water. This is just speculation, but I believe that this is kind of what I've concluded, basically. And then there's also metal rind, and there's possibly even more layers of metal beneath that. Okay, you have the epicenter of the earthquake, and the red line would be the secondary wave. The yellow line would be the primary wave. I'm saying that if there's an occurrence here, it's going to generate, in both directions actually, I just have it going in one direction, but it's going to generate this seismic wave. The S waves and the P waves are going to be going through this solid metal very fast, very quickly. Okay, this is at the 105 degree shadow zone cutoff. So the red line abruptly stops because it's entering the liquid. Okay, there's a liquid here. This is what I'm saying. I'm not sure, I'm just speculating. And the P wave continues on into the liquid, but it's too weak to reach the surface. So you still get some seismic data within this shadow zone, but you don't get that much, basically. That's what I interpret. That's what they tell me, basically. So anyway, what's going on here, I believe, is that the P wave is continuing on into this liquid, and then it's beginning to reflect back, curve around back. So basically, at the surface here, okay, here's the ocean, here's the land. When you're detecting seismic activity below, obviously the signal is getting weaker because it's getting further down, but you're still detecting it. Okay, once it enters, once it exits the mantle, the moho, and enters the liquid state, you can barely hear any seismic activity whatsoever in this shadow zone. Especially, you cannot hear any S waves. But the P waves continue on, and the P waves reverse back, and then they hit the other side of the Earth. So that is actually a biblical model too as well, because if you look at Psalm 12, the words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth purified 7 times. Silver and earth and 7 times. It's very interesting because Cyrus Teed, now a lot of people think he's a whack job, but actually he was a very intelligent man. And looking back in retrospect, I think he was a little bit too, I don't know, he was just a little bit too static, too rigid in some of his terminology, but he had it right. he said, okay, the universe is an agar shell obtaining as a structure perpetually recreative and existent. It is limited by the environment of its shell circumferentially and by the astral nucleus centrally. Now, number 3, its circumference has 7 metallic layers of superimposed strata. Okay, 5 mineral strata. Okay, so he's basing this, I'm not sure if he's having divine revelation. He said he did actually, but I tend to believe, yeah, the Earth has a metal rind to it. Earth also rings like a bell. Okay, so basically you have this metal rind. If I can even add the other layers too. If it does have these other layers here, basically you have these layers and they're sandwiched between. I think Cyrus Teed actually said there was like a mercurial solution in between them, but you know, this is speculation. But this works. This works much better than the solid Earth hypothesis, as well as the convex hollow Earth hypothesis. Jan Lamprecht basically saying that initially, okay, this is your initial version of the seismic activity on a convex planet that happens to be hollow in theory, basically. But they only have the S&P waves going to about 80 degrees, and so this is where they would need to go. And so they have to revise their model to create this much smaller interior, this much smaller hollow interior. And they have to say, well, okay, then the S waves are gradually speeding up as you get deeper and deeper as the material becomes more denser. And then it transitions and then it starts to shift and become less dense. So it slows down. Now, this is all conjecture and theory. And it's just a ridiculous model, because if you understand anything about information being suppressed and the true nature, I mean, watch my other videos. This is the true nature. We are living inside the concave edge of the Earth, which is stationary. Cyrus Teed performed a rectilinear experiment in 1897, and there's also the Tamarack plumbob mineshaft experiments, which showed that the plumbobs actually diverged at the bottom of the mineshaft. So basically, one thing that Lampert does right is that he does attest that the shadow zone is not completely void of seismic activity, as a solid Earth would lead you to believe. And another thing about the solid Earth is they have to figure out why the P waves are reaching the other side of the Earth a lot later than they should. And so basically they're saying that that's why they create this, I guess you would call that the outer core. But they're saying that there's higher elasticity there. It's not necessarily lower density. It's just all theory and conjecture and bullshit. Okay? Just understand that there is a metal outer edge to the Earth. There's at least one metal outer edge to the Earth. The Bible confirms that, Cyrus Teed confirms that, and seismic activity confirms it. Okay, these seismic waves are moving very fast through this medium, especially when it hits the so-called MOHO layer, the mantle, 35 to 50 kilometers. So that's the true nature of the universe. We are living inside it. So
April 21st of 2013, I talked about seismic waves, actually confirming a highly dense metal encased hollow rind to the concave Earth, and possibly concentric layers as well, with water or oil sandwiched in between. And so this whole thing is pressurized. It's one big pressurized container. That's what Earth is. And so this is what would be happening. You would be getting higher pressure and higher temperature the further down you went. And so there's a cutaway of the concave Earth. And as you can see here, the bottom of the oceanic or the continental plates is going to get extremely hot. And because of the high pressure, because of the high temperature, that magma is melting and it's butting up against the highly dense layer, and it has nowhere else to go, so it creates these fissures in the actual plates, and it seeks less pressure. And since less pressure is only found in higher elevations, it finds the highest elevation possible, which would be the top of mountains. And eventually it builds up to a point where it cannot contain it anymore and it explodes, and that's how we get the volcano. Also to do with pressure, heat, and the metal rind of the Earth
blocking the molten magma from actually going any further.
The glass sky is actually going higher and lower throughout the day. I even mentioned this before, that there have been found traces of metal in the glass sky, magnetite or iron. So the glass sky is slightly magnetic. And so as the moon orbits around, because I believe the moon as well is metal, so the moon is actually pulling the glass sky closer to itself as it moves around the inside of the Earth throughout the day. Not only that, on the moon side of the sky, of the glass sky, but on the opposite side, I believe there's a stress reaction that's happening as well. So we have this pinching. So this glass sky looking top down is more like an oval. So there's your only ellipse within the concave Earth. So this glass sky is moving around throughout the day. I believe the sun also is magnetic, but it doesn't have as much effect on the glass because it's further away. And so the sun will affect the tides as well, but predominantly it's the moon. And so this just throws, see, gravity is a fictitious force, people. Listen to Tesla, okay? Tesla scorned the advocates of gravity. He scorned Einstein and all that theoretical bullshit of relativity. It has nothing to do with it. It's universal compression. You are being pushed to the ground, not pulled by this fictitious force of gravity. Gravity has this concept of gravity has no role in everyday matters. They haven't been to outer space. They can't test whether or not there's a force called gravity. They just assume based on what? Tides? Well, I just explained to you why tides work. It has nothing to do with gravity. What else? The orbits of the planets? No, that's not because of gravity. I explained to you. I show you why the orbits of the planets work. It has to do with magnetism. It has to do with the temperature. When the planets get closer to the sun, they speed up. It has nothing at all to do with this fictitious force of gravity. See, they have to have this concept. It's this ad hoc concept. Oh, well, since the Earth is spinning and we're being held down to the Earth on this convex Earth, we have to make up this force. We have to, something has to be, it's just like just making up flying pink unicorns. It's the same fucking concept. It's fictitious. Okay, so on the other hand, gravity is the dominant force at the macroscopic scale. This is the cause of the formation, shape, and trajectory of astronomical bodies, including those of asteroids, comets, and planets. See, it's all bullshit, guys. It's all bullshit when they'll try to shame you with their ad populum bullshit. It's really funny. It's ironic too. I mean, just imagine if we were the majority. Just imagine this minority group of people, these fucking crackpots, thinking that the Earth is spinning. We're being held down to this magical force called gravity. They'd be laughed to fucking shame. So look at it. There's been metal to be found in the glass sky. Magnetite, iron. It's slightly magnetic, so it's being pulled up. The moon is attracting the glass sky toward it. And so just remember, there was a literal flood, and after the flood, the glass sky formed, and the glass sky performed the function of pushing or keeping the water down. So when Noah saw the rainbow in the sky, it was a promise that the Earth would not be flooded again. Why? Because the rainbow is indicative of a glass sky, and the glass sky pushes. It's an ether push. It's not this pull. Universal compression. Listen to Tesla, okay? Pushes you down. So the glass sky, when it's closer to the ground, the water level is lower. It's very simple. When it's higher to the ground, the water level heightens. It's right there.
Okay. You've heard that there's an equatorial bulge to this Earth that we're, quote, living on, and that it's spinning, and that's why it's causing an equatorial bulge. And even though it doesn't make sense, because if it was spinning like that, you'd have this force in the middle, this gravitational force pulling you to the edge, and why would it be spinning? Why would it be bulging out on the side? It doesn't make sense, okay? It's duplicitous to even say, well, we're being held to the ground by the center of this mass that we call Earth, and yet there's an equatorial bulge, and yet water is sticking to it. let me just show you what I just animated. You're gonna like bing bing light bulbs go off here. All right, let me pull this up here. What you got to realize, okay? You're in a container, okay? Or let's say you have a container, a hollow container, and you put a heat source in there. And that heat source is orbiting around the equatorial region of that container. Let's say it's a spherical container. Okay, so let's say it's metal. I talked about the Earth having metal rinds to it. Even if it's not metal, heat is still going to expand objects, especially containers. Thermal expansion, okay? So if the sun is orbiting around this container at 23 north to 23 south, it stays in the tropic zones, okay? That tropic zone is going to get more heat and it's going to expand. Hallelujah. I'll show you right now. Okay, here's my animation here. I got the little moon and a little sun here. There's orbiting around the tropic regions. The moon is going from -28 to +28, which would constitute a lunar standstill, a major lunar standstill. And don't pay attention to the actual rotation velocities, or this is just for visualization, but you notice here how the equator bulges out like that because of thermal expansion, ladies and gentlemen. Thermal expansion due to the sun's heat. Obviously, it's warmer at the equator. This is also proof that the Earth is hollow. It has a thin shell. What else does it prove? Well, you know, remember when Neil deGrasse said the Earth was pear-shaped? Remember that? This proves that too. I'll show you if you watched a previous video of mine. Pour that one out. Right over here. The equation of time, the analemma within LSC concave Earth. You notice from the side view, I have this time-lapsed animation where in the southern hemisphere the sun is closer to the Earth. Now it's not, the southern hemisphere is not necessarily warmer because there's more water in the southern hemisphere, but if the sun is closer, it's going to create more thermal expansion in the sun. They say that it's a little bit chubbier in the south, right, Neil deGrasse? Is this not like making sense to everybody? Okay, so, and it's closer in the north. So we have the analemma working out perfectly. I've showed you before the equation of time, how that all works perfectly. There is a literal change in velocity from acceleration to deceleration of the sun as the back of the sun, the rays hit the back of the sun as they pass through that Milky Way band area, in which it slows it down. And so the equation of time is resolved perfectly, and it does not work on a spinning Earth where they have to say that the equatorial orientation or axial tilt, as well as the elliptic orbit of this Earth around the sun, creates the apparent slowing down and speeding up the sun. It doesn't. Okay, it's right here. It's resolved. It's perfectly resolved. Understanding. What else we got here? We got the moon. Okay, lunar solar precession makes a lot more sense if that moon and that sun are in a container and there is pressure. Okay, there's pressure within this container. Now, as this moon and the sun move north and south within that tropic region, a little bit higher and lower for the moon, obviously, it's going to cause a pressure differential. So there's a little bit more slop over here. Now imagine like you have like a ball and socket joint, okay? Ball and socket joint, okay? Now let's say that ball and socket joint is a little bit loose around the equator. You're going to have a little bit of slop there, okay? Slop. We have slop at the equatorial region within the pressure zone here. Okay, we're talking about pressure, and there's a little slop, there's a little play. You know, it's like a ball bearing that's a little bit loose. That is what's causing the precession of the celestial sphere. When? Okay, the sun and moon, they have more play here, and so the celestial sphere gets slightly. I mean, we're just talking very minutely
confused and it wobbles a little bit. Very, very slightly. Very, very slightly. Now keep in mind, I didn't animate the bulge at the southern region to show the pear shape, but we also talk about, they also talk about the poles are flattened. Okay, well obviously this would actually cause the poles to be flattened a little bit. I also mentioned before in a previous video a long time ago where I talked about the auroras, and I believe there's a metal rind to the Earth that has layers. That's another indication, a reason why that's another reason why the poles are slightly flattened. Okay.
So the most asked question by children would be, why is the sky blue? And it's a very good question, and it's a question in which adults give the wrong answer to the children. It's really sad too. Now I admit that I had to think about that a little bit too. There's three factors that really made me consider why the sky was blue. One is because I thought that the glass sky is yellow in nature. If we look at pieces of Libyan desert glass, we see them as yellow, and I thought there was some kind of color inversion going on there. Maybe it has to do, originally I was thinking it must be like phosphorus or something in the atmosphere that it switched to color. I'm not a scientist, so I'm just kind of think, why would that change? Why would there be, there might be some kind of inversion, and or maybe some kind of polarizing effect, because we know that the sky is polarized and the glass does polarize the sky. However, there's some other options too. Obviously the main reason people tell you, the main explanation is Rayleigh scattering, which they say the blue light is a shorter wavelength than the red light, and the blue gets scattered more than the red. But then the question arises, well, why isn't the sky violet then? Because violet has the shortest wavelength. And they will tell you that because our eyes don't pick up violet as well as blue. And that's, like this guy asks over here.
Because it's so short. If that's the case, why isn't the sky violet? Okay, here's the thing. The sky...
This guy's a shill. It's kind of pathetic too. Him and Vsauce. It's like they own the internet scientific community, and it's all bullshit. So he will go into, our eyes don't pick up violet as well as blue. Then I did some more research. And then I got to thinking about the electricity that's involved within the concave Earth, within this universe. It's an electric universe, okay? And the sun is the electrode, and the glass sky. See, this is the biggest problem with conventional science, is they will omit any reference to a glass sky, even though there's overwhelming evidence. And so glass, as you know, is an insulator. It's a dielectric. It's a dielectric insulator. And so I was doing some research on plasma cleaning. Let's go over here. And they have this this plasma cleaner. And what it does is it creates the glass is the dielectric barrier discharge. It creates a plasmic discharge. And so there's oxygen within this tube, within this glass tube, and it emits a blue light. Go over here. Show you over here. Plasma cleaning involves removal of impurities and contaminants of an energetic through the use of an energetic plasma or dielectric barrier discharge. Okay, so this glass is the dielectric, it's the barrier, and it's discharging the plasma, which happens to be filled with oxygen. Argon, oxygen, so these are all the same elements that we have in our atmosphere. We have oxygen, nitrogen, argon. It says in plasma, gas atoms are excited to higher energy states and also ionized. As the atoms and molecules relax to the normal, lower energy states, they release a photon of light. This results in the characteristic glow or light associated with plasma. Different gases give different colors. For example, oxygen plasma emits a light blue color. So it's right there. The explanation of why the sky is blue is because of the plasma, the oxygen in the atmosphere. and the fact that it's being emitted by the dielectric barrier discharge glass sky. So they have this little diagram here, okay? You have a high voltage electrode on one side, and then you have a ground electrode on the other side. So sandwiched between that is the dielectric barrier and the discharge. So in my graphic, the dielectric barrier would be the glass sky, and the discharge would be the oxygen emitting the plasma, as you see here. So we have the sun, high voltage electrode, the glass sky is the dielectric barrier, the oxygen plasma is the discharge, and then we have a ground electrode. So we have a beautiful capacitor going on here with the glass. The glass is creating the blue plasma. Now when it's red at the sunset or sunrise, I believe that the actual glass sky is refracting the colors. Red, as I told you before in a previous video, red is the least refracted color, and so all the other colors get refracted away. So that's why we pick up the red. But the blue, I do believe it's because of the glass sky acting as a dielectric barrier that discharges the oxygen. You know, we have the ozone, right? The ozone layer, it's below the stratosphere. So that's why when we get up higher, the sky does not stay blue anymore. We're out of the oxygen zone. We're out of the ozone, okay? It's very simple, guys. Once you understand, we're living in the concave Earth, the concave stationary Earth. There's a glass sky that acts as a dielectric barrier, an insulator, which creates this plasma. It's very simple. That's why the sky is blue. Okay? See, what I did is, this is a piece of Libyan desert glass, and I was thinking, well, okay, if I hide that layer, this is the same blue color from the plasma cleaner I have here. And so if I overlaid that Libyan desert glass color with an additive light, so let's just go overlay, it really does not affect the blue that much. So that's why I negated the yellow glass, acting as some kind of color inversion to create the blue sky. So plus when we look along the horizon, we see the blue mist. I mean, if we look at like in mountains like 5 miles away, we'll see they are being gelled through this blue, and that's the plasma. That's the plasma in the atmosphere, the oxygen. And that's due to the fact that we are underneath a glass sky that acts as a dielectric barrier, which discharges the plasma. So this is the real reason why the sky is blue.
Earth's center of gravity, up or down? Earth's center of gravity, why was it that at the turn of the century, the Geodetic Survey, department of both the French and United States governments, made certain tests which upset the Copernican theory, then decided that they should be kept secret? What actually were these tests, and should they be repeated today under the most severe test conditions? I would think so. I think they really should be repeated today. Don't you think that? Sometime prior to 1901, the French government, wishing to determine more accurately the actual size of the Earth so that they could revise and refine the calculations regarding the distance to the Sun, hit on a way to measure the difference in distance apart at the top of two lines perpendicular to the surface of the Earth and the bottom of these same two lines. So they're just measuring the top versus the bottom of two lines, okay? They wanted a pair of lines long enough to give them an appreciable measurement. Obviously, they could not direct two parallel poles a mile high, but they did feel they could suspend two plumb bobs a mile deep into a mine shaft, and thus be able to measure the distance apart at the top and the distance apart at the bottom, which would be slightly less. Really? Are you sure about that? At the bottom. They wanted to know exactly how much less. The result of these tests were very strange. So strange that the French geodetic scientists contacted the scientists of the American Geodetic Survey and conveyed their results to them, with the request that similar tests be conducted in this country. Officially, nothing was done for some years, but in 1901, one of the geodetic surveyors happened to be working in the vicinity of Tamarack Mines near Calumet, Michigan. He contacted the chief engineer at Tamarack and informed him of the information transmitted by the French government. 2 mine shafts were selected, and plumb lines exactly 4,250 feet long were suspended in each mine. At the end of these lines, a 60-pound bob was hung in order to prevent movement through a horizontal direction. Each bob was suspended in a tank of oil placed at the bottom of the mine shafts. In this way, it was reasoned magnetic forces could not affect them. The lines used to suspend the bobs were number 24 piano wires. For 24 hours, the lines were allowed to hang so that there would be no possibility of movement from putting them in place, still remaining in the lines. The measurements were begun. It was then that it was discovered that the French geodetic engineers had not made a mistake. Careful rechecking proved that the lines, contrary to expectations, were farther apart at the bottom than they were at the top. There can only be one implication to such a strange result. The center of gravity is not, as previously believed, at the center of the Earth. Well, it is at the center of the Earth if you invert your Earth. But in fact, it must be above the surface of the Earth, somewhere in space. If these 2 lines, formed by the suspended plumb lines, were to be extended upward, they would meet somewhere in the void away from the Earth. At that point, by all the rules of gravitational attraction, should be the center of gravity to this planet. It's not a planet. Greatly puzzled, and not a little disturbed, the Tamarack engineers sent for Professor McNair of the Michigan College of Mines. With McNair there to check his results, the experiment was repeated, the measurements gone over again, and both men were convinced no error had been made. Professor McNair suggested that the plumb bobs be changed to a non-magnetic metal to overcome any possibility of magnetic attraction or repulsion due to a magnetic ore body nearby. But this was done. The same figures were arrived at. If magnetic influences had been at work, they would have varied with different metals, but they did not. Now, suggested McNair, it would be a good idea to prevent air currents from traveling up and down the mine shafts, which might be affecting the plumb lines. Thus, both mine shafts were sealed at the top. Once more, the figures remained the same. After trying many methods to vary the figures and failing, Professor McNair gave up in complete bewilderment. Professor McNair, when questioned, stated for publication that he had proved that magnetic attraction from the Earth or the sides of the shaft did not cause a strange divergence. Then he went back to the Michigan College of Mines and wiped the whole thing from his mind. Apparently this is true, for he made no effort to contact his colleagues or scientists to call attention to the fact that what they were teaching about gravitation and plumb lines did not actually hold true when put to a conclusive field test. Maybe he was silenced? Is that a possibility? However, we can forgive Professor McNair for his reluctance to pursue the matter further because its implications are tremendous. Indeed, they are totally shattering to our concept of the universe, and in fact, if they can be made to hold true, make a shambles of all our physical sciences. Obviously, Professor McNair was unwilling to so upset his daily routine, or maybe he was paid off or bribed or silenced, nor were the United States and French governments. For as the French put it, the value of the franc will remain unchanged, and bridges and buildings can still be built. So why make an issue of it? Professor Halleck of Columbia University was of a different mind. He heard of the experiment through a professor at the Michigan College. He held that this actually was attraction upon the plumb lines, and in a very astute article told how easily the matter could be settled by using phosphor bronze wires instead of piano wires and lead bobs instead of iron bobs. The Tamarack engineer, delighted to clear his mind of its confusion, followed these instructions to the letter and came up with precisely the same measurement as before. When Professor Halleck was informed of this result, he retired into a dignified and stony silence. Defeated. Not so the Tamarack engineer. He had decided that something was causing this phenomena, and he was going to find out what it was. Plumb bobs suspended in a single mine gave too delicate a difference in measurement, and after all, were not accurate enough to give any reliable figures on the amount of deviation. for instance per mile, and whether or not the deviation had any relation to the size of the Earth. After all, it had originally been the purpose of the French Geodetic Survey to refine the actual size of the Earth as then known, late 1800s, to a more accurate figure. They had something in mind concerning artillery and as well as astronomy. So this guy, Professor Halleck, determined to create 2 mine shafts. A second series of experiments were conducted at Calumet, Michigan. This time 2 elevator shafts into the mines were used instead of 1. Now this is important because Donald Simonek's refutation of the Time Echo mine shafts, he's claiming that the 2 separate mine shafts experiment was never conducted. And if it wasn't conducted, first I have to question his integrity as an empirical scientist as to why not to reconduct the experiment. But in lieu of that, or instead of that, or regardless of that, he's basing his deviation based upon a proposed centrifugal force created by a spinning Earth. And however, you can't account for that deviation with farther apart mine shafts. So his debunking totally falls through the window. These 2 were 4,250 feet apart and were also 4,250 feet deep. They were connected at the bottom by a perfectly straight transverse tunnel. Now, plumb bobs were hung in each shaft and measurements were made. This time it was found that the plumb lines were 8.22 inches farther apart at the bottom of the pit than at the top. It did not take the Tamarack engineer long to discover that this figure exactly represents the divergence that would be necessary to complete a 360-degree spherical circumference. In other words, a shell of force around the Earth. There was only one difficulty as expressed by the plumb lines. It would be the circumference of the inside of a sphere and not the outside. Further, the center of gravity as expressed by the angles formed by the plumb lines would be approximately 4,000 miles out into space. Obviously, this could not be true because if the Chinese were to make calculations based on a similar pair of mine shafts in a country on the opposite side of the globe, the center of gravity would be found to be 4,000 miles in the other direction. The center of gravity, according to the plumb lines, was a sphere circumference some 16,000 miles in diameter. See, this is still under the faulty presupposition that the Earth is convex. Any place 4,000 miles up was the center of gravity. That's ridiculous. There's only one point of gravity. The center of gravity is still the center of the Earth. However, it's inside the Earth. 4,000 miles. Inside. We are in the Earth. Okay, can we blame the Tamarack engineer for going down in his mine and maintaining a grim silence from that moment on? A United States Geodetic Survey crew for 2 years conducted further experiments, among them measuring the surface of a long lake in Florida on the theory that water conforms to the true curvature of the Earth's surface. It's true, regardless of how the land may be, thus giving a true level, only to find that water curved uphill in each direction rather than downhill. Now you may think if you look at a horizon, you see a boat in the distance and the boat is clipped at the bottom, and you think, oh, there, the Earth is convex, is spinning. No, actually that's not true. The water is rising due to an optical illusion caused by an inferior mirage.
Is anybody smart enough to figure out what's wrong with this picture?
A strange message on Mount Rubidoux. The words "Google Flat Earth" were found carved into the riverside hill in letters that were 10 feet long.
Anybody? Anybody figure that out? I wonder if the Vandals figured that out. I guess that's saying something for the mentality of the flat earthers.
You guys remember the Concorde? Good old Concorde. Supersonic Mach 2 speed jet. Twice the speed of sound. Well, if you've noticed the Concorde, you've seen it, and possibly you've even ridden in it, there's a significant, conspicuous tilt to the nose of the airplane. It's tilted up. Actually, it's constantly tilted up. And what determines whether
it ascends or descends has to do with the actual tilt angle of the airplane. I was reading up here in Google Books here. It was talking about the Concorde. And according to this, it says the angle of attack indicator showing 3% of a tilt angle, a pitch angle. That means nose upward. When it's in a positive number, it means the nose is up. On final approach, it reads 14%. So, like, when it's landing, it's even tilting up more severely. So with a pitch attitude of 11%, the descent angle is 3%. So, obviously, when the plane is descending, it's at 3%. When it's finally landing, it tilts up even more. But if you need to lower the altitude of an airplane, you have to adjust the nose, the pitch angle of the nose. It's very simple. And then this is the dead giveaway here, this one right here. It says that the minimum pitch when supersonic is 5.5 degrees. When it's cruising at supersonic speed, okay, it's not ascending or descending, it's maintaining a constant altitude. They still have to incline the nose of the airplane 5.5 degrees. That's drastic. If you remember the previous video where a United Airlines pilot sat next to me, he admitted that in the Boeings, they pitch it up 2.5 degrees. However, with the Concorde, you're going twice that speed, if not more, probably even a little bit more than a regular Jumbo 747. You have to incline it 5.5 degrees to maintain altitude. This is a no-brainer, ladies and gentlemen. It's a no-brainer. The faster you go, obviously, you're going to have to pitch that angle higher because, you know, you're moving within the spherical cell of the Earth. It's concave. And they have to pitch that. They have to pitch it up 5.5 degrees. Minimum. A minimum pitch of 5.5 degrees. Okay. This is a silver bullet. This is the silver bullet. It's the aluminum bullet of the concave Earth. It's a no-brainer, ladies and gentlemen. It's a no-brainer. You're living inside the spherical concave cellular Earth. Thanks for watching.
The lengths that the powers that be will go to hide concave Earth information. I'll bring up this quote again. This was a threat that I received a while ago by somebody called Matt Jones, whose Facebook account does not exist anymore. It says, "My superiors have informed me I'm to give you a reasonable doubt. We will tell you this. Absolute evidence of concave Earth exists and is kept highly secret." It's kept highly secret. They got a lot to lose, so they're protecting this. Okay, so we have this video. Remember Wolfie, my friend Wolfie, who uploaded a video yesterday, says, do aircraft pitch down to follow the curvature of the Earth? And so what he does is he attempts to disprove flat Earth with aviation, which is fine with me. Anybody can disprove flat Earth if you just use your common sense. But in this video, he has this telemetry display on his computer, and then he gives the analogy of a clock, how the hour hand on the clock is moving at such a slow pace, you're not going to be able to see it turn. And so he's saying, well, yeah, they do pitch down, but you're not going to be able to see it. You're not going to be able to detect it. Okay. And so he shows you here on his computer, well, yeah, we're going to be tilting down like that, but it's not going to be detectable. And okay, that's in direct violation of what I was told by an airplane pilot, a United airplane pilot that was sitting next to me during a flight. All right, well, before I get to that, let's just go to the Comet section here. Spaceman, remember Spaceman? He says, do most planes flying at or below VNO fly at 3 to 5 degrees nose up? That's a good question, Spaceman. That's what Wolfie says too. That is a good question, Spaceman. There are 3 different angles we need to consider. Number 1, angle of attack, the wing. 2, deck angle, angle of the aircraft body. 3, angle of incidence, how the wing is attached to the body. The angle of attack on the wing is about 3 to 5 degrees in normal level flight. that is needed to produce lift. But that is not the deck angle, as the wings are attached to the body at 3 to 5 degrees upward angle already. This is called angle of incidence. The logic behind this is so that deck angle is level, while the wings angle of attack is about 3 to 5 degrees. Alright, so he's saying that the deck angle is level. Remember that. This has many benefits. Better aerodynamics, less fuselage drag, more comfortable to walk around the cabin during cruise when it is level, better visibility for pilots, etc. The biggest reason is better aerodynamics. You know, Wolfie, you might as well work for NASA, never a straight answer. Anyway, let's keep going on here. You can see the angle of incidence is very clearly. You can see the angle of incidence very clearly in this photo. The wing is angled, but the body is level. Okay, I'm not disputing you there, with Boeing's anyway, that the wing is not level with the cabin. But I am going to have to call you out on your bullshit here. Because, excuse me, according to this United pilot, it is the cabin, the fuselage, that is inclined to 2.5 degrees, and not the wings. All right, let's play that.
Tilted upward, like we're going inside or hugging the inside surface of a sphere.
Well, this airplane flies at about 2.5 degrees nose up. It's double flight. So the nose
is the nose up. Why is the nose up?
Well, they designed it that way because they make the wing fly level, but the fuselage has a tilt to it.
Okay, so that's a direct violation of what you just said, Wolfie. Mr. Pilot here says that the wings are level, but the fuselage is tilted up 2.5 degrees. Now, you're going to protect this secret, aren't you guys?
Do all planes have nose up?
Most Boeings do. I don't know about like the French and the Airbus, but the Boeings usually fly at 2 to 2.5 degrees. Nose above level horizon for level flight. That's the fuselage. You know,
yeah, I've seen the Concords do that too, right?
Yeah, well, that's different.
Now, let's talk about the Concords. Now, I don't believe the pilot here gives you accurate information about the Concords. He's saying that the Concords, the faster you go, that nose is going to tilt down. But if you just look into the documentation of the Concorde, this was on a previous video I talked about here, it says that the minimum pitch when supersonic is 5.5 degrees.
You're going to have to pitch that angle higher because, you know, you're moving within the spherical cell of the Earth. It's concave.
Okay. The minimum pitch of Concorde, you're going faster, you're going at least almost 3 times as fast as a Boeing 747. And you're pitching that up 5.5, a minimum pitch of 5.5 degrees while cruising. Okay. You're running out of real estate. It's not angle of attack to generate lift. I mean, that might be partially true. But if you're in a container, which you are, and you're going very fast, you're going to be losing a lot of altitude if you go level, if the nose is level. That's very simple to understand here, Wolfie. Let's go back to your video, Wolf. Thus, they are not eliminating drag. Eliminating drag is exactly counterproductive for nosing up, especially at Mach 2 to 3 speeds with the Concorde and SR-71. Angle of attack falls apart when you simply realize the craft is running out of real estate, especially when going Mach 2 to 3 speeds. If you are consciously aware of concave Earth and attempting to hide it, shame on you. And Wolfie just goes on to ignore me and have this little circle-jerking conversation with Spaceman here. Okay, let's go back to this pilot testimony video. I'm going to go to the almost 9-minute mark.
You're almost looking kind of uphill.
Yeah, right.
Said you're almost looking uphill. He's talking about when you're in the back of the Comet. Let's go back a little bit here.
Actually sit in the very back, and you can look in the front of the airplane. You can see you're almost looking kind of uphill.
So he's saying when you're in the very back of the airplane and when you're looking toward the front, he said it's as if you're almost looking uphill. Okay, that's a direct violation of what you just said, Wolfie. Direct. You're hiding concave Earth reality, and shame on you.
Yeah, right.
Of course, and also you can take a cup. Anybody can have, liquid in your cup on the tray. 8 times out of 10, that tray is going to be level with the floor. Probably more than 8 times. Probably, maybe 95% of the time, that tray is going to be level with the floor. And when you watch the liquid at the bottom of the cup, looking down into the cup, you will see.
It simply adjusts.
You will see that the liquid will accumulate toward the bottom of the cup, indicating that the nose is tilting up. The fuselage, not the wings, Wolfie. Remember we had our little history with Wolfie here, where he brought up aviation maps, Jeppesen aviation maps, which indicate concavity to the Earth. Notice the latitude lines are all frowning. That's because a satellite, which is situated at the equator, is simply pointing down inside. And so it's generating these contour lines of the latitude lines. They're all frowning like that. And it's probably for legal reasons they have to show it like that, because that's the way it is. These satellites are hovering at these geostationary equilibrium points because there's a giant octahedral magnet in the center of the Earth. So yeah, you're busted, Wolfie. I'd like it if you actually, if you're a pilot, why don't you tell us your name, give us your credentials, instead of just being a shill. I mean, I appreciate you helping me bust flat Earth, but you're hiding concave Earth. Direct violations here. Direct violations. SR-71 is going to tilt 8 degrees nose up. You're going at Mach 3. The faster you go with a plane inside the Earth, you're going to have to tilt that up more. Now that would make no sense whatsoever if you're trying to eliminate drag. You would want to tilt it down. You would want to get it as level as possible, but you're simply running out of real estate. So they're hiding this information from you. It's the pact. It's the pilot pact. It's the AAPP, the Australian Aviation Pilot Pact, or the American Aviation Pilot Pact. Never a straight answer. Oh, is it the fuselage that's tilting up, or is it the wings that are tilting up? Is the Concorde nosing down the faster it goes, or is it tilting up the faster it goes? Documentation would show that it's tilting up the faster you go. Welcome to Cell Earth Reality. Thanks for watching.
Are you the pilot? Oh, okay. Yes. Am I allowed to say hi? Hey, I just want to say thanks for the smooth flight.
Alright.
I did have one question. Is there a specific angle of downward tilt you have to fly at?
3 degrees.
3 degrees for the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, for the Earth?
Because,
No, we just fly over the troposphere.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have to keep kind of going down because?
No, we actually have to nose up. It flies.
What you doing?
It flies.
What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
Really? Because I was reading some stuff on the flat Earth that made a lot of sense. Have you looked into it?
Which one? Sorry?
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
It's true?
Yeah. True.
It's true?
What you talking about?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright, cool.
All
Hey,
right.
God bless, brother.
Alright, have a good one.
You too.
Looking at you through the glass, don't know how much time has passed. Oh God, it feels like forever, but no one ever tells you that forever feels like home, sitting all alone inside your head.
You guys want some more proof that the moon is behind glass? I'll give you some. If you'll notice, if you listen to the scientism tarts, Neil deGrasse or whoever, they'll tell you about the moon. They'll say it's an oblate spheroid. An oblate spheroid. It's flattened, slightly flattened. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Forget what your eye may tell you about a perfect full moon hanging in the sky. Researchers say it's not a perfect circle, but in fact slightly flattened. And it even got bulges on its side. There's another one. Myth. Well, they give you the myths about the moon. Is the moon perfectly round? To the eye, the moon appears round, and it's natural to assume that it is actually spherical in shape, with every point on its surface equidistant from the center, like a big ball. Not so. The shape of the moon is that of an oblate spheroid, meaning it has the shape of a ball that is slightly flattened. Slightly flattened. Interesting. Okay. Let's check it out behind glass with refraction. Now, there's my moon, okay? I put these dark bands around the moon to help you understand, or give you a better understanding of the sphericity involved with the moon. The same thing with the sun. Okay? So I brought that through my modeler my layout version of Lightwave here, and so I toggle refraction, no refraction. You notice it's flatter with the refraction, don't you? Yeah, it is. Okay, what makes more sense? That the moon is not perfectly spherical, and like Neil says, it's an oblate spheroid that's slightly flattened, or we're looking at it through the glass, and the refractive index, the negative refractive index, flattens it. What makes more sense? Let's check something else out as well with the moon here. Let me go back to my screen. And in Illustrator, if you watched my previous video of the moon phases, I added an extra moon here that's right next to the darkness funnel, this moon right here. And how you see it's not perfect, like I have my termination line going right here. So this little wedge of the moon is not illuminated. And this turns out to be a 17-degree angle from here to here, 17 degrees. And so when we view a full moon, I mean, even the heliocentrist will say that, you know, you can't view a perfect full moon because of the, quote, shadow of the Earth, right? It's blocking. Otherwise, it would be a perfect full moon, but it's not. So if we let me go back here. Okay. So I cut a 17-degree angle wedge. So it's this purple wedge here that you see. Okay. And so if you bring that into Lightwave, obviously you're going to get, is this without refraction? It's virtually the same thing. Yeah, this is without refraction. And so we'll bring it back with refraction and 400 millimeters. Yeah, so, and this is not going to be a hard edge, it's going to be feathered basically. And so if you look at some pictures of full moons, you'll see that full moon, you're going to get a slight shading to one side. You see how the craters are more defined? That's supposedly a full moon. Or this is not a full moon, but you see where I'm getting. So there's going to be that slight shading. So that's the result. But more importantly was my first point, being that the reason why we observe the moon as slightly flattened is because we're looking at it through the glass. Look at that. Slightly flattened. Interesting. Hi guys, this is just a casual little brush up
about concave Earth reality. I'm going to talk a little bit about the moon. If you watched Crow 777's video and about the moon, where he talks about, well, the moon doesn't seem naturally illuminated like a sphere, and normally it's a good reason to believe that it's, you know, well, you might think it's not round, not spherical, but it is spherical. We do see the round shadow on the moon. The problem lies with your understanding of the shape of the Earth and how light works within the Earth. I say within the Earth because, as you know, I advocate a concave Earth, and since the moon in the concave Earth model is on the opposite side of the sun, which is on the opposite side of the celestial sphere, we see that the moon gets hit from both sides. See, it's illuminated from this side and from this side. When it's full, when it's opposite the sun like that, it's getting a double whammy illumination. And that is what is preventing us from understanding or seeing any sphericity, any graduated shadows of the moon. You understand what I'm saying there? Now, if it enters in this darkness funnel, it gets eclipsed. But north and south of that funnel, it will get hit from both sides. A full moon. That's why we don't see the shading of the moon. It only works in a concave Earth, guys. But we know, we can tell by the terminator of the moon that it is definitely round. The front side, anyway. If you watch my videos, you understand that the moon is only a half sphere, and it's part of, at one time, a full sphere when it was together with the sun. I believe the sun and the moon were at one time one hollow sphere, and they bifurcated, and now they are two half spheres where the sun gets the light. The sun gets the energy from the pyramid. The moon has to receive its light from the sun, and it's receiving it from the light from the sun, I believe, with this negative polarity that's going on, and that's why moonlight is much different than sunlight, but it's still being reflected from the sun. So that is why the moon does not appear to illuminate like a sphere. At least, see, I'm looking, this is a top-down view of a cutaway of the concave Earth. So here's the sun. The sun illuminates, and it hits the moon when it's full from both sides. That's why we don't get the shading. Understand? Also, too, I want to talk about, the topic of radar came into, okay, well, radar astronomy supposedly predicts these huge, prodigious distances of planets, of asteroids, of the moon, of the sun. Well, no, that's not the case. Radar slows down when it goes through ice. And within this model, within reality, there is a glass sky at 100 kilometers high with ice attached to it. So the ice is going to slow down the radar considerably, and the radar scientists funded by the National Science Foundation are going to lie to you about the distances as well. And so anything they tell you is, for one, it's skewed by the ice and multiple concentric glass spheres that will also slow it down. And they will also lie to you about what's going on. But you're living in the concave Earth. And the moon is real. I mentioned this before, that sometimes, you know, a flat earther might bring up that, well, sometimes we see a star that's passing over the dark side of the moon. That is because of the concentric glass spheres. They exhibit a cloaking effect at certain times where the moon passes over a value threshold, and that part of the moon will become invisible. So that is what's going on. The glass skies, they flatten out, they invert the celestial sphere. They flatten out your understanding and it compresses it, so you can view the planets, you can view the retrograde from any latitude of the Earth, and it will not appear to change in parallax versus what's behind it or its trajectory because of the glass.
the refraction, the negative refraction of the glass.
During a full moon, there's a question. It appears kind of got this flatness to it. I mean, it's not flat because we see the Terminator line, and that's where a lot of flat earthers stumble. They try to say, oh yeah, the moon is flat, it's self-luminous. Well, no. There's a point I didn't bring up. I should have brought it before, but I just looked into it right now. It's called Lambertian reflectance. Or Lambertian reflectance is the property that defines an ideal matte or diffusely reflecting surface. The apparent brightness of a Lambertian surface is to an observer is the same regardless of the observer's angle of view. Now, this is what they're trying to tell you why it appears flat, and they're gonna compare it to a piece of paper. Like a piece of paper has a Lambertian surface, meaning there's not much specularity to it. There's not much. It's like an even isotropic reflectance, and so they're gonna try to say that, well, yeah, even though the moon is spherical, it's not gonna, if I were to make this into a sphere. I'm trying to tell you that you're still not going to be able to see gradation to the sides of it, which is untrue. That's not true. And the biggest problem they fail to realize that if you illuminate a spherical object, it will show gradation. It doesn't matter how Lambert the surface is, how diffuse the surface is, you're going to see gradation to it. Unless that object is being flooded by light that is not coming from one particular point, which is the case. And that's what I wanted to talk about. I'll share the screen here. Okay, what I did was, remember, I don't know if you watched that video where I displayed an image of a rendering I made in 3D of two glass spheres with caustics. There's a caustic anomaly in 3D. And what it will do, it will generate the caustic anomalies of the glass. And so basically, of the light hitting the glass. And basically, what's going to happen when a light source hits a glass surface, a curved surface like that, that's reflecting, it's going to converge, it's going to generate more interference as it converges around, and so it's going to create these little hot spots throughout the contour of the interior of the glass. And so this here, I have a celestial sphere which has no reflectance to it, and I have my sun at the top here, and I have one glass sphere inside of a larger glass sphere, and there's no light source on the bottom. The light that we're picking up on the bottom is just simply the light that's being reflected around and wrapped around there. And that's why we get the opposite side of the celestial sphere being illuminated. But if you look at this area here, obviously, this is where, in my model, in the correct model, this is where a full moon would happen. Now, this sphere is what I consider the moon sphere. So this sphere is a sun sphere, but still we're getting a lot of illumination here that is anti-solar. So this area here is being flooded with light. Understand? So it's not because the lunar surface is Lambertian. It's because it's being flooded with light. So if I overlaid that caustic image over my diagram here, if we had the moon here in the bottom, anywhere within this region, it's going to be flooded. It's not going to be coming from one individual single point source of light. You know what I mean? So that's why we get the flooding of the light, which causes it to appear flat. Like this moon right here in 3D. Okay, right now I have 4 lights that are flooding this moon, and it's causing it to appear flat. I talked about how before, on the sides of the moon, we're not getting the darkness, we're not getting the gradation, so it causes it to appear flat along with the refraction. There's a negative refractive glass entity covering the moon. For the most part, it's not because the moon is Lambertian that it's causing it to appear flat. Now, just think about that for a minute, okay?
the sun in a heliocentric model, the sun is hitting the moon, it doesn't matter. It's one light source. It's 1 point light source. So let me turn off 3 of these 4 lights that I have on the screen here. Okay, I'm just going to make them 0 intensity. 0, 0, 0. And then we're going to boost up the intensity of the single light source, which is directly exactly in front of it. Okay, that's what we would see in a heliocentric model if there was 1 point light source coming from the sun hitting the moon. You see the gradation all around the edges of the moon like that. But that's not what we see, is it? That's because the light is being flooded around the anti-solar region or illumination zone within the concavity of the Earth behind the glass. This has to do with glass spheres. This has to do with bending light. This has to do with the way in which the light emanates and hits the moon. So it's not because it's Lambertian heliocentrist. I talked about how the negative refraction actually inverts the apogee and the perigee. Understand that the moon is above, well, the moon is going to be above 2 glass spheres, one at 100 kilometers, one at the negative refractive glass sphere that's directly in front of it. And so, we pick up, any amateur astronomer or any honest astronomer, when they view the moon, craters of the moon, they're going to pick up chromatic aberration. That's a definite sign, a telltale indicator that you're seeing it behind glass. You're going to get distortion of the craters, like if you zoom into a crater really close, like a specific region of the moon, and throughout the course of the day, or even throughout the course of a few days, there's going to be a change and distortion of the actual surface. And that's because you're viewing it behind glass at different angles throughout the day or throughout each different day. There we go. So that is a more realistic depiction of how we're viewing the moon as it's being flooded within the illumination zone. And so it's killing the dimensionality of it. And it's creating a flat-like appearance. It doesn't mean the moon is flat, obviously.
Okay, the selenelion. I actually uploaded a video about this just recently, and then I realized that I had to correct the refraction. And so I'm going to show you that right now. The selenelion is a term in which they use to describe the phenomenon when the sun and the moon are above the horizon during a lunar eclipse. How can that be happening? They will tell you it's because of atmospheric refraction. However, within a standard conventional heliocentric model, there is not enough atmospheric refraction to compensate for the amount of lift of the sun and the moon, so we see them simultaneously above the horizon. So what is going on here? They actually avoid the answer to that. Actually, Mr. Rich from Mr. Thrive and Survive, I left a comment on his video where he tries to tell you what they're doing. He's right about what they're doing. They are not explaining the selenelion. They're avoiding the question and trying to replace it and distract you with their circus music. And so, but however, Mr. Rich fails because he doesn't understand that a lunar eclipse cannot possibly work. They can't, you can't have that working within a flat Earth theory. There is no object to eclipse the moon. There is a good reason to believe that it works within a concave Earth model. Actually, it's the only model that correctly describes a lunar eclipse because of the Gegenschein. If you watch my videos before about the Gegenschein, you will understand that how can, within a standard conventional heliocentric model, how can there be a anti-solar illumination point right where there should be darkness, right where there should be the Earth's shadow? So it doesn't work. So the only answer and explanation to the lunar eclipse is within the concave Earth model with bending light. And so Mr. Rich, he deletes my comments, so I screen capped this. I said, this is a previous illustration I made showing the propagation of light within the concave Earth. I showed you how the lunar phases happen. And so what I did was I simply showed you
I show you how these glass skies, these concentric layers of glass sky, is actually refracting the light and causing the lift that is happening. So these red curved lines are the refraction lines, and the blue lines, the faded blue object there, that is giving you a reference of how it would be without refraction. It would be like a symmetrical display or array of light, like this right here. You see that the top half and the bottom half are perfectly horizontally symmetrical. Okay, now if I turn on the refraction, you will see that this bottom portion gets smaller than the top portion, like that. So we're getting this lift. That is why we see the sun before actual sunrise. Okay, and we actually have sunset before the sun goes down. That is why this is happening, because of the glass concentric layers in the sky that are lifting the sun and the moon. And so this is the only reason why the selenelion can work. It's within the concave Earth, within the glass skies, and the bending light and the refraction involved. And so if you go back, I'll show you the video I made about that a while ago, just holding up a glass bowl. You know, turn off the audio here. Let's get a bigger picture of that. And you will see how this happens. It's very simple to understand. See that? See the lift going on like that? It's not only lifting it, but it's squishing it as well. It's not only lifting it, the glass. That is why, that's the accurate reason, explanation why the sun gets lifted like that and squished, and the moon does as well. So the selenelion is finally accurately explained with the correct model of the universe, with the glass skies, with the concave Earth, with the bending light, and with the refraction involved. That's the only way you can get that significant amount of lift. So the observer's down here, and we're seeing the moon and the sun simultaneously, even though they are anti-solar. Okay, so see these top little half spheres? That would be if there was no refraction and they were perfectly anti-solar like that. But since we get the refraction from the concentric glass skies, it's going to lift it like that, and there's going to be an imbalance in symmetry horizontally from the bottom versus the top like that. So that's the same reason why from below the equator, say at 20, 15, 20 degrees south latitude, you can see during, with a time-lapse photography, that you see the star trails, you can actually see Polaris spinning like that because of the glass skies. That's the main reason. So it's solved. So this is unprecedented. You've never heard the reason why the selenelion happens. It's all happening because light is bending within the concave Earth, and there are glass skies. Who can make straight that which God has made bent?
All right, another solved mystery which conventional bullshit science cannot explain to you accurately, because they don't understand that we're living inside the concave cellular Earth, and there is a glass sky above us, and there's probably a couple glass spheres within the Earth. Blood red moons. Blood red moons. Why do we see blood red moons? This is what they'll tell you. Bullshit, of course. They're going to tell you that the atmosphere alone, just the air in the atmosphere and the decreasing density of the atmosphere as you get up, or whatever they say here, is going to cause the redness that we see on a blood red lunar eclipse moon, which is bullshit. Let's see, what do they say here? There is circular ring around Earth, the ring of our atmosphere through which the sun rays pass. Sunlight is composed of a range of frequencies. As sunlight passes through our atmosphere, the green to violet portion of the light spectrum is essentially filtered out. The same effect, by the way, is what makes our sky blue during the day.
Meanwhile, the reddish portion of the spectrum is least affected. Well, see, they don't simply understand. When you're looking through
light from this colored
glass prisms, you're going to get the dividing up of the light into the colors. And which color, which end of the spectrum is going to be bent the least? That would be the red end. The red end, red is about 700 nanometers, 730 or 80 or something like that. It's not going to be as refracted as much as the other end. The violet end of the spectrum will be like 400 nanometers. So red is not going to be refracted as much as the other colors when light is shining through glass. Okay, that's all you have to know. So I go into Illustrator here, and I kind of revise my propagation of light in the Earth diagram, where I have the sunlight on the top, emanating around like that. We have this apple zone area of illumination, and it creates, on the other side, a convergence, the Gegenschein, the anti-solar illumination. I call it the darkness funnel, where it leaves a void, a funnel-shaped void area, which is circular when looked at it straight on. So we have this moon right here, all right? And it's passing through that area during the equinoxes when it's not above or below that funnel. It's going to be filtered out because look at the red. See, the red is bending the least out of all the colors. You got the whole spectrum here. So on the opposite end of the spectrum, the violet and the blues, they're going to bend a lot more than the reds. Or not a lot more, but significantly enough to where you're not going to see them. They're going to be knocked out. So we have our moon here, and we just simply rotate it around the center there, and that's how we get the redness. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is like, you know, this stuff has been hidden for millennia because they didn't understand concave Earth, glass sky, visual optics that are created with glass. Look at that. We just solved why the moon turns red during a lunar eclipse. Okay? What we're looking at, obviously, is a moon in front of the sun with background stars. Now, if I go to my top view here, I'm going to show you what's going on. Okay? Concave Earth, glass skies. You'll notice this yellow glass sphere is surrounding the celestial sphere, the inner sphere there, and then we have the moon sphere, and then we have this the largest of the glass spheres, and they're all have indexes of refraction. At least one has a negative index of refraction. And you'll see this yellow glass sphere. Now imagine if my camera was, it is actually, it's down at the bottom. Let's put it up here. Camera's down there at the bottom, okay. And I got a little sun. That's right over here. There's my sun. It's behind the sun glass sphere, and then the moon is right in front of it. The moon, or right below it. There's the moon, okay? So the camera's pointing straight at the sun-moon alignment. And what is going on? I was doing a little bit of fiddling around with eclipses in 3D, and what is happening is that because the sun is obviously it's hot, it's going to generate heat, and it's going to create thermal expansion of the glass sphere that it's behind, and so it's going to create a bulging. And so let's get that bulging. Right now I have the bulge on the opposite side. You see at the top there's a little bulge, and so if I turn that around, rotate it so it's directly in front of the sun. Now it's direct, the bulge is right in front of the sun over here, and now we can look through with our camera with the refraction turned on. There's a refraction. Now it's off. Now it's on. So we're always looking at the sun and the moon through glass with refraction. that bulge is actually going to displace the background stars, and that's exactly what they observed, Eddington and Einstein, is that the background stars were displaced as if looking through a glass. Wine glass, yeah, that's the ticket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate that glass sphere so it's behind again, so we're not looking through the bulge, and you'll see the difference. I'm going to just toggle 180 degrees like that, and then I'll go back to 0. You see the displacement of the stars? That's all that's happening. Thermal expansion is happening because the sun is so hot. Now obviously, if you've ever studied helioseismology, you know, the study of the sun, they will say that the corona of the sun is like exponentially hotter than the photosphere. The photosphere would be the surface of the sun. And so, if you understand what really is going on here, it's the corona that is actually exhibiting most of the heat. Most of the heat is actually going sideways. So it's splaying out like that. And so that's why this glass sphere is not going to melt, because most of the heat is going sideways. If you ever look at a solar eclipse and you see the solar corona, I'll type one in real quick. And you notice how the corona, like this image right here, it shows how the corona is splaying out sideways for the most part. So most of the heat is actually going out sideways like that. But there is still heat in front of it as well. And so that is what's going on here. Also, I was doing some research on the Libyan desert glass, and it exhibits what they call negative viscosity. And when pressure is applied, when heat is applied, the index of refraction changes as well. And so it's going to displace the moon during an eclipse as well. And with the bending of the light, like I mentioned before in a previous video, the way in which the light of the sun hits the back of the moon is only a half of a sphere. Think of like a bowl. And it's paramagnetic, which means it has a very weak magnetic field, and it aligns with the magnetic field. And so this is a new moon over here. When, like the day after the new moon, the light from the sun is still gonna line up with the back of the moon. It's like the moon is like a concave catcher's mitt. It catches the light. You know that song by Sufjan Stevens, "The bowl is filled with light." And so that's what's happening with the moon, and the way the light is interacting, the sunlight is interacting with the moon. The moon, it aligns up the light parallel, and it sucks it up when it's near the sun. But when it's further away, obviously it begins to deviate, and we begin to see the phases of the moon. But that has to do with the magnetism. If you ever watched that video where that guy is putting a magnet to a cathode ray tube, and the light beam or the electron beam from the CRT tube is bending, or it's being repelled by the magnet, well, this is similar to that, but only the moon, being a paramagnetic material, is actually aligning itself with the magnetic field. So we have a few different variables at play here. We have the negative viscosity, which also increases the negative refraction of the glass. It bends the light. It's called the relaxing of the Libyan desert glass. There's actually an article that NASA was a part of. Let's see if I can find that really quick here. I think it's right over here. Relaxation of Libyan desert glass. Evidence for negative viscosity, pressure dependence in silica. And look, lo and behold, it's in the Smithsonian Astrophysics, something or other,
associated with NASA. So yeah, they studied it. They know what's going on. They know that there's glass above, and it's creating real lensing. It's not gravitational lensing. So that's what's going on with that. And so lately, as I was continuing on, trying to map out the orbit of the moon, I realized that I was encountering a little bit of a difficulty with the illumination and the phases of the moon, especially when they were getting closer to the sun. And I would actually assume when they're getting when they're getting near full as well, when there's like a waxing gibbous moon. And that has to do with the fact that physically, if you were not to actually use a negative refracting element to actually decrease your crescent or your terminator line, you're going to run into problems. And that's so initially that's what I was doing. I was creating my crosshairs, and like for this location here, this phase, I was getting a 47-degree angle right there. And over here, I was getting a 23.5-degree angle. And what I was noticing is that, let's go to the moon phase calendar here. December 30th would be a new moon. You barely see anything, or maybe it was the 29th or the 30th, but the first day after the new moon, you just get a little sliver. You just get a little fingernail there, basically. It's only 4% visibility. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? 9% visibility for the second day. And so it has to do with the negative refraction. I'm like, I was scratching my head for the longest time, and oh, of course, the negative refracting element is actually decreasing the crescent, and it's actually displacing the location of the moon. And so I have these little virtual moons up here, like for this, let's go down here. For location B over here, I have a displaced virtual location over here with a refracting element, which actually cuts the crescent by half. It's 23.5 instead of 47. And same thing over here for the location over here. My angle is 23.5, and it decreases it by about half, 13 degrees. And so actually with that understanding at play, with the negative refraction at play, everything works out beautifully, perfectly. And so if I go into 3D here, let me see if you can see my, you see at the bottom there, you see my camera and my rotation angle here. I have a light source shining on the moon, and I will just toggle on and off refraction just like I've done before previously. Currently this phase, this crescent, does have refraction. The focal length is 250 millimeters, and the camera angle, this is important too, because this is going to help you understand when I talk about displacement of the image of the moon. It's at negative 6.9. That's the heading angle. So the heading angle is negative 6.9 with negative refraction on. The glass sky that's covering the moon is a negative refractive index of negative 1.5. And so that's the image that we get. And so now let's toggle off the refraction, and it disappears. That's for one thing. Let's increase the focal length to 2,000 millimeters. What I have to do is I have to rotate my camera now. So that's the thing. I have to bring it back to almost zero. There it is right there. Okay, I'm at negative 0.8 degrees. So it displaces the actual image of the moon. Not only that, now look at the terminator. This is without refraction. Let's make it a little bit bigger. I got 2,200 millimeters. I can take a screen grab of that and we'll compare and contrast. So copy. To negative 6.9 degrees. So we're talking about like a 6-degree displacement. That's severe. I mean, and that's just playing around. It could be more. I'm just helping you understand the negative refraction is critical in understanding lunar phases. Now you will understand. Okay, on the left we have negative refraction, and look at that crescent. It's half. The light source, the angle of the light source has not changed. Keep that in mind.
If I go back here into the top view here, I'll show you the light source. There's the light source right there, okay? I just angled the camera. That's all I did. See, if you look on the bottom here, I'm just angling the camera. From, what did I say, negative 0.8 to negative 6.9. The light source is continuing to stay the same. And so when you angle the camera like that, obviously you're changing your viewpoint of the moon. And so you're going to see a different terminator line of the moon. You're going to see it's going to be thinner or thicker depending on which way you go. So that's just caused by the negative refraction and the displacement of the virtual image of the moon. Now you will understand, like, there's a lot of weird anomalies. People like, well, the moon, it seems to like rise really fast toward the horizon, and then it seems like it just kind of like lingers up in the sky for the longest time, and then it begins to accelerate back toward the horizon. Well, now you understand why, because there's negative refraction at play. It's amazing how I just continue to see how things are divinely scripted and orchestrated like this, and how God has hid these things from the wise and prudent, and the scientific mind is just completely baffled. I mean, it's it's just amazing. Okay, plotting the moon within the concave Earth. This is a top-down view. We're looking at the celestial sphere in the center, the sun, and the moon. The celestial sphere has a pyramid in the middle, which is hidden by the dark waters and the thick clouds of the sky. The nebula is encased by a celestial crystalline sphere, which has the celestial ocean, which contains all the tiny sonoluminescent stars. You see the Milky Way band going across the top there. You have an extension of light going from the top of the pyramid to the back of the sun. The sun is only half sphere. It's flat in the back, it's dark in the back. And it emanates its light on a curve. The curve curves around and converges to the other side. That's why we get the darkness funnel. That's why we get lunar eclipses. And if the moon goes north or south of that funnel, it's just simply a full moon. The moon also is a half sphere or a bowl. And it orbits magnetically around the Earth. We see the yellow line is the glass sky at 100 kilometers high. And out of the three objects that are interplaying here, we have the celestial sphere, which is the fastest at 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. Then, of course, we have the sun at 24 hours. That's the tropical year. And then the moon is the slowest of the three, and it goes 24 hours and 50 minutes every revolution. Every day.
So as you see it moving around here, we have a little marker indicating our place on the Earth. Looks like we're in Africa somewhere. And once it accumulates to 27.32 days, that marks the sidereal month of the moon. That's how many days it takes for the moon to align back up with the celestial sphere. And if we go on to 29.53 days, that is what is called a synodic month. That is where we mark new moon to new moon, where the sun and the moon align up. Now I'm going to reverse the rotation of the moon by locking the sun in place so we can see the actual anomalistic month, where it records the perigee and the apogee. Perigee is when it's closest to the Earth and it's going to move faster, and apogee is further away from the Earth and it's going to move slower. So you can see the variable speed of the moon. Remember, ellipses are fiction. Kepler was wrong. You see, the green line is a linear line. It's moving at a constant rate, and the moon is slowly beginning to slow down as the green line catches up as it enters apogee when it's further away from the Earth. So there's an influence that the moon has and the Earth has on the moon. When it moves further away from the Earth, it begins to slow down, and when it gets closer to the Earth, it begins to speed up again. You see the moon is approaching, getting faster. There's actually a 9-year cycle, actually it's 8.85 years of the anomalistic months. So every 117 months, the moon will do a complete circuit, almost like spirograph. There's a mechanism the ancient Greeks used. Archimedes actually probably made it. It was called the Antikythera device, and it actually predicted the eclipses and the motions of the planets. See, the Earth is a precise mechanism. This would never work in a heliocentric vast universe. So after 117 months, it finishes the complete circuit of the anomalistic cycle. Very cool. Looking front on, we see the declination range of the moon and the sun as they pass across the sky. From left to right, we see the termination line of the moon changing from day to day. We also see the backside of the moon. This is the lunar month of January 20th to February 18th. We see the equator there is actually shared with the celestial sphere. That means there's no tilt to the Earth. We can also see the sun's ecliptic at negative 23.5 to 23.5, which means the sun is oscillating in a cylindrical path from year to year. This cycle for the moon is called the draconic month at 27.21 days. And the lunar standstill of 18.6 years is the time in which the moon actually fluctuates in the sky, going from very high to a major lunar standstill of negative 28.5 to 28.5 to a lower minor lunar standstill of negative 18.5 to 18.5. This October, we are entering into a minor lunar standstill, so the moon will not ascend or descend that high in the sky. When the sun is low like that in the south, the bond it has with the top of the pyramid loosens, so it gets closer to the Earth. That's why we have a bigger angular diameter of the sun in the south. This is also how we can predict lunar and solar eclipses, because everything is synchronized within this time mechanism of the concave Earth. The simplest answer is always the best answer. Occam's razor. Well, thanks for watching. I hope you found this fascinating. You can watch some of my previous videos where I talk about the motions of the planets within the concave Earth, how there's a real retrograde motion, it's not just an apparent retrograde, how they are affected magnetically by the sun and by temperature, how the inferior and superior conjunctions of Venus happen, how the horizon happens within the concave Earth. Light actually bends upward. It gives the illusion that you're living on a convex sphere, but it's actually a concave encasement in which you live in. Lots of stuff. You can watch my compilation video featured on my channel. And if you're new to the concept, I just want to say welcome to reality. You've been fed a lie your whole life. You've been indoctrinated, and Now people are waking up more than ever before. This is the time where the revolution happens, guys. So I'm not going to be making these videos forever on YouTube. So I need people, bold, courageous people, intelligent people like you guys out there, preaching this to the masses and standing up against the liars. One day soon, the hail will destroy the refuge of lies. So we don't have much time. So please help me make this a reality for people out there. I really would appreciate that. Thanks for your time. God bless. These visuals that I've been providing to you are helping you see the way the Earth works as if light were straight. However, it's not straight, it's curved. Now, there's a verse in the Bible, in Ecclesiastes 7:13, where it says, to consider the works of God, who can make straight that which God has made crooked, or curved. The Hebrew root word for crooked also means curved. So I think I've prophetically fulfilled that, or answered who can. So, take care.
Okay, this is a more polished version of the solar eclipses within LSC Earth. Previous video I made, I forgot to change the orbit of the moon because we're looking at the side view, so let's bring that up here. And we'll see the horizontal blue lines that indicates the moon's cylindrical orbit, and the horizontal dotted yellow lines indicates the sun's cylindrical orbit. And as I mentioned previously, I indicated these little shoot zones with these orange lines. So whatever latitude you are at, you're looking at the sun through this little scope zone. So if you're over here, let's say this is at like negative, I don't know, 8 degrees, or actually this is negative 23.5, I'm sorry, and the sun is directly in front of the moon is directly in front of the sun, we're going to get a shading right there. However, if the moon is a little bit lower in declination in this little illumination zone, it's going to carry the moon shadow at a more extreme latitude. So if you're standing on the South Pole in Antarctica, obviously, the moon would have to be lower in declination, which I have it over here. And so you're still, what I did was I expanded the orbital path of the moon. I made it closer to the Earth, and we have a little bit more elbow room here, basically, where the moon is traversing through that conical zone of illumination. And it just matters where you are situated latitudinally within the Earth in order for you to see that. So it's about trajectory, and it's about point of view and reference. And so that will help you understand better how we can see total solar eclipses happening wherever you are within the Earth. It just happens to be where you're situated and how that scope of view aligns up with the moon and the sun. And obviously the partial solar eclipses are going to be happening, as I mentioned before in my previous video, where the moon is going to be partially or just interfering with that edge of that illumination zone. Okay, so I have here in text, if the moon is higher in declination, the scope will align in the total eclipse to be visible in the tropic zone. So that I have that over here, and then this one over here. If the moon is lower in declination, the scope will align the total eclipse to be visible in the polar region. And so that would
conversely go over here as well. If the moon was over here, we would get this total eclipse happening higher north, way up here. And of course it matters where the sun and the moon are situated in declination. Like right now I have the sun at minus 23.5 degrees, so this is at the winter solstice. So okay, so I brought that into 3D here, and so I morphed the moon shadows so you could better visualize what's going on here. As you see, as I scroll across the timeline, the shading is morphing, and the declination of the moon within that illumination zone is really critical as to where it's going to project the shadow on the Earth. If it's a little bit lower in that zone, it's going to project it like that. Let's say the sun, like I'm actually rotating the sun as well here, so this is like, maybe this is like, I don't know, negative 10 degrees or so. And if I scroll a little bit more, it's going to get more extreme like that. And that's how we're going to be able to pick up a shade zone in the very southern polar regions, or the northern. I just did the southern for this video. And of course, as I mentioned before, if that moon leaves that illumination zone, let's say the moon is right over there, it's not in the illumination conical zone anymore, so that moon shadow is going to wrap around. It's not going to hit the Earth, and it's going to curve around and converge to the other side, very similar how the sunlight converges to the other side and creates the Gegenschein at the anti-solar point. So there you go.
In Alliance, Nebraska, during the full solar eclipse, it's just about totally dark out. Here's what the sun looks like. It's pretty odd. Almost looks like there's two things up there. Two things going on. Really, really spectacular. We're in Alliance, Nebraska, one of the places that's supposed to be right in the path. And this is what it looks like.
So what exactly was that object that we saw in the sky during the solar eclipse on August 21st? Gee, was it Nibiru? Nibiru is part of I would say, a government Psyop second net operation to give the questionable people, skeptical people, a false alternative about what's really going on. And the fact that I've been telling you for over a decade that there is glass in the sky, we can actually see the projection of the eclipse on the glass itself.
Alright, it's coming back.
When the sun is not quite as illuminated like that, it's able to project itself, and we see a reflection of the sun and moon on the glass sky. So that's what's really going on, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay guys, this is a new and revised rendition of my planets, the orbit of the planets within the concave Earth. This actually makes perfect sense. It's functional. The retrograde motions are all working in fluid motion harmoniously with the magnetism of the sun. When the planet goes opposite the sun on the other side of the celestial sphere, it gets magnetically confused, it loses its magnetic influence from the sun, and goes the other way. It starts to sag, it starts to get lower to the Earth, so the angular diameter increases. It also increases its brightness. The magnitude is measured by the lower the number makes it a brighter object in the sky. So during the retrograde, the planets are going to become bigger.
The angular diameter is going to get bigger, and they're also going to become brighter when the planets are opposite the sun like that. That's how they get their retrograde motion, because they're losing that magnetic influence. This is a top-down view. It's orthogonal. It's not showing the tilt of the sun. I'm just doing a straight going around like that. You know, it doesn't have the actual 23.4 degree tilt, which would make the planets look a little bit different too. So we have different planets here. I actually mapped out Mars. I plotted it out, so I show the different magnitude each day. See, each frame here is a day. It's not, you know, you might think that, well, the sun is going the other way. No, that's because I kept the celestial sphere stationary. And so then that way I used that as a frame of reference to have all the other objects moving around it. So each frame constitutes one day. It's not 24 hours going around like that. It's actually just one frame is one day. And so the sun appears to be going the other direction, but that's only because the celestial sphere is not moving. Now remember, before I said that the celestial sphere is 23 hours and 56 minutes and 4 seconds. And so the superior planets, which include Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, and Saturn, they are going to be more in sync with the celestial sphere. They're not going to appear to move as much with using the celestial sphere as a reference. So Neptune would be the planet with the least amount of movement, that little blue dot there in the bottom. Then Uranus, that other blue dot on the bottom left. Then Saturn's up at the top right, and then Jupiter's on the left-hand side. So you see the loops. I included the paths. You see the retrograde paths. Each year, those planets are going to do a retrograde because of the sun. And then you have Venus. Venus is that green path. It's doing a retrograde there on the bottom right. For about 6 weeks out of the year, it's going to do a retrograde like that. Then you have that white line is Mercury. Mercury zips around, kind of like a fly around a horse. It just zips around the sun like that. It does a retrograde 3 times a year. So this whole cycle is actually taken as, I used Mars as a reference. So Mars actually goes around, it passes the sun about once every 2 years, a little bit more than that. So I actually plotted out Mars, the different magnitude and the diameter, and I show that when it goes into retrograde, Mars is that orange line. When it goes into retrograde like that, it's going to get bigger, and it's going to get brighter on the opposite side of the sun. And the glass sky is used, the refraction. See, this is also, I approximated the distance, so I couldn't really tell, but I just went by the angular diameter, and I just approximated how far away I thought they would be going, with the inclusion of looking through them with a glass sky that actually exaggerates the size, the scale. If you get closer, if you get farther away, kind of like a wide-angle lens. So, but this works. I mean, the light from the top of the pyramid is hitting the back of the sun. As I told you before, I had a vision of the back of the sun. It was flat and dark. And so when the planets go behind the sun, they're not as bright. They're using the ambient light of the sun, but they're not as bright. Interesting too that when Venus goes in front of the sun, or Mercury goes in front of the sun, obviously they get the crescent. Those are the only 2 planets that get a full crescent. But when they do get the crescent, that crescent is very bright, as opposed to when it goes behind the sun and there's no crescent, but it's fully illuminated, but it's dim. You have to wonder, why is that happening? Well, it's because the back of the sun is dark. That's why it's happening. The moon, I'm not sure if it's a full sphere. It wraps around. I think the moon also performs a function of containing the planets magnetically, so they don't fall down too far, like Mars or Venus. When they go into retrograde like that, the moon kind of like a gatekeeper. Hey, get back up there. Get back up again. So, but this is a working model. You understand just how, like, you know, if you understand anything about fluid mechanics or magnetism or orbital angular momentum, everything is being affected. All these planets are being affected by the sun and the gravitation and the lack thereof. I don't think you can find a working functional model in a heliocentric universe
of retrograde motions. And they say it's just the apparent retrograde motion because the Earth is spinning, but I don't think you can find one. And if you do, it's really lame and horsey and campy. It doesn't make any sense. This is reality. This is the electric concave Earth universe. And it works. It works, guys. So this is revolutionary. I mean, pretty soon this is going to be the standard model. Just a matter of time. Because it makes sense. Earth is stationary. The celestial sphere is moving. The sun is moving. The moon is moving inside the Earth. However, we don't really have much time because I do believe the sun is going to stop pretty soon. And that will constitute the final day and the final hour. So, welcome to the new world. Welcome to reality. Ciao.
So, out of all these planets, Neptune would be the fastest planet, even though it looks like it's the most motionless here in this diagram because it's in sync with the celestial sphere. Remember, real true rotation is counterclockwise. Okay, so this false rotation is just to give you a reference frame and understand the paths of the retrograde. But normally, we're not going to see these, this is just one frame is one set time of each day. But normally they're moving counterclockwise. And so that's all the planets are doing. They're slowing down and speeding back up, being affected by the sun. This diagram will actually help you, this animation here, where we have the sun and we see the planets. So whatever's going to the left of the sun, it means that the sun is faster. So we see Mercury, it's going to the left. Normally it goes to the left, but then it gets whipped back in front of the sun. That's the only time that it's faster than the sun, when it goes into retrograde. Same thing with Venus. Venus is over here. Normally, for the most part, it's slower than the sun, but then it gets whipped back in front of the sun, but then it slows back down to its normal cruising velocity, which is slower than the sun. Now you see the other planets, they are constantly going faster than the sun. Like you can watch Neptune or Jupiter. Jupiter's going faster, see? Faster than the sun. Saturn, faster than the sun. All these interior planets, I call them interior, heliocentrists would call them exterior, are moving faster than the sun because they're more in sync with the celestial sphere. So the planet in which you think is the slowest, Neptune, or if Pluto exists, because it's more in sync with the rotation velocity of the celestial sphere, it's actually the fastest. And so Mercury is actually the slowest. And now the moon, I think the moon is going to be a little bit obviously slower than the sun. The moon goes at 24 hours and 50 minutes per revolution. So, but it's going to be faster than Venus and Mercury. I'm not sure if it's faster than Mars, but you get the understanding here. You have to think in terms of opposite velocity. So hopefully that helps.
If you look down from a spaceship on the Earth at night and look at San Francisco and New York, you must think that there's a tremendous amount of energy being produced in San Francisco and New York and all of these cities that glow. And of course, there's no energy being produced there. The energy is being produced in hydroelectric plants hundreds and hundreds of miles away, delivered invisibly to where that energy is being liberated. I maintain that's exactly what's happening with the sun. And I'll discuss just a few of those problems that I feel at least are fatal, absolutely fatal for the models that are so-called accepted these days. The problems, the ones at least that I'd like to talk about this afternoon, the big problem, the famous problem, is the missing neutrinos. And talk about that in a second. The idea of this heat transport from the core to the surface, if indeed the heat is made in the core from the so-called fusion reaction, how is it transported to the core? Is it reasonable to say there's convection occurring there? The idea of convection, the granules that we see on the photosphere are supposedly the top of these convection columns. We'll discuss that. There are some oscillations in the sun's size and brightness, and of course oscillations in the solar wind, as somebody pointed out the other day. If there's a fusion reaction going on in the core, then how can does this reaction, does it have periodicities? That's never been discussed by nuclear physicists. There is actually a temperature minimum in the chromosphere. Where in the world does that come from? If the heat is all generated at the core, the temperature should get lower and lower and lower the further away you get from this thing. All of a sudden you find there's a minimum and then the temperature increases. Totally inexplicable in light of the present standard so-called model or models. The solar wind actually accelerates. It goes faster and faster and faster. How can you generate the stuff at a point and then spew it out and not have the stuff, whatever it is, the particles in the solar wind go slower and slower and slower? Why do they accelerate? And there's other problems as well.
Modern science isn't fruitful, it's dogmatic. It generates no new insights and it produces no new outcomes, no new ways of generating evidence. Science in Kuhn's image must be productive or its paradigm must change.
The academic obsession with a quote-unquote fuel for stars to quote-unquote burn is clearly an artifact of the energy barons' manipulation of academic theory with the funding, pure selection, and tenure processes under their influence or direct control. It profits them greatly for humans to blindly believe that in order to get energy to do our work, we must burn something, which they just so happen to own and sell at great cost financially and to our environment as well. Being that their current profits are astronomically higher than any time in recorded history, we immediately see how much they have to lose if mankind frees itself from their lies. Extending the burning concept from their dysfunctional machines to stars ensures them that mankind will continue to believe that there is no other way to get our energy in great quantities than by blowing up or burning their fuels. In the darkness of this false theory, mankind will believe that even the stars must burn fuel, and therefore this is the very foundation of energy production in nature. However, this is easily proven to be a lie.
Somehow or another, the sun is supposed to get the intense radiation from the center, from the core, out to the surface to give us the heat and light that we observe. And what we've found now is that one of the key links in that transfer of energy is missing. Of course, this prompts the question, what actually does transport the heat flux of the solar luminosity outwards? But a better question is, does sunshine come from within the sun?
Popular ideas about the sun have not fared well under the tests of a scientific theory. The formulators of the standard sun model worked with gravity, gas laws, and nuclear fusion, but closer observation of the sun has shown that electrical and magnetic properties dominate solar behavior. For centuries, the nature of the sun's radiance remained a mystery to astronomers. The sun is the only object in the solar system that produces its own visible light. All others reflect the light of the sun. What unique trait of the sun enables it to shine upon the other objects in the solar system? Today, astronomers assure us that the most fundamental question is answered. The sun is a thermonuclear furnace. The ball of gas is so large that astronomers envision pressures and densities within its core sufficient to generate temperatures of about 16 million K, producing a continuous, controlled nuclear reaction. Most astronomers and astrophysicists investigating the sun are so convinced of the fusion model that only the rarest among them will countenance challenges to the underlying idea. Standard textbooks and institutional research, complemented by a course of scientific and popular media, ratify the fusion model of the sun year after year by ignoring evidence to the contrary. It seems that the sun does not even quote-unquote respect gravity, the mass of charged particles expelled by the sun as the solar wind continues to accelerate beyond Mercury, Venus, and Earth. Solar prominences and coronal mass ejections do not obey gravity either, nor does sunspot migration, nor does the movement of the atmosphere, since the upper layers rotate faster than the lower, reversing the situation predicted by theory, while the equatorial atmosphere completes its rotation more rapidly than the atmosphere at higher latitudes, another reversal of predicted motions. If the sun's atmosphere were subject only to gravity and the hot surface, it should be only a few thousand kilometers thick instead of the 100,000 kilometers or more that we measure. Even the shape of the sun defies the expectations of theory. The revolving sun should be an oblate sphere, but it is a virtually perfect sphere, as if gravity and inertia have been overruled by something else. David Talbot. The nuclear furnace myth of the sun was created to support energy-barren profits and control. This in turn invalidates all tokamak fusion reactors based on the idiotic theory that the sun is a nuke furnace, meaning that 48 billion and more of taxpayer money has been wasted on this fraud called nuclear fusion. This is how the racket is run. The powers that be fund all this worthless quackademic science in order to keep you paying for energy, which should be practically free in all its applications. Their slave system of backwards explosion-based technologies ensures them that we keep paying for their fuels, fighting their dirty lying wars, and enriching the subhuman filth who profit from these demonic world-destroying activities.
There's no inside structure.
Is it hollow?
Yeah, there's only a surface. There's nothing inside.
Is the sun actually, do you believe, combusting in on
It's
itself?
not burning anything. There's no fusion in the sun. That's well understood.
Proven.
Yeah, well, there's just not the way to prove that there is any. It's only in the flares do you get fusion. That's why all the X-rays. The flares, the arcs, and the X-rays, and the microwaves, and whatever result of fusion in the arcs. There's no fusion in the sun. They don't know how the sun works.
Why do you, what's special, how does the sun make light?
It's a transformer. Transforms from some other dimension. It's not burning anything. It doesn't have to. It's a converter.
Of what?
I don't know. Nobody knows. But that's what it does. That's the only thing it can do, because that's how everything works.
How fast do CMAs go? Well, they will tell you they go up to 1 million miles per hour. Why do they say that? Well, look at this animation of the sun here, okay? This animation is going every 10 minutes per frame. Look at the bottom here. It says every 10 minutes you have a frame. So look at the speed of these CMEs exiting the sun. Look how slow they're going. And that's accelerated. Okay? They're going very, very slow. Very slow. I'm talking snail slow here. And yet they say, why do they say they're going so fast? Think about that. Why does conventional astronomy say that CMEs are going up to 1 million miles per hour? Here, average of 489 kilometers per second, which equals about over 1 million miles per hour. Why? Well, it takes 1 to 5 days to reach Earth, right? So they just assume that the sun is 93 million miles away, so they just calculate that, oh, the CMEs have to accelerate, even though they look like they're going very slow. And that's the only proof of we see of their speed is at the surface of the sun. Oh, it takes 3 days to get to Europe. Okay, there, yeah. So it's got to be accelerating. Like this guy, Donald Scott guy. Listen to this.
The corona, the particles, the positive ions that make up the solar wind increase in velocity. They accelerate.
No, they don't.
Nothing in the standard model that predicts that. Nothing.
The standard model also says the sun is 93 million miles away. It's not.
Here's a picture of how it happens. It isn't just a mild acceleration. It's a whooper of an acceleration.
Fucking cuckoo. You're cuckoo.
The velocity at the surface of the sun are quite low.
Yeah, quite low. That's all you fucking have. You know, these people are so fucking hypocritical. Just like the fucking evolutionists. Oh yeah, we're going to assume the sun is 93 million miles away, even though we only see the speed of the CMEs and the solar wind going very slow at the surface of the sun. So we're going to assume it has to accelerate. No, the sun is very fucking close to the Earth. It's only a couple thousand miles. It's inside the concave spherical Earth. The sun is small. The sun, look at you fucking clowns. You think the sun is fucking huge? You think it's fucking 800 and fucking some odd thousand miles wide? You're fucking crazy. Look how small that looks, man. This is like what? At most 20 miles wide. Fucking clowns. Stupid ass clowns. There's no evidence, there's no proof whatsoever that a CME is going 1 million miles. It's the exact opposite. It's going snail's pace. CMEs go very slow. If the sun is, let's say, 2,000 miles away from the Earth, and it takes 3 days to get to Earth, what does that equal? Come on, do your math. You tell me.
50 miles an hour at most. Unbelievable. Probably even less. Fucking clowns. Judgment's coming, people. Judgment's coming. The sun is a half sphere. I've seen this, like I said before, in a vision when I was up in heaven above the celestial sphere, above the celestial ocean. It has a backside, and it's dark and flat from the backside. We have light hitting the back midsection of the sun. I do not call it an equator because it's not a ball. It's not a gaseous ball. And it has a top and a bottom, and there's a difference in velocity. It's not a difference in rotation because we simply have a conveyor belt action going on with these contour lines. And so this difference in velocity is actually creating the twisting, the arcing that we see in the sun. The reason why it's faster across the midsection is because of the collimated light rays that are hitting the back midsection of the sun. So we can never see the back side of the sun from Earth's vantage point. We always see the front side. Same thing with the moon. We only see the front of the moon and the front of the sun. I believe the sun and the moon were at one time one ball, where they bifurcated, they split up and became two. The sun received the light, its energy, from the pyramid, from the power source. The cathode, the anode to the cathode, the father to the sun, and the moon receives the sunlight. I don't believe the moon is a self-illuminating sphere. We see shadows on the moon. We see shadows on the moon craters. So that is what's happening with the sun. It's a masterful deception. Completely fooled all of scientific humanity. They think the sun is a gaseous ball, but it's not. The sun is electric. When you see sunspots, they are actually holes. They are indicative that the sun is hollow in this area here between the back plate and the front surface. So the conveyor belt action is going to wrap around the convex side, and it's wrapping around and going behind on the concave side of the sun. It's a difference in velocity. And the reason why the midsection is faster is because the energy from the collimated light in the back is going across the midsection, energizing that section more. It's also why we have rainbows. We can tell. The reason why we see rainbows is because we see the rim of the sun. Just like if you hold a flashlight to a wall, the glass bulb in the flashlight disperses the light. Same thing with the glass in the sky in the concave Earth. The glass in the sky disperses the sunlight and projects it onto water vapor, reflective water vapor, whether it's from a garden hose or whether it's mist from after a rainstorm, or whether it's dew on the ground, or whether it's clouds when you see the rainbow from an airplane. You see the top of clouds, you see a rainbow, you see the shadow of the airplane and the rainbow. So that is what's going on. It's a masterful trick. It's a divine trick. It tripped up all of scientific mankind. The sun is electric. It's a transformer. It receives its energy from the central pyramid, father to son, anode to cathode. Thanks for watching. So you tell me
How do you know there's an octahedron in the middle of the concave Earth, Steve? How do you know? Well, like I told you before, I read the Bible, Job chapter 38, verses 4 through 7, laid it with measures, stretched a line upon it, cornerstone was placed. I read Revelation 21, describes the city as wide as it is long, as it is high. It's 12,000 furlongs. And then I found out that there's magnetic equilibrium points within the ocean along the equator at 90 degrees apart. And then we have a little corroboration from our good old buddies at Not a Straight Answer. You see, I was doing some studying up on the meteoroids that hit the glass sky at 100 kilometers. And this lady was giving a presentation, and she mentioned this little gem that just kind of piqued my interest. She said, the sources of these sporadic meteoroids are coming from the north apex and the south apex. They're also coming from the helion and the antihelion. When you think of pyramid and the word apex, an apex is the top of the pyramid, right? But if it's a north apex and a south apex, you're talking about a double pyramid, an octahedron, right? It's crazy, guys. It's right there in plain sight. Let me show you. It's right there for you all to see. Let me get myself out of the way here. This is from Sporadic Meteor website. Sporadic meteors don't come from completely random directions, which their name implies. Most sporadic meteors come from 6 sporadic sources. Look at this. Look at this imagery. Look at this imagery, people. We have the celestial sphere in the middle of the Earth. We have the north apex side of the pyramid. We have the south apex side. I also mentioned to you before that the northern side was brighter than the southern side. Okay, now of course they're going to twist things. They're going to try to fit this within a heliocentric model. They're going to say, well, the apex meteor, the apex is in the direction of Earth's motion, so apex meteors collide head-on with Earth. The helion and antihelion, these are the helion and antihelion sources. Now this is also interesting too, because I mentioned before, on one side we have the sun, and then we have the anti-solar point, the Gegenschein. It's right there in plain sight, people. So, and then they also talk about a toroidal origin too. Let me see if I can get that one to you really quick here. There it is. Toroidal origin of meteors. Look at this, guys. So we have the helion and the antihelion coming from the sun, and then we also have the Gegenschein, where the sunlight converges on the opposite side, just like I told you before in the concave Earth. Then we have the north and south apex. We have a octahedron in the middle of the concave Earth, in the middle of heaven, behind the celestial sphere. And the north and south toroidal origin actually traces the perfect outline of the celestial sphere. Even this asteroidal one does as well. It's right there in plain sight, ladies and gentlemen. This is the nail in the coffin for the concave Earth. No doubt about it. Oops, wrong image. No doubt about it, guys. No doubt about it whatsoever. This is what's going on, guys. It's right there. It's right there. Amazing. Amazing.
You guys want more revelation? I'll give you something. It has to do with the continent formations and how they're formed and why they're formed the way they are. I mean, if they're on a spinning ball, obviously that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You probably get like this, you know, whiplash effect. If they were on a flat plane, you wouldn't. Why are they formed the way they are? But if you understand what I've been telling you, that there's an octahedron in the middle of the Earth and it's concave, the Earth that is, you can understand why they're formed the way they are. Here I pulled it. Well, let's watch this video first. We have, thanks to NORAD or somebody, within the military. We have the coordinates for the equatorial equilibrium points, the longitude. 2 stable ones, 2 unstable ones. That, I believe, has to do with the fact that the stable ones are in the surface, the sea level is, or the ocean floor is not as deep as the unstable ones. But what I did was simply just enlarged the octahedron so it intersected the Earth. And you can just check it out from the top, looking down from the north. Look at that, how South America fits perfectly in the upper right quadrant. Look how Africa fits perfectly in the bottom right quadrant. Look how Australia fits almost perfectly. Yeah, I would say pretty much. In the bottom left quadrant. And then look at this. The Pacific Ocean, the Ring of Fire, fits perfectly in the top left quadrant. That's looking from the top view. Northern hemisphere, we have more land, and that is because the northern side of the octahedron is emanating more energy, more light. So the southern hemisphere really is a telltale sign showing why that is happening. Look at that. Look at the tip of South America. It's mimicking the shape, the triangular shape of the bottom side of the octahedron, the H side. Look, same thing with Africa on the G side. Is that the G side? Yeah. Bottom is fitting it perfectly. Australia, how's that looking? It's kind of just like situated in the middle of the F side. Isn't it wild? This is confirmation. The Earth does not spin, and the continents are mimicking the pattern of the triangular pattern of the sides of the octahedron. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's what's going on. More proof. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So there you go. You want more proof that you're living inside a concave sphere? Well, here you go, with an octahedron in the center, and why the land formations form the way they do. We have a magnetic octahedron emanating magnetism and isolating the continents into their quadrants. Proof positive. Something we can pick up with radar. Seymour radar picks it up. It's right there, guys. Undeniable proof. Get with the program, guys. You're living inside the concave LSE Earth. Now look what we have here. You see the north apex of the octahedron pretty much stays visible throughout the whole year. However, the south one only becomes visible during part of the year, i.e. when the sun goes south in the wintertime. And so we're getting a preference of warmth or activity more in the northern side, on the northern side. So this is really why the northern hemisphere is warmer than the southern hemisphere, because it not only has the sun, which is orbiting cylindrically around the celestial sphere yearly, but it also has the north side of the octahedron. The Bible calls it the sides of the north in the book of Isaiah 14 and Psalm 48, I believe. So the sides of the north, the top of the north apex side of the octahedron stays lit or stays warm throughout the entire year. And that's also why I believe we're seeing these hotspots here at the top, because I believe that the north side is emanating this magnetism, this heat, this light. The Father of Lights is behind the celestial sphere at the top, the sides of the north. And that is why the northern hemisphere has more land, it's warmer, and I believe also in order to compensate
to kind of just even out a little bit, what God originally did was he allowed the sun to get closer to the Earth in the southern hemisphere, to this part where we see the analemma, and the sun is getting closer in the southern hemisphere in order to kind of counterbalance the heat so it doesn't get too cold, too frigid. Fast forward to my animation there, you see the sun is closer to the Earth in the south and further away from the Earth, because the sun, I mean, the Earth already has the warmth of the northern side of the octahedron pretty much throughout the whole year. So that's why we have we can see that the sun is actually a little bit bigger in the sky with its angular diameter like that. So look at that. Summer, winter, summer, winter, summer, winter. Now the reason I believe that we're seeing more concentrated areas at the equator, well, for one, that's where we have the magnetic equilibrium happening, but also too because of the way when you view the celestial sphere, perspective-wise, if you just take like a ring of equidistant points around the equator, when you look straight on like that, you're gonna see more behind each other on the sides, so you're gonna get more activity on the right and the left. So that's why I believe that is happening. So yeah, there you go. Thank you, Seymour, for inadvertently showing us the celestial sphere, the octahedron in the middle of the concave Earth. And they totally misapply it to sporadic meteoroids, which is not what is happening here. They're actually showing the activity in heaven, right in the middle of the Earth. That's pretty wild stuff there. So yeah, concave Earth reality. It's the only option to the shape of the Earth. Everything works. The octahedral part of the crystal field theory tells us that an octahedron is formed from the three cardinal axes. So we have the third dimension here. An octahedral is a product of the third dimension. And what we have is the X, Y, and Z axes, Z being vertical like that. They talk about having 6 negatively charged ligands, they call them. And so these ligands are on the corners of the octahedron like that. In the center is a positively charged atom that they call a cation. And what they tell you is that the ligands, they converge toward the positively charged cation, and then they merge, and it creates a sphere, a spherical energy bubble. Joe Parr mentioned a spherical energy bubble before. And so with that understanding, you can understand the foundations of the Earth, as recorded in Job chapter 38, like I've mentioned before in previous videos. And you could also understand the origin of heaven, the origin of life. It's right there. So I'll play that for you. And now we understand why we have a spherical Earth. We have a spherical celestial sphere. We have a spherical glass bubble in the sky. Actually, probably a couple of those. And it all has to do with the understanding of crystal field theory and product of the spherical energy bubble that is created by the convergence of the negatively charged ligands converging in the center. Also note is that the Libyan desert glass is a quartz crystal. So that's a really good indication that the glass up in the sky that fell down in the Libyan desert is part of the glass sky, part of the glass bubble, the glass sphere in the sky being a product of the octahedron. Play a little bit of this video here on YouTube where it explains it a little bit.
But when they all come together around a metal cation, they effectively form a spherical field around a metal.
So there you go. They form a spherical field around the metal, around the central cation. So that's a really good indication that
The spheres are formulated from the octahedron, the foundations of the Earth, as I mentioned before. Once you have your foundations of the Earth correctly understood, everything else is built upon it properly. And then you understand you're living inside the cellular concave Earth. A little bit more here. And then within crystal field theory, there are actually orbitals where the electrons supposedly flow. And so they have 5 different orbitals here. We have the dz squared or z squared orbital going along the vertical z-axis. This one is actually distinct from the other 4 orbitals because it actually has a toroidal shape that's aligned with the x and y axis, and that's really interesting. I'll get into that later after I describe the other orbitals here. And we have the dx squared minus y squared orbital, which is aligned with the x and y axes as well, but going right along them like that instead of toroidal like the dz squared orbital. Those are the 2 main orbitals. The 3 inferior orbitals, I'll get to those, I'll show you those. This is the dxy orbital, but these orbitals are not aligned with the ligands, so they're going halfway between the ligands. And then you have the dxz orbital, and finally the dyx orbital, like that. But going back to the initial orbital, that actually is distinct from all the other orbitals because it has a toroidal shape in the center there. And now you can understand why we have an equator, why there's activity at the equator, that the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, there's like a reversal. There's a reversal of hurricane movement. There's a magnetic equilibrium that we can feel with Foucault's pendulum, for instance. The pendulum will not spin at the equator. And so with this understanding, that's why we have an equator in the first place, like that. And so this field that emanates out, it creates an equatorial equilibrium. That's why satellites can actually levitate at these cardinal corners of the base of the x and y's. And that's why we have the doldrums within the Earth. It all has to do with the understanding of crystal field theory, octahedral crystal field theory generating in equatorial region with the dz squared orbital. So that's understood. Everything is finally understood. Okay. The foundations of the Earth have been found. And you're living in the concave cellular Earth.
2 halves of 1 sphere. Initially, somehow, I believe, with crystal field theory, if you watch my video about that, we have octahedral crystal field theory. We have the ligands converging in the center, and they create a spherical energy bubble. And so we have a north side and a south side. And so somehow they bifurcated. The sun and the moon, sun on top, moon on the bottom. They split, and they possibly shot up out to the north. Maybe they shot up both. Maybe they both shot up. Hold on. I'm not even showing my hand here. Maybe they both shot up the north apex, but if you watch, what's that guy's name? David Lapointe. He's got videos about the Primer fields, and it actually is. There's good reason to believe that the sun and the moon are bowls. Okay, now he's got the bowls opposite each other, and it's creating this plasma energy of light here, but there's holes in the center of these bowls, and it creates this magnetism that shoots out projectiles, basically. So. that's probably how the sun and the moon formed, initially in the center of the Earth. If you understand crystal field theory, look into primer fields as well. Hi, speaking with the water god, the water of life. Yeah, you know, I'm doing some research on cavitation and sonochemistry and sonoluminescence. Really interesting stuff. Because with this sonochemistry research, they're talking about how, like, the chemical processes accelerate like 1,000,000 times faster. So this, like, blows the whole theory of evolution out the water. Like, life could have been created really quickly. Like within 6 literal days. It's good shit. Cavitation, sonochemistry. Check it out. Cavitation is like the bubbles in the water, like when sound enters water, like violently. It'll cause billions and billions of tiny little bubbles that'll expand and collapse in themselves and create this toroidal shape, like the bubble. An inverted bubble creates a toroid, and it creates this high, extremely fast jet, and it bombards things. It can actually penetrate metal and shit like that, so it's like very strong. But this sonochemical process accelerates chemical reactions. Accelerates like hundreds and thousands of times as fast as what you would think. So, you know, let there be light, let there be a firmament, you know. Let there be seas, let there be earth, let there be the sun, you know. Things happen, bam, on the 5th day, bam, plants on the 6th day, bam, animals. Sonochemistry. Sonochemistry, sonoluminescence, it all happens within the container, the glass container of the firmament. Celestial sky, which has the celestial ocean. Silly people. Even during the flood, when the waters fell, more cavitation happened. More increased variation of species happened too after the flood.
In the circle of Earth, in the circuit of Earth, in the compass of Earth, in the circle of heaven, in the circuit of heaven, in the compass of heaven. Circle of the Earth, Isaiah 40:22. Circuit of heaven, Job 22:14. Compass upon the face of the deep, Proverbs 8:27. In all three of these cases, the Hebrew word hug is used to denote either a circle, a circuit, or a compass, which means they can be interchangeable. They mean the same thing. But the most controversial case of the three within the Earth-shaped debate community is the denotation of the phrase sitteth upon the circle of the Earth in Isaiah 40:22. Many Bible-believing flat earthers use this verse as an almost standalone confirmation bias that the Earth is flat and circular. But a little investigation to the origin of the word, as well as applying a little common sense, will reveal something not so commonly known or accepted about the correct shape of the Earth. The root word hug occurs once as a verb in the Hebrew Bible in Job 26:10. He hath compassed the waters with bounds until the day and night come to an end.
and in addition to the 3 verses mentioned initially, another verse used it as a noun in Isaiah 44:13 to describe a circle instrument or a compass. The carpenter stretches out his rule. He marks it out with a line. He fits it with planes, and he marks it out with a compass. Hence we have an instrument to render out a circle. But the critical element that is omitted from the translation is that the originator who scores out the circle is inside it, not upon it or over it. Even in the Greek Paleo-Hebrew Septuagint text, the word for circle is called yapav, which was used in Isaiah 40:22 and is defined as a rim or a ring, or a perimeter that encompasses something that is inside. In other words, that which encases or surrounds something else. In almost every case in the Hebrew text, where the word sit or sitteth is used, the preposition in is used as opposed to on or upon. Hence, the translators of Isaiah 40:22 incorrectly inserted the word upon instead of the more appropriate word in. From the translator's oblivious understanding of the concave sphere of the earth that surrounds us, they inserted upon instead of in, carrying the illogic line of thought that God could not possibly be in the earth, he must be above it, or on it, looking down, especially since the verse continues on to compare the inhabitants of the earth to grasshoppers, but dwelling at a great height above the ground, so much so to perceive the people as small grasshoppers, and still being in the earth, is perfectly resolved when understanding God in times past and heaven are in the middle of the earth, and the direction of up is always at the center. Hence God sat in the circle of the earth. They should have written, "It is he that sitteth in the circle of the earth," or "It is he that sitteth in the circuit of the earth," or "It is he that sitteth in the compass of the earth." The only logical conclusion is a hollow concave sphere where God resided in the center, which is heaven. Hence God was in the circle of heaven, just as he was in the circle of earth. Now it can be said that God as a man walks upon the face of the circle of the earth, or the face of the circuit, or the face of the compass of the earth, still being contained by the circle, circuit, compass of earth, but not contained by the circle, circuit, compass of heaven. Heaven being inside earth is also confirmed in Job 38:33 as well. Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Isaiah 40:22 goes on to say, God stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Since we know that God compared heaven to a womb in Job 38:8 and Job 38:29, which is a spherical container, we also must apply that knowledge to the circuit of heaven mentioned in Job 22:14. Now that we understand that heaven is a spherical container, we can understand its darkened shell acts as a curtain that conceals light. The darkened celestial sphere is the cloaking object that blocks heaven's light from the earth. Dark waters and thick clouds are mentioned in Psalm 18 in relation to heaven. In Psalm 104 verse 2 it is stated, Who coverest thyself with light as with a garment, who stretcheth out the heavens like a curtain. But logic will easily see where it would make much more sense if it read like this. Who coverest thy light as with a garment, who stretched out the heavens like a curtain. Comparing heaven as a tent to dwell in makes a lot more sense if one realizes there's a double pyramid in the middle of heaven, in the middle of earth. Tents are shaped like pyramids. Now I trust, my friend, that you have become illuminated and the whole issue about circle of the earth is perfectly resolved within the LSC concave Earth. Have a great day.